Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The hero embraced the lifeless girl and wept for a long time. If only I had done a little better. If only I had finished off that snake for sure. The hero kept blaming himself endlessly. How pitiful, but who could have known that the snake that fled while the hero was fighting the wyvern would attack this village? If I had known, if I had finished it off, would this village have been safe? Yes, it would have been safe. If that snake had died, it would have been safe. Oh God! The hero began to seek the divine. O goddess of life, who entrusted me with the weighty duty of a hero, the hero began to seek me. Please, help me. The hero spoke in a weak voice. If this is the sin of neglecting the responsibility you have given me, I will gladly accept it. The hero sobbed. But shouldn't that sin be directed only at me? This girl has no sin at all, does she? The hero began to cry like a child. So please, save this girl. Don't you rule over all life. Please, please, I beg you, I won't run away from my role anymore. I let out a small sigh. All right, sister. I had suddenly appeared in front of the hero. I won't ask where you've been running off to. You must have had your own worries too. It was a lie. I had been watching everything. If the hero had not taken on this duty, I wonder how this child would have lived. I had been watching her living among the people in this small village. It didn't look too bad. Sister. There, you foolish thing. The hero clung to me, crying like a child. No, even more childish than when he was a child. Did he regress or something? Sister, please help me. All right, I know. I've heard everything. I examined the girl nestled in the hero's embrace. Her arm was broken, her ankle was twisted, and her shoulder was rotting with the snake's venom. I began to touch the girl's body in various places. I realigned the broken bone, returned the twisted ankle to its proper position, and placed my hand over the blackened wound, which disappeared in an instant. I haven't revived her yet. I've only cleaned her body. Let's go find the others first. The others? Given the state this girl is in, shouldn't we look for the others as well, or is reviving her alone enough? The hero seemed quite embarrassed, his face reddening. All right, hand that child to me and go draw your sword. I pointed my finger at the giant snake with its head pierced, and the hero, slightly flustered, handed the girl to me and went to retrieve the sword from the snake's corpse. Really, when will he start acting properly? Tusk. I clicked my tongue briefly, watching the hero's back, and looked at the girl I had been handed. Her body was clean, without a single wound, but her soul had already departed. If I hadn't created the afterlife, her soul would have already scattered with no way to retrieve it. But now it's different. The afterlife, where the dead go. There are 7 layers, each taking 7 days to pass through. If it's within 49 days of death, they can be revived. So first, let's go find the others as well. Since I'm reviving them, I might as well do it all at once so it won't be a hassle for those children. But can you really revive them? Don't you trust my words? But I hit the hero's head with a loud thud and said, "You were crying and praying so desperately, so I rushed here in a hurry. Am I really not trustworthy enough? But reviving the dead, it just doesn't make sense. How can you revive the dead? It's laughable that the one who was wailing and begging me to revive them is now saying such things." At my words, the hero closed his mouth like a mute who had swallowed honey, unable to say anything further. Let's see. Looks like this is the last one. After dragging the large man's body and gathering all the bodies together, I examined the corpses. It seemed that all the villagers of the small town had lost their lives to the giant snake. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. The girl must have been the last one sacrificed by the snake. Or perhaps the villagers had tried to lure the snake for the sake of the girl but failed. Place that girl next to them as well. Yes, understood. The bodies were in a mess. There was not a single intact corpse, and some had been scattered into mere pieces of flesh, with only a hand remaining. Seeing such bodies, the hero's expression also became gloomy. It must be heartbreaking to see the villagers he had lived with for a short time in such a state. He must have started blaming himself again. It's not your fault. But even if I say it's not, you won't believe me. Anyway, let's begin. I started to gradually spread my life force around. The bodies of the fallen gradually regenerated, and the scattered flesh and blood gathered to return to human form. Even the half-melted bodies that must have been inside the snake's stomach began to regenerate. It's not a very pleasant sight. But well, there's no help for it. It's necessary to fully restore the bodies. As I spread my life force, the bodies regenerated, and even plants grew from the bare ground. After a while, the complete bodies of the villagers lay in the lush grass. Is it over? No, the real part is just beginning. Even if I return their souls, if there are no bodies, they cannot be revived. Anyway, the bodies for the souls to return to are now complete, so it's time to bring back the souls. I, the one who represents the great name of life, speak. I recite some words that sound like a spell, since there are eyes watching. There are pitiful souls here awaiting resurrection. Thanatos, yes, Creator Dragon God, will you restore their souls? Birth and death that exist under the name of life negate their fate. Suddenly, I ask you, but let their hearts to beat again, their blood to flow again, and their breath to return. Ugh, understood. Since the Creator Dragon God requests it, I have no choice. Thank you. It's only because the Creator Dragon God directly requested it, and these are recently deceased, so their souls are not difficult to find. You shall be revived. Following my words, the unseen figures of the Grim Reapers could be seen briefly returning the souls of the villagers. Good. It seems all the villagers' souls have returned. As a finishing touch, I raised my right hand and said, "Resurrection." At the same time, the villagers' hearts started beating again. With their bodies intact and their souls returned, there should be no problem with them reviving. Their hearts beat, breath returns. It will take time for them to regain consciousness, but it won't take long. Did we really come back to life? The hero was greatly surprised to see the girl's body start breathing. Did he not believe my words? Well, that's understandable. Anyway, that was the first time the resurrection magic, not really magic, revealed itself. Resurrection magic, the miracle of resurrection. This magic, known as the most famous miracle of the Church of Life, makes everyone admire, envy, and cannot disregard the Church of Life. In the distant past, this magic was first used at the request of a nameless hero, and unlike other magic, it is called a magic that does not consume mana. While it is necessary to regenerate the body, this is just a process of consuming life force, not mana. By borrowing the name of the mother of all life, this magic revives the souls of the dead and brings them back to life. Compared to the magic of any school, this is a heterogeneous and fanciful magic. In a way, it can be called a miracle that manifests by borrowing the name of the mother of all life. The most famous users of this resurrection magic are the dragon's priestesses, the saints of the Church of Life, and a few high priests of the Church of Life who have been chosen by the Mother of Life. Of course, such high priests are as rare as 1 in 100 years, and in the case of the dragon's priestesses, they appear only when the world is in crisis. Resurrection magic is a rare magic that cannot even be witnessed in ordinary times. However, can this magic really be called magic? Can a magic that does not use even a bit of mana be called magic? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to call it a miracle? Resurrection magic. Is it magic, or is it a miracle? The resurrection was over, but I looked around at the villagers lying on the ground and gazed at the devastated village. It will take some time for them to wake up. There's no place to lay them down. The buildings were all destroyed. During the fight between the hero and the wyvern, they must have caused a lot of destruction, as not a single building was left intact. This is troublesome, but I can't just leave them lying on the ground. Shall we build a hut with wood then? That will take time. Wait and see. I stomped the ground twice, waking up the earth spirit that was sleeping underground. Who are you? I am an agent of the goddess who was passing by. I woke you up because I have a task for you. A task? How troublesome. Yawn. Despite pretending to hold back their power, the earth spirits are all too self-centered. It will be over quickly. Just do one thing. If I don't help, you'll keep bothering me, right? Tusk, just help a little. It'll be done soon. All right. The earth spirit began using its power according to my will. A wide open space was leveled, pillars and walls were erected, a large roof was placed on top, and openings for the entrance and ventilation were made, completing a temporary building that could be used. All done. I'm going back to sleep now. Okay, sleep well. The earth spirit fell back asleep, and the hero quickly moved the resurrected people into the building. But these people, when will they wake up? Who knows? This is the first time I've actually used it. They should wake up within a few days. It will take time for them to recover from the shock of their bodies and souls being separated. Moreover, the process of dying and being resurrected must have had a significant psychological impact. There's also a possibility that their memories may have been lost. Huh? Their memories? Yes, their memories. Memories are closely related to the soul, so there's a chance that some of their recent memories may have been lost in the process of resurrection. Well, it's a small price to pay for being resurrected. Their memories might be gone. We'll have to see how much of their memories are missing once they wake up. It could be just a few days' worth or even a few months' worth. Since this is the first time I've actually used it, it's hard to give a definite answer. Well, for now, we can only wait and see. The next day, the resurrected people began to wake up one by one. It seems the resurrection was successful without any major issues. As for their memories, it seems they've lost an appropriate amount, as they all seem to have forgotten the hero they had been traveling with. The hero repeatedly showed the villagers the giant snake and the devastated village, explaining the situation to them. The villagers looked quite bewildered, but seeing the massive snake and the destroyed village would make them realize that it's the truth, even if they don't want to. Despite having lost all their possessions and homes, the villagers were surprisingly positive. Well, at least no one died. The ones who haven't woken up yet will soon, I'm sure. Positive, huh? As long as they didn't die, they seem to be fine with it. With most of the villagers now awake, the hero sat next to the girl who had not yet woken up. She was the village chief's daughter. Could it be that the hero has started to take an interest in this girl? We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. Well, age-wise it's not a problem. But handing over the hero I've carefully raised to some country girl feels a bit unsatisfying. If possible, I'd like to introduce him to an even better woman. But I still feel a bit dissatisfied. Since he'll be the one replacing me in slaying all the monsters, I'd like to introduce him to the ideal woman for him if possible. Ugh, I wish I could find out what his type of woman is. As the hero was thinking about the girl's future, she woke up. Where is this? The girl looked puzzled at the unfamiliar ceiling. There were no stone buildings in that small village, so it was unfamiliar to her. You've woken up. You're the last one. Last one. The hero spoke to her in a calm voice from her side. Calm down and listen carefully. You and the people of this village were attacked and killed by a giant snake-like monster. We died. All the people in our village are dead. Does that mean this is the afterlife, the world after death? I've heard the rumors, but to actually come here. Wow, they say there's a huge river in the afterlife as wide as the sea. Can I really see that vast river? And they say you cross it by boat. Unfortunately, this is not the afterlife. There is no river. Oh, that's a shame. I wanted to see the sea, or at least a river as wide as the sea. But who are you? You said we were attacked and killed by a giant snake monster, so did you revive us? To be able to revive the dead, it's like a divine miracle. Thank you. I'm very curious about how you did it, but thank you. Hearing the girls, who are you? The hero's expression darkened slightly, but soon returned to normal. I didn't do it. It was the agent of the goddess who was passing by, the dragon's priestess, who revived you all at my request. As a result, some of your memories have been lost. I only killed that snake a bit late. If I had dealt with it sooner, you wouldn't have died. But you saved us all, right? We should be the ones thanking you. And we should thank the agent of the goddess as well. The girl moved her stiff body and stood up from her spot. My body feels a bit stiff. Is it because I was dead and my body hardened? It's a bit awkward to move around. It's a bit strange for me to say this, but do you believe that you died and were revived? I'm not sure why, but seeing your face makes me want to believe it. Even though it's the first time I've seen you, it feels familiar somehow. Isn't that strange? The awkwardly smiling girl. The hero was clenching his fist tightly at the sight of her. Where are the other villagers? The others have all woken up first and gone to the village to plan the reconstruction. I see. Reconstruction. The girl turned her body to face the hero and said, for some reason, I feel like it would be good if you were there to help rebuild the village. I see. There it is. She's dropping hints, dropping them hard. But I have other things I need to do, so I'm not sure if I can be of much help. I see. That's what I thought. The girl went outside the building and looked at the devastated village. Wow, it's really all destroyed, and that giant thing was a snake. With a snake that big rampaging, the village didn't stand a chance. Really? The village was wiped out because of that huge snake. Even though I don't remember it, it's probably a good thing I don't. It must have been agonizing. Yes, well, since their bones were broken and their flesh was rotting from the venomous fangs, it must have been agonizing. Thank you for reviving us. I don't have any other words to express my gratitude. Ah, you said it was the dragon's priestess, the agent of the goddess, who revived us. I should convey my thanks to that person as well. The hero remained silent at the girl's words. Well, I'll express my gratitude to that person later. If you were able to kill such a huge snake, you must be the famed hero I've heard about. The hero nodded silently. I see. Then you must have a lot of important things to do. There are probably many others suffering from such monsters. That's. The girl spoke in a calm voice. As the hero who revived me and the people of our village, I wish I could be of help, but we simple country folk can't be of much use to you. The girl spoke shyly. But there is one thing I can do. Our village is on the pilgrimage route of the Temple of Life. Whenever pilgrims pass through, I'll tell them about your achievements. I'll tell them the story of the dragon's priestess who revived us, and the greatness of the hero who defeated the giant snake. We can't personally go around spreading the word, but we'll make sure the pilgrims passing through our village hear the story. And so, the tale of the hero's first accomplishment began to spread from this small rural village. The hero and I stayed in the village for a few days and helped with the reconstruction of the village. We rebuilt the destroyed buildings and recovered the food that had been swallowed by the snake. Honestly, it became a hassle to hunt, so we just butchered the snake and used only the meat as food. We purified all the poison so the meat became clean enough to eat. It was enough for the villagers to eat for a few days. After about 7 days, the village was organized enough to be livable again. Then, it's time for us to leave. Have you finally felt the urge to move? Yes, I have deeply realized that if I don't move, many people will suffer like in this case. I nodded at the hero's words. It was something like, great power comes with great responsibility, a famous line from a heroic story. Since the hero has great power, he also has great responsibility. Well, that saying also applies to me, but my responsibility might be to somehow keep this world going. By the way, was it a dragon? It was spitting fire from its mouth and flying around freely. If I had failed to cut off its wings, it would have been difficult to defeat. It must be the strongest creature on the ground. Dragon. Could it be that he still thinks that Wyvern was a dragon? Are you talking about the monster you fought? Yes, wasn't that dragon? I shook my head at the hero's words. That couldn't have been a dragon. Dragons are a bit more noble, a bit more beautiful, and a bit more dignified than that. There's a world of difference between that wyvern, which didn't have a shred of intelligence, and a dragon. So that wasn't a dragon. The flying lizard you fought was a wyvern. It was a bit strong, but it's still not qualified to be called a dragon. The hero seemed a bit disappointed at my words. Honestly, even with the hero's power, a dragon would be difficult to defeat. Oh well, then, let's take the wyvern's corpse with us. The wyvern's hide could make a fairly sturdy armor, and the membrane, teeth, claws, and bones could also be useful. A wyvern would be the highest quality material, excluding dragons. I should make some clothes out of that hide and give them to the hero. Plate armor provides almost invincible protection, but there are still gaps that are not protected, so I cut the wyvern's wing membrane to make a pouch, cast a magic to connect it to the subspace, and stuffed the entire wyvern's corpse into it. A much larger thing is sucked into the pouch. It's strange but useful. Moreover, since it's made from the wyvern's wing membrane, it's unlikely to tear easily. Then let's be on our way. Shouldn't we say a final farewell? You won't be a hero forever. Someday you'll have to put down your sword and live a normal life. The hero couldn't give a proper response to my words. Well, you have time, so think about it leisurely, and don't forget to say a proper farewell. If you part without a proper goodbye, you'll end up regretting it. With a determined expression, the hero ran towards the village. Let's see, while the hero is finishing his farewell, I'll make some clothes from the wyvern's hide. I'll make boots from the thicker parts of the hide and gloves from the softer parts. Each piece will be a garment that protects the hero's body. I'll have to work hard on it. Are you leaving? The girl said to the hero. Yes, as I expected. It wouldn't make sense for a hero like you to stay in this small village for a long time. It wouldn't be strange for you to leave at any time. The hero couldn't say much in response. I'm a little bit sad though. I don't know why, but I felt a strong familiarity with you. If you weren't the hero, I might have wanted to live in this village together. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now Anyway, I'll be on my way now. Okay, safe travels. Thank you for helping our village. The hero gave a small bow and started walking away, and the girl began waving at his retreating figure. Even as the hero's figure grew more and more distant, she continued waving. Her waving hand slowly came to a stop as the hero's figure faded into the distance. The girl was holding something back. She kept holding it back while watching the hero's back. No, she couldn't hold it back anymore. Hero, if you have nowhere to go after your duties are done, please come back to the village. Would the hero's voice reach her? The girl didn't know, but she shouted, I'll prepare a place for you to stay. I'll have a place ready for you to come back to someday, so please come back someday. Uncertain words, words that may or may not reach him, but the only thing the girl could do was to shout, shouting with all her heart. When the hero's duties are done, why do you say that? The hero just shook his head slightly. No, it's nothing. You're a silly fellow. Here, try wearing this. I made it while you were saying your farewells. I handed the hero a pair of gloves made from the wyvern's hide. I made them a bit hastily, but since the raw material was such high-quality leather, they turned out quite well. The clothes and boots will require more effort to make properly. I'll have to work on them slowly. The hero put on the wyvern hideos I had given him, clenching and unclenching his fists a few times. Is the movement all right? Yes, they fit my hands perfectly. I made them roughly by eye, but they seem to suit him well. All right, then let's be on our way. The faster we move, the more people we can save. Yes, let's hurry. Where we needed to go was already decided. I had already located the positions of other dangerous monsters through the wind spirits, and so the nameless hero and I set out on our journey. The nameless hero and the dragon's priestess traveled the world, defeating the monsters that plagued many people. Endless transformations. They subdued shape-shifting beasts, split apart the ice giants they encountered in the north, beheaded the massive beasts wrapped in rock, and sliced through the monstrous fish swimming in the poisonous swamps. Nothing could stand in their way. Many praised their adventures and extolled their achievements, so it was only natural that news of them would spread to others. The title of hero will be forever sacred. It was only natural that news of them would spread to other races as well. After burning countless swarms of locusts, 2 messengers arrived to the hero and dragon's priestess as they rested in the village. They were messengers sent by the elves and dwarves respectively. As a representative of the noble elven clan, I invite the human hero. It would be better to grasp the hands of us elves rather than those dirty-handed dwarves. As a hero, you must surely know the importance of weapons and armor. We dwarves will hand over our equipment, so don't listen to the babbling of those pointy-eared fellows. Why are they so at odds with each other again? Did they get into a fight or something? Yggdrasil and Sagarmatha didn't say much, did they? Let's assess the situation first. The decision can come later. The hero and I let out a sigh as we saw the 2 messengers who had barged into the inn. I'm not sure what they were made of, but the elf messenger was wearing clothes as soft as silk, while the dwarf messenger was covered head to toe in metal armor and had an unkempt beard. The 2 messengers were growling at each other, but they both reached out their hands to the hero. We've heard of your reputation, hero. You've managed to defeat even the most troublesome monsters that even we elves would have a hard time with, using just your human body. So you're quite the swordsman. Your weapons look impressive, but it seems you don't pay much attention to your armor. Come with us, hero, and we'll provide you with some excellent armor. The elves and dwarves both seemed eager to have the hero on their side. For now, assessing the situation should be the priority. I can't just blindly side with one of them. For now, please step back. I'll make a decision after I've gathered more information. What is this horned creature? Are you a beastman? You seem to be the hero's attendant. Now that your master is in the middle of a conversation, you should step aside. What did you just say? I have no doubt of your skills as a hero, but you seem to have a bit of a problem with your discernment when it comes to the servants you bring with you. I hope you remember that it's not a good idea to choose a servant based on looks alone. In an instant, the gravity pressing down on the elf increased exponentially, causing his body to be crushed into the ground. I let out a sigh as I watched the elf, who was now like a rock elemental, trying to burrow into the earth. You foolish youngster who hasn't even lived for 1,000 years. Your words are quite presumptuous, aren't they? Why, yes, that's right. Calm down, that elf was just speaking without knowing any better. Krug, The sound of the elf's bones being crushed made the dwarf messenger, the hero, and even a curious bystander animal greatly startled. I'll explain about that animal later. I released the crushing gravity with a light gesture, and the elf, who had been dying like a bug under a shoe, was finally able to take a few labored breaths. I got a bit carried away there. From next time, keep humility in your head. Got it? Why, yes, ugh. How pathetic, he can't even give a proper response. It feels like I'm giving medicine after breaking something, but I'll at least fix his broken bones. Well then, I'll be going now. Just as the dwarf messenger was about to leave, wait, let's hear a bit more of the story. My brief words stopped the dwarf messenger in his tracks. The dwarf messenger looked at the hero with a pleading gaze, but the hero simply shook his head without saying a word. Don't worry, I just want to listen to the story, that's all. I need to understand what's going on, don't I? And there's no one who knows the situation better than the parties involved. The elves and dwarves. Though they had never directly met, they were able to learn about each other indirectly through the humans who went between them. The elves, who lived in the forests tending to the world tree, and the dwarves, who delved into the highest mountains and worked with metals. Despite the many differences between the two races, it didn't take long for various letters to be exchanged, and for them to gradually become more familiar with each other. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the representative of the Elven diplomatic mission. Ha, you're taller than I expected. I am the representative of the dwarves. When two completely different races meet directly, it inevitably leads to the birth of new conflicts. The letters didn't convey it, but you seem more distinctive than I imagined. It's all thanks to this beard. Isn't it magnificent? But elves don't seem to grow beards, do they? Your undernose are just smooth as can be. We elves don't grow beards. Instead, our hair grows long and straight. But dwarves, are you always this short? It seems perfect for digging tunnels. And you elves are as thin as tree branches. How can you possibly use any strength with a build like that? I bet you'd snap like a twig if I just gave a good yank. After only writing pleasant words to each other in the letters, the conflicts between the two grew stronger once they met face to face. Look at this. Isn't it beautiful? This is the most precious gem we have mined. We've named it the Diamond of Sagar Matha's Eye. Even with just a little polishing, it shines so brightly. You elves who only live in the forests have never had the chance to see something like this. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. It is certainly beautiful. Right. So, I was thinking we should use a special type of wood to decorate this gem even more beautifully. I know that elves are the ones who know the most about wood. Using wood for decoration. I'm not too keen on cutting and carving the trees. The elf spoke with a somewhat displeased tone. For us elves, trees are like our own kin. To decorate this gem with those trees would be an unpalatable proposal. I'd rather pretend I didn't hear that. What if we were to gift this gem to the elves? The elves paused for a moment. Sagar Matha is the name of the highest mountain that we consider sacred. Decorating this gem, which is called the Eye of Sagar Matha, and gifting it to the elves would be a promise of a bright future between the elves and dwarves. Honestly, the consensus among the dwarves is that elves are the ones we can trust the most compared to other races. The dwarf chuckled as he spoke. Humans have such vast individual differences that they are hard to trust. Beastmen are half beast, so they don't understand speech well, and lizardmen have cold blood flowing through their bodies. In the end, the ones we can truly trust are the elves, aren't they? I see. The conversation completely ignored the existence of the minority races. So you know how the world tree is the most precious thing to you elves, right? That's true, but how about you provide us with just a small branch from the world tree? At those words, the elf representative abruptly stood up from his seat. The friendly talks are over. Everyone, let's leave. Wait a moment. It's just a single tree branch, isn't it? A single tree, a branch. You have any idea what the branches of the world tree are? The elf shouted in an angry voice. The world tree is like a parent to us. To ask us to cut and hand over a branch of our parent, how dare you? Are all dwarves such rude beings? I declare all future negotiations to be completely cancelled. How horrifying to have exchanged letters with such rude creatures. Wait, you're taking this too far. Just because of that one thing. You want to ruin everything, canceling all future plans. The dwarf spoke in a flustered tone, but the elf's stance was firm. You mentioned Sagar Matha, didn't you? The mountain the dwarves consider sacred. Why, yes, that's right. Are the dwarves the kind of beings who would carve and dig into that mountain if they needed to? At the elf's words, the dwarf nodded slightly. The great and lofty, sacred mountain of Sagarmatha was like a great parent who would give them everything they needed. What do you mean by that? If it's truly necessary, then Sagarmatha itself would willingly offer itself. You want to carve the flesh of your parent. Truly, you are an unfilial child. I have nothing more to say. I'm leaving. Wait, no. And so, the first meeting between the elves and dwarves, as well as the subsequent negotiations, all ended up in the gutter. That's what happened. Yes, that was the start, and various conflicts followed after that. The conflict between the elves and dwarves. Honestly, it seems like the conflict arose from the different mindsets of each race. From the elf's perspective, the trees are like their own kin, and the world tree in particular is like a parent who has cared for them. So, to ask for a branch of the world tree would be no different than asking to cut off a part of their parent. But from the dwarf's perspective, it was just a single tree branch, and they were the kind of beings who would dig into Sagarmatha, the mountain they hold sacred, if they needed to. They would have had a hard time understanding the elf's way of thinking, and above all, they couldn't understand why the elves would get so angry when they were offering the most valuable gem they had mined. From the elf's perspective, they cannot forgive the dwarves, and from the dwarves' perspective, they cannot understand the elves. If these two races were to go to war, what should I do? Excluding playing the role of the destruction dragon god, I can't just go. Whether they are elves or dwarves, they will be annihilated. Even though it's frustrating. So, let's listen to both sides' stories first. Wouldn't it be right to listen to the stories of both Yggdrasil and Sagarmatha and then make a decision? So, hold back, my destruction dragon god. This is not the time for you to come out. In this situation, I can't just go smash everything. Just because Yggdrasil and Sagarmatha didn't say anything. I had temporarily sent the messengers of the two races to their lodgings, telling them to come back tomorrow. Honestly, it's a bit of an overreach to involve a hero in the conflicts between other races. From what I can tell, it seems like they want to use the hero, who is famous for slaughtering powerful monsters, to side with one party. But the hero was not created for that purpose. Of course, the hero's strength is real, so he could probably beat up elves or dwarves just as easily as he can defeat monsters. But I don't want that to happen. Anyway, whether the elves and dwarves squabble or go to war, as long as they don't cross the line of trying to exterminate the race or massacre non-combatants, I don't particularly feel the need to get angry. But if they try to use the hero, that's a different story. Let me see. First, let's talk to Yggdrasil and Sagarmatha. I'm curious to know if they are aware of the situation. If they intentionally hid it from me, I might get a little angry. Yggdrasil, Sagarmatha, are you two available for a moment? Yes, mother. What's the matter? I'm feeling sleepy. Please make it short. The two of them sound calm. Are they unaware of the situation, or are they hiding something? Well, whichever it is, it'll be revealed soon enough. There's a problem between the elves and dwarves. Do you two know anything about it? Our children. Well, I do have a feeling that things are getting a bit noisy, but I'm not sure. Dwarves. Ah, those ant-like creatures digging around the mountains near me. I told them not to come near me, so I've been ignoring them. So they both seem unaware. But Sagarmatha, the dwarves have been deifying you as a sacred mountain, yet you were just watching them like ants. No, well, when I first met them, I did say I'd slaughter them all if they tried to dig into her, so it's not that strange. But the dwarves are revering Sagarmatha as a sacred mountain, yet Sagarmatha has been ignoring them. The dwarves are a bit pitiful. The other peaks around me have also been wrapped up and named after me. I'm not sure why they're doing that. Watching them dig and burrow underground was kind of entertaining, though. Sagarmatha was observing the dwarves like they were ants in an observation box. Let's keep this a secret from the dwarves. If they find out that the mountain they revere as sacred sees them as mere ants, they'd be devastated. Anyway, since Sagarmatha has no interest in the dwarves, they're probably not involved in this issue. Then what about Yggdrasil? Did our children cause some kind of problem? It seems like they're about to get into a scuffle with the dwarves. What? Our children? Ah, Yggdrasil didn't know either. Suddenly? Why? The kids have been a bit noisy lately, but war. What happened? I wonder about that as well. If I tell Yggdrasil that the fight started over a branch, they'd be just as bewildered. So what should I do? It seems like Yggdrasil and Sagarmatha were completely unaware of this. Mom, you're not going to get angry like last time, are you? Last time. Yes, like when you confiscated our scales and turned all the children into spirits. Ah, the day of the dragon's demise. Well, if you two were involved, I might have gotten a little angry, but we didn't know. The children are fighting on their own, and Sagarmatha doesn't even see them as their own children. That may be true, but that's a bit hurtful to hear. Let's ignore Sagarmatha for now. I don't outright reject war, as it can be necessary in the process of development. Then can we just let them fight? Let's continue to ignore Sagarmatha. Why are they suddenly wanting to go to war? I heard the dwarves wanted to borrow one of your branches, Yggdrasil. My branch? Why? The dwarves wanted to use the best wood to decorate the jewels they plan to give the elves as a gesture of friendship. The best wood. So that's why they want my branch. Yes, that's right. If it's the best among trees, then the world tree Yggdrasil would naturally come to mind first. The dwarves must have thought the same and requested a branch from Yggdrasil. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now, however. What the dwarves might not have considered is that the elves see cutting a tree as akin to their own bodies being broken. Well, since the elves can communicate with trees, it's only natural. But is that really okay? Trees are one of the most widely used resources in this era, yet the elves are unable to utilize them at all. Not only fruits and vegetables, but also timber for construction, and even papyrus as a recording medium. The elves are unable to use any of these plant-based materials, making them practically primitive. At this rate, while other races are making progress, the elves will be left behind. Should I somehow intervene for the elves? But how? Take away their ability to communicate with plants? That doesn't seem right either. It's not easy. Not easy at all. My branch is nothing special, so I don't understand why they're so eager to fight over it. They're my children, but I just can't comprehend it. Isn't it because they've come to identify themselves with the trees since they can communicate with them? Even if they identify with it, a branch that keeps growing on its own is not that different from hair on a person. I don't understand why they're acting this way. Hair. Maybe it's somewhat similar. I'm not sure since I'm not a tree. Well, since the tree Yggdrasil is saying that, it must be the case. I can easily give them a branch or two, but why are those children being so picky? Indeed, I wonder the same. Maybe I should consider a complete mental overhaul for the elves at some point. Cherishing and communicating with trees is good, but they seem to be taking it to an extreme. If I get the chance, I should probably dull their plant communication ability a bit. Not knowing moderation is causing them problems. Yggdrasil just laughed awkwardly. Anyway, since I now know you two weren't involved in the war, I'll handle the rest myself. Mom, please be gentle about it. Can't we just start the war? Let's ignore Sagarmatha. No, wait. Should I really just start the war? Instead, a different approach, like a friendly competition without actual fighting. If I restrict it to subduing without killing, it might be better than an outright war. That way the damage would be less, and it could create a healthy competitive relationship. Yes, gradually releasing the pressure is better than outright prohibition. Therefore, I will prohibit the war, so summon the representatives of both sides. I met with the messengers of both sides, along with the hero, and conveyed my intention. Prohibit the war. By what authority do you? What? No, nothing. The elf messenger quickly backed down after I gave him a stern look. He clearly didn't want his limbs to be shattered again. If war is necessary, I won't avoid it, but if even that war is meaningless, then not having it is the answer. Convey this to the Dwarven King. The dwarves are easy to reason with, probably due to their efficiency-oriented tendencies. Inform the elf side as well. The war is prohibited. If you ignore my words and challenge the dwarves, you will come to regret that choice. The elf messenger still had a dissatisfied expression on his face, as if saying, do you really have the ability to do that? Seriously, why have they become so arrogant? The elves who were like primitive carnivores in the forest, why have they become this way? Is it because of their lifespan? Is it because their long lifespan makes them look down on other races, when they can only live for about 1,000 years at most? I understand. I will convey the message. It would not be good for our elves to turn the hero and his companions into enemies. These arrogant fellows seem to have forgotten who taught them spirit magic. Of course, they didn't use words like dragon's priest back then. Well, it's been over 100 years since that incident. If there are any elves who remember that time, they would be the elderly on the verge of death. Anyway, the messenger of the elves and the messenger of the dwarves set off on their way. Really, both the elves and the dwarves are troublesome fellows. That's right. The hero and I sighed as we watched the retreating backs of the two messengers. The silent beast watching us could only tilt its head in puzzlement. Well then, let's briefly talk before the representatives of the elves and dwarves arrive. Q. I'm talking about this small mouse-like creature that is cutely acting in front of me right now. I gently pushed the tip of the creature's nose, which was looking at me with shiny eyes. Well, it's certainly cute in appearance. It's really strange that such a small and cute creature is a naturally born deity. Ki. The creature screams in anger, but it's still just cute. I gently stroked the head of the angry creature with my index finger, and it quickly calmed down. Although it's pretending to be cute, this creature used to transform into all kinds of animals and cause mischief. It was a deity born from the faith of beastmen. Why are beastmen different from other humans? Why do they have animal-like parts of their bodies? The beastmen, wanting to find out their origins, couldn't discover anything. Well, it might be better not to know. If they found out that their ancestors were human, wouldn't they want to die? Anyway, the beastmen who couldn't find the truth imagined. They imagined the original beast loved human. The primitive myth of beastmen's origins, formed through oral tradition, has become a little different from the truth. And the result is this small creature in front of me. Of course, since the unrecorded oral tradition has countless flaws, to explain the diversity of beastmen tribes, the original beast became a deity that could transform into all kinds of beasts. And since the oral tradition only emphasized the mysterious power, the intelligence became as dumb as a beast. As a result, this foolish creature, behaving like a monster by transforming into all kinds of beasts, was beaten down by the hero. Even though it was a deity, it only had slightly more power than the monsters, so I barely realized its faint divinity in time before it could turn the hero into a dayside of this world. After physically persuading this unintelligent beast deity, I tamed and brought it with me. Well, I'll organize the beastman's mythology later and make it a proper deity. For now, it's being used as the hero's mount and bait. At least as a pet, it's quite satisfyingly cute. You seem to really like that creature. Yes, it's a young deity that hasn't been around for long. It's cute enough. As long as I don't bring out its beastly nature, it's endlessly cute. Even a tamed beast is still a beast. Anyway, after enjoying time with the speechless beast while waiting for the elves and dwarves, the situation has escalated to the point where the elves and dwarves are facing off with their armies. I clearly told them to summon the representatives, but why did it turn into an all-out war? And the atmosphere between the two sides is tense. If I take my eyes off them for a moment, arrows will start flying. Really, they are such stubborn creatures. Both sides, step back and keep your distance. In the end, it was my job to resolve the situation. At this point, why don't we just fight it out here? At this distance, their boasted arrows won't be able to do much. Interesting. The elves may be skilled with the bow, but they don't seem to lack in close combat either. The elves and dwarves ignored my words and started glaring at each other. The heavily armored dwarven warriors with metal armor, axes, and shields, and the elves with bows in hand. Oh, the elves in the front are starting to unravel the strings of their bows, and the bows are transforming into staff-like weapons. And the elves are summoning spirits to imbue their staff-like weapons with elemental power. Impressive. They're using the power of spirits to wield a formidable weapon like a quarterstaff. With such weapons, even the heavily armored dwarves would not be able to easily deal with them. However, does my words not make sense? I could only sigh as I looked at those elves and dwarves. Seeing the two races about to start a fight, I, slightly irritated, amplified the gravity within the range of the two armies and their representatives. Enough, you idiots. Go. What is this? It's the wrath of the goddess, foolish beings. A light magic that increases the gravity of a certain area, making the air itself feel like a heavy weight pressing down on their bodies. But for those on the receiving end, it would not be light. It would feel like having several large weights wrapped around their bodies. It wouldn't be easy to move properly. You are. For now, I am the representative of the goddess of life, the representative of the goddess, the representative of the goddess. The representatives of the two races seemed to have some power as they began to endure the crushing gravity. Impressive. Now, are you ready to talk? We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. Seeing the two representatives barely standing, I spoke in a low voice. As the representative of the goddess of life, I have come to put an end to the fight you were about to start. Of course, since I have also finished talking with the deities of your race, the world tree Yggdrasil and the sacred mountain Sagarmatha, you have no right to refuse. I informed the two races. Interracial war is prohibited. However, since the conflict between the two sides cannot be erased, I will have the representatives of each race engage in a contest that does not involve the taking of life. A contest that doesn't involve taking life. This is no child's play. The grumbling representative of the dwarves, I added a little more gravity on top of him. As a result, the dwarf representative, who was barely standing, could not withstand the weight and fell to his knees on the ground. If you want to die, I can turn you into a handful of bloody water right now. Gah! But the dwarf's body was surprisingly sturdy. Even with the increased gravity that was meant to make him collapse, he was still able to endure it, truly the tough physique of a dwarf. That horn, that silver hair, unbelievable power, could it be? The elf representative seemed to have realized something about me. Outwardly, he doesn't look that old, but is he actually older than he appears? Even for an elf, shouldn't he have aged a bit more with that much time passed? Are you perhaps the one who taught our elves the art of spirit magic? He really does remember. What a good memory, to still remember something from hundreds of years ago. But now I am not the goddess of life or the creator dragon god, but the representative of the goddess, so I cannot honestly answer that question. Let's see. So I'll say, the same being but a different person. The same being, different person. The one who taught the elves the art of spirit magic was the representative of the goddess of life, like myself, the dragon's priestess. We are the same in essence, but a newly born different existence as needed. Is this much of a lie enough? No, it's not enough. After all, this body is a human body, so I can't live for hundreds of years like you elves. I pile lie upon lie. So the one who taught your elves the art of spirit magic was the dragon's priestess from a few generations before me. The dragon's priestess. I build a mountain of lies. The one who directly acted was the representative of the goddess, the dragon's priestess. The goddess of life merely watches over the world from the high heavens and bestows her blessings. It can be called a division of roles in a way. It's a dual role, but by dividing the roles in this way, the dragon's priestess can actively intervene when there is a need to move freely or get involved in the world. This allows me to actively engage with the world while maintaining the dignity of a goddess. Well, it's a rather shallow idea, but still. I have knowledge of what the previous dragon's priestess did, but the subjective memories are not fully inherited. It's like reading the records of what someone else has done, even though the essence is the same. The same in essence, but a different existence. I see. I apologize for the rudeness until now. As long as you understand, that's enough. I continue to pile on more lies to deceive them, until I can deceive everything except myself. Wait, this being called the dragon's priestess, has it been active for a very long time? The representative of the dwarves, who was kneeling on the ground, speaks up. Even while clearly struggling, he still has the strength to speak. By any chance, have you given a lot to the dwarves? I nod slightly at the dwarf representative's words. After all, it was one of the previous dragon's priestesses who even gave the dwarven race its name. I lied that it was something like the sage of the underworld or something like that. I see, so that's how it is. Then the silver wisdom must have been the dragon's priestess. Silver wisdom. It is a saying among the dwarves. I thought it was just a momentary flash, but in fact, it is the representative of the goddess of life. So that's how it was passed down among the dwarves. I don't really want to openly claim that, so if possible, could you keep it a secret? I smile and return the gravity pressing down on them to normal. Well, even if I ask them to keep it a secret like this, it's not like the secret will really be kept. But still, with the thousands of elves and dwarves gathered here, there's no way the secret can be maintained. And so, the rumor about the existence of the dragon's priestess will gradually spread. Not as a companion of the hero, but as the dragon's priestess. Anyway, if you are going to ignore me and the hero and fight each other in war, I'll crush you before that happens. At my calm words, the representatives of the elves and dwarves gulped. They seem to have understood what the dragon's priestess is, and they have also understood that such a thing is actually possible. They must be well aware that if they rashly provoke me, they will be utterly destroyed. Therefore, so let's have 5 representatives chosen and have one-on-one battles 5 times, and the side that wins 3 times will be the winner. Best of 5. This should be enough to convince them. 5 battles, 3 wins. That means we can afford to lose 2. There may be differences in skill or affinity among the 5 representatives, so the order of the battles will also be important. The dwarves really have sharp minds. They already understand the strategy of the best of 5 system. We'll need to fine-tune the detailed rules a bit, but it seems like the winner will be the one who knocks down the opponent in the limited space. However, we'll put a constraint that they cannot kill the opponent. Why can't we kill them? Those puny dwarves will die in an instant. Oh ho, is that challenge? You lanky elf, I'll make you fall like a tree struck by an axe. The representatives of the elves and dwarves start growling at each other again. Really? Yggdrasil and Sagarmatha are relatively on good terms, but those who worship them as gods are so at odds with each other. It must be due to the severe racial differences. Don't try to intimidate each other yet. Save your strength for the real fight. Since it will take some time to prepare, let's have the battles 3 days from now. 3 days from now, understood. In 3 days I'll crush that useless arrogance of yours. Can your hand even reach my face? There they go again, constantly growling. They're like oil and water. And these are the ones who were on good terms in the letters. It's really hard to understand. Anyway, after the representatives of the elves and dwarves left, I turned to the hero who was just watching silently and said, "All right, this is a chance for you to see how other races fight, so keep your eyes wide open. Understand?" Yes, I understand. It's a rare opportunity for the hero to observe the combat styles of other races. This should also be a learning opportunity. Unlike the physically robust dwarves, the elves' spirit magic allows for quite tricky tactics. If the hero observes the battle between these 2 races well, he can also grow a bit more. All right, then let's create the arena for the battles. Since the elves use bows, I should make it quite spacious, but if the distance becomes too far, it will be too disadvantageous for the dwarves. A distance that is appropriate, where the dwarves can still charge in. I don't want it to end with the elves just shooting arrows from afar. Let's make it a square of about 100 meters. That should be enough for the dwarves to somehow endure an approach. Overall, will the dwarves be able to withstand the arrows and close the distance? And after they approach, can they handle the spirit magic? That's the kind of feeling I'm getting. It seems like the battle will be tilted in favor of the elves. But still, those who came rushing out for war must have some skills, right? I don't want them to be shown as helpless. 3 days later. All right, the long-awaited battle between the 2 races, a duel to uphold their honor. 5 battles to replace the war. The only prohibition is taking lives. Anything else is fair game. I cast a spell to amplify my voice and looked around the arena from the center. It's like being an MC hyping up the crowd before a match. A square arena of 100 meters on each side, and surrounding it, a stepped seating area. The seating area is packed with elves and dwarves. Here and now, elves and dwarves, dwarves and elves. Which side is stronger will be decided. Are you ready to witness the duel? As soon as I finish speaking, a huge cheer erupts from both the elves and dwarves. This is quite enjoyable. All right, now the 10 duelists who will fight for the honor of their respective races enter the arena. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now with my voice. The 5 elves and 5 dwarves who had been waiting on both sides of the dueling arena ascended onto the arena. The elves were lightly armed overall. In contrast, the dwarves were heavily armed, even carrying large shields. All the elves had bows and arrows, but the dwarves' weapons were quite unique. They varied greatly, from huge hammers and axes, to a dwarf carrying a 2-handed sword longer than his height, to another dwarf with a bunch of small axes hanging off him. There was even a dwarf who had wrapped his weapon entirely in cloth. Ah no, he must be one of the dwarf representatives. Is a representative directly participating as a duelist? That's impressive. Meanwhile, the elf representative was just watching from near the arena, giving off a "there's no way I'd do something like that" kind of vibe. How arrogant. So arrogant. I had thought the elves would have an overall advantage, but now I'm not so sure. If you step out of the arena, you lose. As long as you don't kill your opponent, anything goes. Well, even if you want to kill them, you won't be able to anyway. After creating the arena, I had some time left over, so I made a spell. A spell that defends against potentially lethal attacks, but only once. It's kind of like the headband of vigor, but those who don't know about it won't understand. It's an item that was buried along with the belt of dwarf throwing. Anyway, it's a spell that blocks one potentially fatal attack. If I add a spell that knocks the recipient unconscious to that, the completed spell will allow them to withstand a seemingly fatal blow, but they'll lose consciousness instead. It's a spell well suited for duels like this. I've cast a spell that will let you survive one potentially fatal situation, but you'll be knocked unconscious instead. So fight to your heart's content. But if you attack someone who's unconscious, the referee will intervene and stop you, so be careful. Of course, the referee was the hero. I figured I might as well have him watch the duels up close as a consideration. And so began the battle for the honor of the elves and dwarves. Of course, if I were to explain all the battles in detail, it would go on endlessly, so I'll summarize it briefly. Match 1. The lightly armed elf with the bow as the main weapon against the dwarf with small axes hanging all over him. The elf tried to control the dwarf by shooting arrows from a distance, but the dwarf used a large shield that completely covered his body to steadily approach. However, the large shield slowed him down, and the agile elf maneuvered to the side, targeting the areas not protected by the shield. The dwarf, who was knocking away the arrows shot at him with the small axes in his right hand, stubbornly advanced and reached the center of the arena. After slamming the large shield into the ground with a loud thud, he grabbed the small axes hanging all over his body and started throwing them at the elf. The axes, some of which were connected by chains, flew over the 50-meter distance and forced the elf to frantically dodge. Unable to evade one of the axes, the elf was struck in the head and fell. To respond to the bow with an axe-throwing display, that's quite impressive. The strength to throw the axes all the way to the elf's position in the center of the arena, and the accuracy to hit the target, this was not the skill of someone who had just started throwing axes the other day. Thus, the dwarf secured a comfortable first victory. The following match 2, the two-handed sword-wielding dwarf against the lightly armed elf. The overall situation was almost identical to the first match. The difference was that the dwarf's weapon was a two-handed sword, which meant he didn't have a shield. As a result, the dwarf, who was hit by dozens of arrows, stubbornly advanced, looking like a porcupine-like object. While it was impressive that he withstood the barrage of arrows without fainting, wasn't it a bit arrogant to try to reach the elf without a shield? But in the end he lost, though he managed to get one win. So the situation was back to square one. This is quite entertaining. Just as they say that the most entertaining fights are the sloppy ones, it really is the case here. However, at this rate, the hero won't have any opportunity to grow by observing the duel. Should I penalize the number of arrows? No, then the dwarf would have won the second match. Since he withstood dozens of arrows without a shield, penalizing the arrow count would just let those dwarf tanks charge in by taking all the arrows. I'll just leave it as is. If I try to balance it, I might be seen as favoring one side. And since the dwarf won the first match, the balance has become even harder to understand. I'll just watch and see. If possible, I hope the elf will use some flashy elemental magic to help the hero's growth. The following third match. In the situation of one win and one loss, the combatants who stepped into the arena were a dwarf wielding a heavy axe and shield, and an elf who summoned an elemental from the start. The elf, who mainly used wind elementals, shot arrows imbued with wind, making them even more powerful. The dwarf protected himself with a large shield as he advanced. The dwarf, like an armored tank, tried to approach the elf with his sturdy defense. The agile elf, on the other hand, harassed him from a distance. The elf's wind-imbued arrows were firmly embedded in the iron shield, demonstrating their extraordinary power. The dwarf impressively blocked these powerful arrows with his sturdy defense. It was like a battle between a long-range light tank and a short-range heavy tank. Moreover, the elemental attacks were not to be ignored either. The invisible blades of wind scratched the shield and armor, leaving thin wounds. If it weren't for the metal armor, it would have caused serious injuries. The result of this battle was the defeat of the elf, who failed to take down the dwarf despite exhausting his arrows and magic. Even though the elf attacked relentlessly, emptying his quiver, the iron shield and armor were in tatters. Yet the dwarf endured all the attacks and approached the elf. The elf tried to use his staff after loosening the bowstring, but could not defeat the dwarf in close combat. The elf tried to maintain distance and harass with the staff's reach, but the dwarf discarded his shield and charged with his axe in both hands. It was the moment the dwarf unleashed his pent-up resentment and oppression. The elf tried to swing the staff against the axe, but what could a thin staff do? The staff was cleaved in two, and the large axe blade was embedded in the elf's head. After the match, they checked the injuries of both sides. The elf had no significant injuries, while the dwarf was riddled with holes all over his body. Even in this state of being full of holes, the dwarf's injuries were not fatal. His endurance is truly remarkable. By the way, when the elf woke up from fainting, he saw his broken bow and burst into tears. It was the precious bow he received from the sacred tree during his coming-of-age ceremony, and now it was broken, so he cried uncontrollably without any composure. His pitiful appearance was so heartbreaking that I decided to overlook the small matter of repairing his bow. Anyway, that brings us to Game 4, with the dwarves up 2-0. The combatants were a dwarf wielding a heavy war hammer and shield, and a lightly equipped elf. No, not just lightly equipped. There was a sword hanging at the elf's waist, and a sizable one-handed sword at that. An elf with a sword. Anyway, it was a match between this unusual elf with a sword and the dwarf with a war hammer. The initial situation was no different from the previous matches. The dwarf endured the barrage of arrows while advancing, and the elf maintained distance, whittling down the dwarf's defenses with arrows. However, this time, the elf was not using elementals actively and seemed to be holding back. Was he being cautious about running out of mana like in the previous match, or was he saving them for some other purpose? What was the reason for the elf's restraint in using elementals? The purpose became clear soon enough. Even after exhausting all his arrows, the elf could not penetrate the dwarf's defenses. At that point, the elf dropped his bow outside the arena and drew the sword at his waist, a sharp one-handed sword made of steel. In this era, such a sword would be difficult for anyone other than a dwarf to produce. How did the elf obtain it? Did he purchase it from a merchant? The elf gripped the sword and assumed a familiar stance, then summoned a fire elemental to imbue the blade with its power. Flames began to flow down the one-handed sword. Indeed, the elf was wielding the power of an elemental through the sword. It was a unique fighting style. How effective would it be in actual combat? I was quite curious. With the dwarf discarding his shield and readjusting his war hammer, and the elf swinging the flaming sword, a fierce battle of clashing metal and sparks ensued. Both the elf and the dwarf sustained various injuries. However, the overall situation favored the dwarf, as the lightly armored elf faced the heavily armored dwarf. What turned the tide was the elf's swordsmanship. With graceful movement, the elf evaded the attacks, not missing any openings, and cut with the flaming sword. The sharp swordsmanship, targeting only the unprotected gaps in the armor, was completed like a dance. On top of that, the secondary damage from the elemental imbued in the sword. The flames seeping through the wounds began to gradually damage the dwarf's muscles. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. The dwarf's movements started to dull bit by bit. He tried to swing the war hammer in retaliation, but it couldn't reach the elf, who skillfully evaded and counterattacked. In this way, the unusual elf wielding the sword defeated the dwarf, bringing a victory to the elves. After the fourth match ended, I healed the combatants and praised the fierce competition. The dwarf was strong, but the unusual elf with the sword was truly impressive. I wanted to talk to him more. Imbuing the sword with an elemental, how unusual. You are quite the peculiar elf. I was captivated by the sword the moment I first saw it. It's been about 500 years since I first held a sword. 500 years. No wonder his movements were so refined. But why is it a sword? Arrows are. Is it because the wood burned? Yes, the elemental I contracted is a fire elemental, so I couldn't imbue the arrows. But if I just attacked recklessly, there was a risk of the fire spreading to the trees. That's when I learned about the sword and became completely enamored with it. Certainly, for an elf, a fire elemental would be a difficult one to use freely. First, a sword made by carefully grinding a stone, then a bronze sword, and now this iron sword made by a dwarf. Honestly, I wanted to meet the dwarf who made this sword, but it's a pity the war started. So it was a sword made by a dwarf. It was certainly an excellent sword for this era. Though it was proven in this situation, I'm satisfied that the 500 years I spent wielding the sword were not in vain, and the sword imbued with an elemental also displayed its full power. Ah, truly impressive swordsmanship and elemental skills. It would be fitting to call it an elemental sword. Take pride in it. Elemental sword. That's a good name. I hadn't given it a name until now, but elemental sword sounds fitting. Yes, take pride in it. Among the non-hero, you wield the sword the best. Excluding the hero, of course. The hero is that strong, huh? I'd like to try fighting him once. Ah, the hero seemed interested as well. Let's arrange a match after this. Now rest well. There were no life-threatening injuries, but the dwarf's bones were a bit damaged from blocking the war hammer. Even the palms of his hands were torn. After treating the injured from the fourth match, the final match began. 2 wins, 2 losses, a tense situation. The winner of the last match would decide the overall victory. The elf's representative stepped onto the stage, and cheers erupted from the elf spectators. And the one who stepped onto the stage was the dwarf's representative. Carrying a concealed weapon on his back and holding a shield, the dwarf representative. The elf opponent began to glare at the dwarf representative while checking his quiver of arrows. With the signal from the hero referee, the final match began. As the elf shot arrows, the dwarf representative planted his shield in the ground to block the arrows, then drew the weapon concealed on his back, unwrapping the cloth. The hidden weapon was crossbow, and a quite large one at that. It was a crossbow using short javelins as bolts. What a crossbow here! What is this? Is the dwarf's development speed just abnormal? Or is it strange that a crossbow appears here? I'm not sure. Anyway, the dwarf representative with the crossbow already pre-drawn placed it on the shield and aimed at the elf, then pulled the trigger. As the trigger was pulled, the taut bowstring released, and the javelin-like bolt flew towards the elf at a speed incomparable to arrows. Gaia! A single moment of conclusion, a brief death cry. The speed and destructive power were incomparable to arrows. It was an overwhelmingly powerful attack for the lightly armored elf. The final match was over in an instant. The duel was over in an instant. The arena fell silent in a moment. A crossbow, not a normal arrow-firing crossbow, but one that loaded and fired short javelins. This was almost like a ballista, a portable one-man ballista. But wait, did crossbows really exist in this era? Weren't they more from the Greek-Roman era or the Warring States period? Were they really that advanced already? No, but the power of that shot seemed a bit strange. It didn't seem like something a person could wield and fire. Javelins. A crossbow firing javelins. Phew. The dwarf representative smiled contentedly as he looked at the fallen elf combatant struck by the crossbow. As expected, this is it. Big and beautiful bolts. The thrill just can't be felt with those thin, puny arrows. The dwarf has won. The slow-to-react referee, the hero, belatedly declared the dwarf's victory, and a huge cheer erupted from the dwarf spectators. Well, since they said anything goes as long as you don't kill, using a secret weapon like that and ambushing the opponent to win is fine, I guess. Yeah, coward. But the elf representative didn't seem to agree. Coward. Hiding your weapon and launching a surprise ranged attack. Hey, it's not cowardly, it's using your head. And this, it's not exactly an all-powerful thing, you know. The dwarf representative lifted the crossbow onto his shoulder and said, "It's a relatively new weapon, so while the power is certain, the accuracy is terrible. If I hadn't braced it on the shield to help aim, I might have only hit once out of 10 shots. Ah, so the large shield had the purpose of aiming correction in addition to defense. He used his head quite well. Ugh. And you know, if it's cowardly, then the elves are the cowards first, constantly firing arrows from afar. We dwarves can't do things like throwing axes, so we just have to take it. But what cowardly? Cowardly. Are you saying that with a pierced mouth? Well, that's true. It was the elves who started with one-sided long-range attacks. Of course, thanks to the dwarves' defensive power, the arrows didn't inflict any critical hits. And this, once you fire it, you pretty much have to discard it, so rapid fire is difficult. The dwarf representative placed the front of the crossbow on the ground, stepped on it to fix it, and then pulled the bowstring taut with all his might to lock it in place. The entire process took about 5 seconds. Even with the dwarf's strong strength, that brief moment was a critical time loss in such an important duel. Ultimately, the weapon was essentially useless after the initial loaded shot. It really was just an ambush trap, this crossbow. If he managed to win with such a problematic weapon, shouldn't we praise him instead? Ugh. The elf representative was about to say something again, but that's enough. I cut in before that. Don't degrade yourself further. The match is decided. Since I said anything goes as long as you don't kill, there's no problem with him bringing out this new weapon and winning. After all, the dwarves probably have even more secret weapons they haven't revealed yet. If they had used the enchantments utilizing the magic stones more actively, they might have been able to guide the duel even more smoothly. They might have already been using them on their armor and shields. Honestly, it's quite amazing that they withstood becoming a porcupine of arrows with just their living bodies. They must have been using enchantments to increase their armor's defense, right? Of course, they might not have. The dwarves did sustain significant injuries after all. The truth is unknown. Well, investigating the dwarves' equipment further might reveal it, but it's too much trouble. Ugh. At my words, the elf representative could no longer continue speaking and with great difficulty bowed his head and said, I accept the defeat. Good, they should have done that sooner. All right, the winner of the duel is the dwarves. The winner of the first dwarf-elf race battle is decided as the dwarves. With my shout, cheers erupted from the dwarf side, and even mournful cries could be heard from the elf side. The victor and the vanquished, joy and sorrow, light and darkness. The arena was filled with the contrasting atmospheres. Well, that was quite entertaining, so then. Elves, do not be saddened, I said with a smile. There will be next time for you. It would be a shame to end this entertaining event just like that, wouldn't it? We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. My words spread murmurs among the elves. Let's see, with the time perception of the dwarves and elves. Holding it every 10 years would be good, don't you think? This time, murmurs grew louder from the dwarves as well. That seems appropriate. Then, dwarves and elves. To ensure that the two races do not wage war against each other in the future, let us hold 5 duels here every 10 years. The voices of the dwarves and elves merged into one. Fierce duels as if trying to take each other's lives. Bloody battles where they use all the means at their disposal to bring down the opponent. Witnessing such a sight in front of my eyes, how could I not enjoy it? It was like the gladiators of the Roman era. I cast a spell over the entire arena. On this dueling ground, no one will be able to take a life. Instead, they will fall unconscious with considerable pain. And if I also cast an indestructible magic to this building, this dueling ground would become quite useful, even without my supervision. I have cast a spell on this dueling ground. No one will die on this ground, so it can be used conveniently in the future. I approached the representative of the dwarves and said, the winner of the clan battle will be granted the authority to manage this arena and the surrounding area, as well as the privilege to be mentioned first whenever the names of the dwarves and elves are spoken. The quick-witted dwarf representative seemed to understand what I was saying, so I briefly teleported to the side of Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil, may I borrow a branch for a moment? Ah yes, how is the matter going? It's going quite entertainingly, so I'll tell you all about it when it's over. After cutting off an appropriate-sized branch, I returned to the dueling ground. You just disappeared. It was just a teleportation, so don't worry about it. Teleportation, you say? It's like the magic of moving to a known coordinate. Yep. By the way, I have perfectly memorized the coordinates of the children who cannot move from one place like Yggdrasil. I can teleport to them anytime. I just went to the world tree for a moment. Let's see. Do you have the jewel you wanted to give to the elves? I had entrusted it to one of my subordinates. Bring it. I have a use for it. At my words, the dwarf representative quickly ran somewhere and returned with something from another dwarf. A fist-sized diamond in a leather pouch. The surface was smoothly polished, giving it a raw, uncut appearance. If I refine this beautiful gem a little more, it will be reborn in an even more magnificent form. The shape is similar to the diamond embedded in the hero's sword. A round, brilliant cut. Honestly, if a diamond is not in the shape, it's a bit of a shame. The blade of magic energy circled around the floating raw gem, carving it. The fragments of the raw gem scattered, and the beautiful gem hidden within was revealed. By carefully carving the large diamond raw gem while preserving most of it, a shining gem slightly smaller than my fist floated quietly in the air. Oh my, ooh. The dwarf representative, looking at the gem, even shed tears. How beautiful, the true eye of Sagarmatha, an eye that holds the light. Now it's not over yet. I placed the beautifully carved diamond on the branch I had taken from Yggdrasil and enveloped them both in magic. The branch then transformed into a different form according to my will. That form was a trophy, a victory trophy. The dwarves and elves back to back supporting a large diamond. Of course, due to the difference in height, the dwarves were standing on a small rock, but I wrapped the sacred eye of the mountain in the branch of the world tree, added detailed decorations made of mithril, and cast a spell to prevent it from being destroyed. Just in case, I'll also add a tracking spell to prevent it from being stolen. The winner of the clan battle will be granted the authority to possess this trophy. The duration is 10 years, until the next clan battle is held. The dwarven representative seemed to have even forgotten the language, shedding tears of emotion. Good. I've prepared the stage, so now go and have some fun, dwarves and elves. Hey, sister. Whether the representative of the dwarves sheds tears of emotion or not, the hero pays no attention and approaches me, whispering in a soft voice. What's wrong? The reward you mentioned will certainly be a glorious reward for the tribal unit, but it may be difficult to be a reward for the individual winner. Is that so? When I asked, the hero nodded slightly. Yes, since they are the ones who directly grasp the victory, there should also be a reward for them alone. How troublesome. Can't they just take care of things among themselves? There should be an official reward, so it would be better. At the hero's words, I sighed softly. It's certainly true, since those who directly engaged in the bloody battle and achieved victory should also have a reward for themselves. So, stop crying and pull yourself together. Hua. I pushed the emotional dwarf representative backwards. The way he fell over was like a turtle. What do you think would be a good gift for the representatives of the victorious tribe? Since you have grasped the victory, shouldn't there be a reward just for you? I wanted to just let it go, but since the hero said this, I can't help it. Reward. It's already enough. More than enough. Whether he was pretending to be humble or was truly satisfied, the dwarf representative said there was no more need. But that's not what I want to hear. When I say I'll give something, quickly consult with the other guys and decide. What you decide will be the reward for the winner 10 years from now, or even after that. I don't want to keep asking the winner's opinion and giving rewards. Batch processing is better. Yep, batch processing. Then I will go talk to the other guys. Oh, by the way, since there's a chance the elves will win, I'll ignore any rewards that only benefit you dwarves, so choose carefully. You can even talk to the elves if necessary. If you can have a friendly discussion with someone you just fought tooth and nail with, something related to lifespan isn't bad, but it won't have much meaning for your elf friends. Our youth is not much different either, not only us, but also the dwarves. If the dwarves become younger, will their beards disappear? They don't have beards from birth, do they? No, that can't be. The beards we've carefully groomed. Then, maybe a rather ordinary blessing would be better. The reward may not only be for us, but also for our descendants. We must be even more careful. Come on, guys. Why are you guys having a friendly discussion? If you won, shouldn't you be throwing a tantrum or something, saying we're just a bunch of short, bearded dwarves? Or saying you'll definitely win next time and sparking a fire? Why are you getting along so well? Why? The dwarves and elves who had discussed so uselessly amicably said, we pray that the goddess of life will bless us. Blessing. They chose a rather ordinary reward, but a blessing, that's a rather vague reward. It would be better if they specified what kind of blessing. What is it? Something like making us immune to diseases or extending our lifespan or something more specific. Just saying, please bless us, doesn't tell me what I should give you. No specific requests. Can't we just have our bodies become really healthy? That's too vague. I sighed at the flustered dwarf representative and said, then how about something like overflowing vitality? The duration will be limited to 10 years. If our vitality overflows, what benefits will that have? Well, your lifespan will be longer, wounds will heal faster, disease resistance will be higher, and your physical abilities will improve. It's just a simple, helpful blessing, not something extraordinarily special. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. It's just a rather ordinary choice, but on the other hand, I'm also wondering if this is really okay. Is this really okay? Really? That's enough for us. We've already gained honor and glory, so it would be greed to ask for more. The dwarf representative said, and the others all nodded. Well, if that's how you feel, then I'll bless this trophy. When the winners gather to lift this trophy, a blessing will descend upon you. I handed the trophy over to the dwarf representative after blessing it. However, if an unrighteous person lifts this trophy, the blessing will turn into a curse instead. And as a bonus, I'll feed the thief a big piece of taffy. And so, the war that was about to break out between the elves and dwarves has been transformed into a competition of tribal pride. By the way, the elves won last time. Ha ha ha. But this year will be different, this year. The dwarf girl's words were followed by the elf girl, and the dwarf girl shouted again. You're holding this tribal competition even though the world is in chaos because of the Demon King, and including other tribes as well. That's precisely why we must do this. The deep-voiced lizardman standing next to them said to the boy, even though the world is in chaos because of the Demon King, we must show that each tribe still has this much strength left. Well, I know that. You're just showing off. As the horned, silver-haired girl interjected, the lizardman silently stroked the girl's head, then took out a small candy from his pocket and said, don't use words like that, it's not a good thing to say. Okay. The silver-haired girl grabbed the candy as if she was used to it, peeled off the wrapper, and popped it into her mouth. But at first, it was just a war between the elves and dwarves. Why are other tribes getting involved now? That's because, you see, there are vested interests in this city. At the dwarf girl's words, the boy tilted his head. Vested interests. Yes, vested interests. It's about being able to temporarily rule over this huge city, an ancient city prepared by the gods, a city of the arena by the arena and for the arena. Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice. A city of the arena where blood flows but life does not disappear. In the distant past, the dragon's priestess and the goddess of life, who had stopped the war between the elves and dwarves and resolved the conflict through duels, created an arena where no one would lose their life, no matter what weapons were wielded or what magic was used. The intense duels that took place in this arena, where no fatal injuries could be inflicted, were no different from a grand festival in an era lacking in entertainment, so it was natural for people and money to flock to the festival. Thus, a village was built with the gathered people, developed into a city, and became a huge city with multiple arenas. The arena city created by the gods was given the name Beetlejuice, the origin of which is unknown. If you could temporarily dominate such a huge city, it wouldn't matter what tribe you were from. But there was no country that could easily seize this city with countless duelists, elves, and dwarves staring at it with sharp eyes. So the direction became let's win and get it. But 10 years is too long. Human lifespan is too short. The humans complained, and after a meeting of all tribes and the high-ranking members of the Church of Life over several days, it was changed to being held every 4 years. Honestly, the interval seems a bit too short, but still. We lizard men have little interest in the city. The annual martial arts tournament is more important to us lizard men. Instead, we've been stimulated by the prospect of fighting strong ones from other tribes, so we've participated. By the way, the beastmen are all scattered with different opinions, so the humans forcibly bundled them together and had them participate as well. And so there are 4 teams: elves, dwarves, lizardmen, humans, and beastmen. By the way, I was almost dragged into participating in the last tournament too. The fox-eared girl looked down at the bustling city and briefly grumbled, humans, despicable. At that, the horned girl grumbled briefly. Well, what can I do? That's how despicable humans are. Yes, humans are despicable, aren't they? The elf and dwarf girls stroked the somewhat sullen-looking horned girl's head and glanced at the human boy. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? No, it's nothing, nothing. Tell me, explain, don't just grumble among yourselves. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. Humans are despicable after all. At that time, they did not know that the trophy, the symbol of the glory of the duel tournament victory, would mysteriously disappear and they would be involved in the incident. Record of the adventures of a certain hero party. In that way, the dwarf and elf's conflict was also resolved, and the hero and I, along with the mute beast god, went to explore the world. This world was vast, and there were countless suffering people. It was not easy to travel the world in a human body, but we were able to travel using the existence of the beast god. When we needed to run across the land, it would become a 4-legged beast and gallop across the plains, and when faced with mountains, it would transform into a giant eagle and soar across the sky. If it weren't for this creature, the hero would have wasted a long time just trying to travel the world on 2 legs. I really made the right choice in saving this creature. I had no idea it would become such a useful mount. Of course, If I put my mind to it, I could circle the world in a single day. But the protagonist of the adventure must be the hero, so that his deeds can be recorded for the world. As we traveled the world, we passed through the territory of the lizard men and reached a city at the entrance of the scorching desert. Babel, the city of mages. This place, which was once a small village, had now grown to the size of a city and had even built a massive tower within. They must have made a fortune. But the name Babel and the large tower. Somehow, I have an uneasy feeling about this. No, that's their business, this is ours. Just because the name is the same and there's a tower doesn't mean the same thing is happening. Surely not. After releasing the anxiety welling up inside, I surveyed the bustling streets filled with numerous people. As expected, the existence of mages who can create magic scrolls is perfect for amassing wealth. Moreover, mages who can create scrolls are irreplaceable. Other countries and cities tend to persecute mages, so it would be difficult for them to do the same work as this place. Anyway, even though I just happened to pass through, since I'm here, I should check how much of the fragments of darkness have accumulated in the magic stones. I wonder how much has accumulated. It's like checking on an automated hunting operation. After putting the hero in an inn in the city, I went to the Temple of Life in Babel. I had a feeling that a considerable amount would have accumulated, since it's been a few years since I last came. But just this much. After several years since my last visit, the amount barely filled a single box that could fit in one hand. Something seems off. For some reason, the amount being sent by the mages has clearly decreased, said one of the Red Dragon children who managed the Temple of Life in Babel. Babel was a city with the flame of Ifrit, who was like a parent to the Red Dragons. From the Red Dragon's perspective, there was no reason not to settle here. That's why I could entrust them with this, but the amount has decreased. I've made inquiries with the chief, but they say the frequency of discoveries has started to decrease. I'm not sure if that's true or not. If it's true, that would be good, but it's probably not true. Unless the frequency of powerful monsters had decreased, that couldn't be the case, and the frequency of monster appearances hadn't changed much either. In the end, the magic stones containing the fragments of darkness, could the mages be embezzling them? Probably. A violation of the contract. I had given them the tool to distinguish the magic stones containing the fragments of darkness, and they were supposed to process those stones, but to completely disregard the contract like this. What are those mages up to? Perhaps they've even invented a way to utilize the darkness within those stones. The truth is unknown, but one thing was certain. I need to meet with chief of this village. No, the city mayor, as it's no longer a village. I should go meet the city mayor. Understood. I'll have someone contact him. Thank you. I nodded slightly at the Red Dragon child's words. Since there is someone who knows my identity, the matter is progressing quickly. But when do you plan to end this travel game with that hero boy? Travel game. The Red Dragon child nodded slightly at my words. If you so desire, you could eliminate all the monsters in this world in the blink of an eye. Yet you choose to travel the world with that weak human, such an inefficient endeavor. I cannot comprehend it. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. It's true, it's not the most efficient course of action. If I wanted to, I could stop the flow of time in this world and incinerate all life. Or I could create countless autonomous robots, golems, and command them to exterminate the monsters without rest. But wouldn't that be boring? Boring. Yes, it's also a romantic notion, you see. The reason I engage in this inconvenient, troublesome, and time-consuming task is because I want to leave the hero's adventure as a new story for this world. Myths, legends, heroic tales, epics. If I can leave the story I desire in this world, have it passed down orally by many people, and eventually compiled into a book, when I look upon that book in the distant future, won't I be able to smile happily, thinking, so the story has evolved in this way. That anticipation is why I've been undertaking this arduous and time-consuming task. Though maybe I shouldn't do it myself next time. Having the dragon's priestess accompany the hero is rather troublesome after all. It might be more convenient to create a clone to adequately support the hero, or even imbue the clone with a personality connected to myself, allowing it to live as a human, though that would be rather inhumane. But oh well, I'm not human to begin with. Is that entertaining to you? Entertaining or not, you should try blending into the world as humans do, and then you'll understand. the playful antics of dragons in ancient fantasies, the ability of long-lived dragons to experience countless lives as a means of staving off boredom. Honestly, simply being a pilgrim at the Temple of Life and observing the world isn't complete entertainment. It's good to examine the world, but there's no joy in just being a pilgrim, is there? Sometimes, it might be good for you to live as an entity separate from the Temple of Life. Enjoying diverse forms of existence could allow dragons to truly savor life. I'll keep that in mind, though I'm not sure if it would be as enjoyable as you claim. I nodded slightly at the red dragon's words. Well, the choice is his to make. And so, the hero and I headed towards Babel Tower to meet the mayor. The hero insisted on accompanying me, even though I said I could go alone and he should just enjoy sightseeing in the city. Such unnecessary worry, as if there's anything in this world that could actually harm me. It's a worry, even if the worry is for other party. The other party. No, it's nothing. How dull. As if I would ever dream of destroying this tower. Ridiculous. Where else would there be an existence as level-headed and benevolent as myself? It is thanks to my efforts that this world is now teeming with life. Exchanging such idle chatter with the hero, we entered the tower's entrance. Quite bustling in here. The interior of the tower was filled with people hurriedly moving, young ones carrying boxes full of scrolls and middle-aged mages yelling at others. Quite an impressive sight. As we were examining the interior for some time, "Excuse me, are you from the Temple of Life?" A young female mage approached us. "Yes, I believe an appointment has been made. I'm here to speak with the mayor of this city. The schedule for the meeting is quite full, so you may have to wait for quite a long time. Is that all right?" Well, how long could it be? Looking at how crowded the tower is, I can understand. They couldn't possibly disregard the hero's party that the Temple of Life directly contacted and scheduled an appointment with. So we followed the female mage's guidance and went up and were made to wait in a well-furnished reception room. Let's see, how long will we have to wait? Since this is the mayor, he must have a lot of work. Maybe around an hour. For now, let's just relax until the mayor arrives. Tilda, how many hours have we been waiting for the mayor? It was clearly morning when we arrived, but the time has already passed noon. Are they intentionally ignoring us? Right? Ugh. Should I just topple the tower? Please be patient. What? You had an expression like you were about to smash the tower and bring it all down. What's with that detailed expression? But you know, the Temple of Life is a really renowned place, right? They make pilgrims travel all over the world, caring for the lives of the world. It's a kind of global service organization, isn't it? It's a place full of people who just work to care for life, without the walls of race or country. And they're neglecting such an important figure from that place, the hero and his party. And they're not even giving us proper meals. No proper meals. This is too much. No matter what, I can't just let this go. I don't know what kind of scheme is going on, but I won't just let this slide. I'll bring down the heavenly punishment. Calm down. They must be very busy. Do you mean that the interests of this city are more important than the hero and the Temple of Life? That can't be true. This hero sometimes doesn't seem to know the true value of himself. I grumbled a lot as I opened the lid of the small wooden basket I had created with creation magic. I should eat something first. As they say, a dead person looks good after eating. Let's eat something. Today's menu is sandwiches, simple food with various vegetables, meat, and sauce between bread. Of course, this is a food that doesn't yet exist in this world. Add some rich milk to it and it's a perfect lunch. Simple but excellent. But I don't know what kind of person this mayor is. When I meet him, I'll have to give him a good thrashing. I acknowledge the skill that turned this small mage town into such a large city and built the tall tower. But I can't just let the breach of the contract slide. After finishing a few sandwiches with the hero, it seems I'm quite late. The culprit who made us wait for so long finally showed up. I heard someone from the Temple of Life had come, so I wondered who it was. It's been a while. Oh, so this is the mayor, the one we've been waiting for. I recognized that face. The young man who was next to me when I was checking the mana stones of this town was now standing there, a middle-aged man due to the passage of time. It's been quite some time, but you haven't changed at all. Well, even elves who live for 1,000 years don't change much in a few decades, so it's not that remarkable. Just a few decades. Anyway, I'm truly sorry. I should have come right away, but there was an unavoidable external inspection task. If I had known, I would have sent someone to tell you to come in the afternoon. I was a bit angry, but it's fine. Since I'm here now, it's done. Of course, the anger hasn't subsided. I'm just keeping it bottled up inside. The middle-aged man who is now the mayor of Babel doesn't know my inner thoughts as he sits down in the reception room chair and says, "If you're from the Temple of Life, then your purpose must be about that mana stone." Yes, that's the only reason I'm here. The mayor nods understandingly. "I'm very sorry, but we don't know the reason for that either." You see, we don't directly produce those mana stones ourselves. That's true. Mana stones are not produced by human hands. They are extracted from the monsters that are hunted. But still, this is too little, isn't it? It's no different from just giving a token amount for show. We're also quite troubled, as the size of the city has grown and the influx of mana stones has increased too much. It's not easy to filter out the problematic stones. It's gotten to the point that there are even traders who bypass us and directly purchase the stones to use. Directly? Yes. The trade of mana stones is entirely managed by our tower, but there are those who ignore that and purchase and use them. The mayor started grumbling a lot. Even the growth of this tower was due to the fact that we thoroughly inspect the mana stones coming from the outside and sell only the problem-free ones to the mages. But the mages don't seem to understand the importance of this work, and they're just trying to make money in the middle, saying this and that. They make a lot of money, and then they talk about expanding the staff or whatever. Ugh. The mayor grumbled quite a bit. It seems to be quite a struggle. We are also making efforts, but the process of confirming the problematic mana stones is taking time. There's no helping it. In the first place, there aren't many inspection tools, and some of them have been damaged in the process. Right now, we're only able to inspect with about 3 of them. 3. I'm sure I made around 10 for them, so they're all broken. It hasn't even been a few decades. Now that I think about it, I didn't put any damage prevention magic on them. Well, in that case, it's understandable. Even an iron shovel would wear out and break after being used to dig soil for decades. So, would you be able to provide us with new inspection tools? If that's the case, I can certainly do that. I didn't know there was such a situation. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. I had no idea they were trying to sort out the mana stones with just 3 shovels, working day and night. Anyway, they've managed to save up enough money to build this tower. Impressive. I'm glad to hear that. I was even thinking of contacting the Temple of Life, but now that you've come directly, it seems the Goddess of Life is helping us. Since I'm helping, that's not exactly wrong. Of course, but about those inspection tools, is there a way to make them more convenient? More convenient tools? Yes, it takes a long time to sort them one by one. It would be great if we could do it faster. Faster, How about something like this? I then created a large metal box with a wide input opening on top. I added an output on the side and another one at the bottom, and made a long bridge to place the box below. I then incorporated the mana stone inspection function into it. The mana stones fed into it would be quickly inspected, and those with traces of darkness would be expelled through the side output. I also added a power switch and a slot for a mana stone to power it. I'll have to test and adjust it as we go. Could you bring a box of uninspected mana stones? Yes, I'll go get them right away. The mayor quickly went out and gave some instructions to the people outside, then came back in. So, how does this box work? Remember the tools I made for you before? Of course, you showed me how to use them directly. I chuckled a little and said, "This is completely different. Seeing it in action will be faster than me explaining it." At that, a person entered the reception room carrying the box. "All right, let's give it a demonstration, but first." I created a small space under the bottom output and placed a small basket there. All set. Okay then. Pour the mana stones into the input opening at the top. At my instruction, the person poured the mana stones into the opening, not one by one, but all at once. Why are you putting them in one by one? Just dump them in all at once. I made the input opening big enough for that purpose. As long as they don't overflow, it'll sort them out on its own. The internal structure is very simple, so there's no risk of it breaking down. It's made of solid iron, so it's sturdy as can be. I've especially focused on durability and inspection speed, Hearing my words, the person poured the mana stones into the opening all at once. I then inserted a clean mana stone into the slot and pressed the power switch. The mana stones filled in the input opening started pouring out through the bottom output. So how does this find those mana stones? Just watch. After about half a box's worth had come out the bottom, beep. With a short sound, one mana stone was ejected through the side output. Good, it seems to be working well. I handed the mage the mana stone that had been ejected to the side. Hold it up to the diamond on your sword. Ah, yes. The mage, who had been standing there dumbly like a sack of barley, was slightly flustered by the mana stone I handed him, but he held it up to the diamond that absorbs the darkness. Swoosh! The shard of darkness embedded in the mana stone was naturally absorbed into the diamond. Did you see? Now if you pour them in from the top, it will automatically inspect and eject the problematic mana stones to the side. This should be enough. The performance had developed to the point where it could already inspect a whole box of mana stones. At the end of pouring that one box, only about 2 problematic mana stones came out. Excellent. With this, we can quickly process the backlog of work. Ah, if it's not too much trouble, could you make a few more for us? I'll make 2 more, so a total of 3, that should be enough. 5, please make a total of 5. The influx of mana stones is so high that even 3 won't be enough. Ugh, 5 huh, well I can't help it. I quickly copied the existing box and made 4 more. But there must be no shortage of mana stones being passed on to the Temple of Life. Understood? Oh, of course there won't be. And so I handed over the new inspection tools to the mayor of Babel. With this, we should be able to properly collect the mana stones with darkness in them. But that was just my hopeful wish. What is the essence of humanity? What makes a person truly human? I, who was once human but am no longer, could not clearly define the answer, but I had some inkling of it. What makes a person human? Humans, like a burning match, frantically and ceaselessly run, burning themselves out in their short lifetimes. At the core of this intense life and emotion, there must be desire, the longing heart. What each person longs for may differ, but one thing is certain. Humans, they live a life of frantically rushing towards what they desire, even if there is a bottomless cliff at the end of that rush. I returned to Babel after wandering the world for about after a year. The trivial stories of traversing the territories of the lizard men, sailing the seas with primitive navigation techniques, and witnessing the rapid changes in the world were just the beginning. Ah, come to think of it, I should go visit Thaddeus as well. Otherwise, Thaddeus might get upset. Thaddeus has a kind disposition, but it has been too long since we last met. A kind personality can be terrifying when angered. Yes, anyway. Why have you suddenly returned here? I just had some business to attend to. Business. Together with the puzzled hero, I headed towards the Temple of Life. I wonder how much mana stone has accumulated over the past year. If my prediction is correct, there should be a considerable amount, but my expectation was, this is the amount collected over the past year. It has certainly increased compared to before. A box of a reasonable size. One might think it's a lot for a year's worth of collection. But you see, according to my prediction and the additional function I secretly added to the inspection device, there should be about 5 times more than this. The function I secretly added to count the number of mana stones with embedded shards of darkness and report it to me. I had added it just in case, but now I can't just let it slide. I should go see the mayor. Then I'll schedule a meeting for you tomorrow. No, that's not necessary. After stopping the Red Dragon's child who was about to schedule a meeting, I quietly took my steps. The hero left the beast spirit in the room of the Temple of Life. I had told them that I would be gone for a short errand, so I can just slip away quietly. I concealed my presence and quietly strolled through the evening streets. In this era, when the sun sets, the number of people on the streets drops sharply except for the patrolling guards. This desert city, where even firewood for torches is scarce, is the only place where the free use of mana stone magic is possible. Instead of torches on the pillars and walls, there were light sources made of mana stones. A small magic that creates light. But in the darkness that descends on the streets, even these small lights feel precious. Well, it seems like all I can see is money-related matters. Once that annoyance gets stuck in my mind, everything visible becomes displeasing. I know this attitude is not good, but I can't help but dislike things that don't appeal to me. Thus, I walked the quiet night streets, where only faint lights existed, and headed towards the towering tower erected in Babel. Even though the sun had set in the west, a considerable number of people were busily working in the tower. I ignored the people engrossed in their work on the first floor and climbed the stairs. After all, there was no one who could detect my concealed presence. My steps moved forward without hesitation. Upwards, higher and higher. I climbed the spiral staircase of the tower. My destination was the top of the tower. I was following the trail of the mayor's magic, as I had remembered from my previous visit. I climbed the spiral staircase. The higher I climbed, the narrower the drill-shaped tower became. At the very end, there was only a small room. Despite the fact that proper commerce had not yet been invented, this city's mayor had amassed a great fortune. Yet the room was surprisingly small in size. However, the size of the room is not what's important. What's important is what is contained within that room. And, it's going smoothly. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. What was contained in that small room was a small human consumed by greed. I should say the heavens are helping me. Just as my inspection tool was running low, she came to me again. Moreover, she fell for my eloquent words and made even more items for me to inspect. Dozens of boxes filled with a large amount of mana stones stacked in the room. In this room, the man picked up a single mana stone from one of the boxes. Thanks to this, I was able to more easily collect these fragments, so I should express my gratitude. The man rolled the mana stone around in the palm of his hand, then gently brought it up to the tip of his nose with his thumb and forefinger, and then, huff. The man inhaled, activating the mana. Slowly, the fragment of darkness embedded within the mana stone seeped out. The small shard of darkness seeped into his body through his nose. Ah, good. Very good. This power, this pleasure, this darkness continues to call out to me. Ha ha ha. At this rate, someday I will be able to surpass humanity. Was that truly your objective? I spoke in a calm voice. You are. How did you get here? How? I entered through the tower's entrance and climbed the stairs. I had concealed my presence and ascended. TCH. The employees should have prevented anyone from climbing the tower. Don't tell me you took down all of Babel's 9 mages. What's that? There were such things. Well, since they couldn't even detect my presence, it's a moot point. Let's set aside those meaningless things. Let's see. Are all these mana stones embedded with darkness? You've collected quite a lot. I opened the lid of a nearby box to inspect the contents. Indeed, there are tiny fragments, but they are present. He was inhaling these fragments like some kind of drug. What on earth was he thinking? I told you to hand them over, but you were hoarding them for yourself. Just what were you planning to do with these fragments? I will confiscate all of these fragments, and I will terminate our contract. Since I've been caught, I have no choice. The man's mana began to spread throughout the room. For a human, this is an impressive amount of mana. And the mana is mixed with darkness. Did he use the darkness fragments to enhance his own mana? A mere human. Sai, how did you end up thinking of something like this? The power of these fragments is too dangerous for a human to handle. It's thanks to you. Ever since you made me aware of the darkness fragments within the mana stones, I've been continuously researching them. What? You're blaming me for this? It's not blame. Rather, I'm grateful. Thanks to you, I've been able to strive even higher. The man gave a wicked smile and pointed his index finger towards the sky. These darkness fragments have been calling out to me, telling me to gather them all and to ascend to godhood. Using these darkness fragments to ascend to godhood, you're out of your mind. Of course, a human's body can become part of a mythological being. In fact, there have been a few humans who have become deities managing the hierarchy of the afterlife. But this is not the case. Using the fragments of darkness, the fragments of the deity Erebus to become a god. Nonsense. It would be fortunate if he is not devoured by Erebus. Out of my mind, you say? Well, a sane human wouldn't have inserted these fragments into their own body. But you see, there are those in this world who can wield godlike power with a human body, are there not? The man pointed his index finger at me. The power to create anything. The power to freely make things that did not exist before. That godlike power resides within you, a mere human. So why can't I do the same? No, are you blaming me again? I'm not even human, I'm a dragon. I just happen to be walking around in a human body. That's why I started collecting these fragments of darkness. As these small fragments accumulated within me, I was able to gradually understand the original will of this darkness. Following the man's mana, the fragments of darkness seeped out from the mana stones, filling the room and permeated into the man. These darkness fragments told me to become one, to gather everything and return to the original. The fragments have a will and can speak. Nonsense. Those fragments only contain faint remnants of memories. Those memories alone couldn't have given them a will. If those fragments truly have a will, then shouldn't they first apologize to me? Apologize for what they've done. Isn't that what they should say to me? Normally, I only absorbed a little at a time, but this time it's a bit more. My whole body feels like it's about to burst. The man's body began to change, gradually being stained by the darkness. His thin middle-aged physique became thicker, his muscles stood out noticeably, and his height increased. This is just like the molting of an insect, tzitzik, zzik. The man's clothes are torn by his growing size. The leather clothes were quite high quality for this era, but it was torn so easily. The man was now over 3 meters tall. He looked more like a beast or monster than a human. His body was beginning to grow black hair. He was becoming more like a gorilla. Whoa, woohoo. This power. I haven't even digested all of it yet, and it's this much, huh? I can see why the monsters are so strong. They must be strong to have this kind of power. The man begins to become less and less human. He grows horns and a tail, and his teeth grow larger. When his transformation is complete, the man is reborn as something that can no longer be called human. KKKK, kwa wow 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 wow. The man roars like an animal, the sound alone cracking the walls and shattering the boxes of gems. KK, KH. Okay. If I have this all to myself, I can be a god. Yes, Babel shall be my name. I will build a tower so high that it will reach the sky, and I will be a god of magic with godlike powers, and I will wreak havoc on the humans who drove us mages away. A man who has already lost his intellect because he's halfway given up on humans, spouting nonsense. Poor Gigi, he's already lost it. Woohoo. If I ever become a god, then I will take you as my companion, and you, too, will be a new god. I will give you the honor of being the queen of the gods, above and beyond the goddess of life who looks down arrogantly from on high and does nothing to help. I guess I'll have to kill you then. You will become a new god too, you and I. We will be new gods and we will rule this world. I can't take this bullshit anymore. I rolled my eyes. How can you deny me the power to become a new god? How can you deny me the honor of accepting it? Because you're too stupid to recognize what's in front of you and you think you're going to be a god. What? I said with a smirk. Keep your eyes open and see what you see before you. What? I let out a little of the power I'd been hiding. Power within this body, the magic, the presence, even the faith I had gathered as a god of life. I let it loose and the top of the tower cracks and bursts open, scattering shards of the gemstone that filled the room in all directions. KKKKKKKK. What's wrong? You're staggering. I take a step forward. The god you've always wanted to be is right in front of you. Now open your eyes wide and take a good look. This is the god you've always wanted to be. Ooh. Kah. The male being is crushed to the ground and becomes one with the ground. You wanted to be a god and you couldn't even stand this. Foolish, just foolish. Cool. The floor cracks and begins to collapse. Did you build your tower a bit flimsy? It's collapsing with just this. Well, I was planning on taking it down anyway. At least the humans in this tower are still innocent. Humans in the Tower of Babel, leave this tower now. I emphasized my weak voice and spread it out, a voice so strong that it could reach all the humans in Babel, let alone this tower. The hero would hear it, Well, it doesn't really matter. The hero may need to directly face what he's up against. The fool at the top of this tower sought to be a god to reach the gods, and so he coveted and stole what belonged to the gods to satisfy his desires. The floor collapses. It crumbles downward and the floor beneath it cracks. One by one, the pillars supporting the tower begin to crack and crumble. The roar grows louder and louder. There will be nothing but destruction. I can feel the mages in the tower scurrying out. They're scattering like ants, poor creature. Poor thing, not knowing what he was doing, thanks to you. I'm getting a little tired of it. The man's body crumbling along with the floor transforms. Something sprouts from his wing bones. Arms. No, although they have claws at the front, they are not arms. The widely spread shape is wings, objects resembling bat wings. Crew, you just wait. You will be cursed. How foolish again. Who is cursing whom? Has he been stained by darkness, unable to judge anything? Therefore, I could no longer just wait and see. I slowly clenched my fist and dropped it down. At the same time, you will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. A massive beam of light physically struck the man trying to spread his wings and flee. Not enough with that, the beam of light began crushing and collapsing the tower. Overwhelmed by the immense force, the soaring tower collapsed. The vain dream of the one who wanted to become a god also collapsed. Everything will turn to ruins, and this incident will be passed down as the wrath of God. Thus the Tower of Babel collapsed. What on earth happened here? The hero arrived at the remains of the tower from which all people had fled. Ah, you came. It's not you came. What could have happened for that tall tower to be smashed like this? Well, it's just the result of a foolish human dreaming a vain dream and coveting divine things. At my words, the hero's expression became one of incomprehension. Then what is that? That? A monster, but it has a human form. Didn't I say? A foolish human dreamed a vain dream and coveted divine things. The hero, understanding the situation a bit from my words, had his expression turn grim. A human. That thing. Yes, a human. To be precise, it was once human. How can a human transform into something like a monster? That's just how it is. Until now, I had never seen a human transform like that. Most monsters are not humanoid beings. The reason is probably the will and personality that humans possess repels the shards of darkness, but to intentionally absorb those shards of darkness and make them one's own. Wait, if this guy could do this, could similar things happen elsewhere? For example, elves or dwarves, lizard men. No, they don't have enough mana to handle in the first place. Anyway, there's no way to prevent such incidents from happening again. I should pay a bit more attention. Krrrrrr. Surprisingly, it's still alive. That's right. I swung with the intention to kill, but it's still standing. Despite being struck hard enough for the tower remains to pile up, the man was still alive. Probably the shards of darkness he absorbed into his body are keeping him from dying. So, wanna stab that thing with your sword? Me? That thing? Yeah, since it has gathered so many shards of darkness, we can't miss this opportunity. Originally, I had planned to collect the shards of darkness and have them delivered, but since they've gathered into one body like this, I can't help it. Quahawk. Oh, it got up. No, it's not it got up. Why are you so calm about this? Well, our hero is here, so there's no need to worry, is there? I gave a wry smile, and the hero's expression became one of exasperation. No, you can't just suddenly push this onto me. The battered blackened man gets up and charges at me. However, his charge is deflected by the hero's sword. I swung with the intent to kill, yet you endured this. Quah. It seems his sanity has completely evaporated, consumed by the massive shards of darkness. This is no time to calmly observe. The hero cries out. Ugh, Tusk. For someone who should have gained a lot of experience. Why is he making such a fuss? It's no different from a monster, just in human form. But it was human once. So what? It abandoned being human through its foolish choice. Since it's no longer human, I should call it something else. Something else. After a moment's thought, I spoke. That being should be called a demon from now on. A demon. Originally possessing intelligence but consumed by darkness and fallen into depravity. The name demon would be fitting. Quahawk. How noisy. I flicked my finger lightly and mana in the shape of swords pierced the man's limbs and wings, pinning him to the ground, like an insect being pinned for display. The blackened man pinned to the ground, unable to move. Since this is the first case of its kind, I should investigate it in detail. Let's see. The body mutated by mana and darkness has become like this. QL. I straightened the man pinned to the ground and fixed him in place again, then used the blades of mana to slowly peel apart his body. The skin. It's tough. Even a decent blade would bounce off the leathery toughness, and each individual hair had considerable strength. It felt like he was wearing a scale armor made of fur. The underlying muscle strength was also considerable, and unless cut along the grain, it wouldn't easily split. The basic muscle structure differs from a human's only in size, but it seems the mana and darkness have drastically enhanced its strength and toughness. The fact that he could absorb those shards of darkness is likely thanks to his mana, so those who cannot wield mana would find it difficult to transform like this. The blood had turned a much darker, blackish-red color compared to normal red. Is this because the shards of darkness have dissolved into the bloodstream and are circulating through the entire body? Curious. I'll have to check this more closely when I examine the heart later. As for the internal organs, the organ structures don't seem to differ greatly from a human's, just the sizes have changed. Their arrangement is not too different from a human's. Grrrr. It's still alive despite me cutting into it without anesthesia. It has an amazingly resilient life force. A normal human would have died from the pain. Ugh. Why are you so alarmed? It's not like you've never seen a living being cut before. You've killed your fair share, haven't you? That's true, but even though it's transformed, I still can't help but think of it as human. It feels a bit human. Human, you say? I looked at the man, his blood now a dark red, who had become a demon. I spoke in a cold voice. Do you still consider this to be human? But it has already abandoned being human, a foolish one who couldn't resist its curiosity and greed, touching what it shouldn't have. If you call this monstrosity human, then the beast men, dwarves, elves, and lizard men would all have to be considered human as well. For it has strayed far from humanity, more so than those subraces. It would not be wrong to call it an entirely separate species at this point. I don't know if more like this will appear, but if you happen to encounter one, quickly sever its neck. That would be the best choice for those who have transformed this way. Yes, the hero nodded slightly, his expression one of incomprehension, but what can be done? Such is the cruel reality. But how much longer do you plan to dissect him? I just need to check the heart area and then I'll be done. I split open the chest, removing the ribs to examine the heart hidden behind the lungs. Stained by the darkened blood, the heart had also taken on a blackish-red hue, fully reflecting its alien nature. But the important thing is not the heart itself. I carefully removed the organs surrounding the heart one by one, and eventually found what I was looking for. Attached to the back of the heart was a pitch-black stone, the demonic stone. It contained a considerable amount of shards of darkness. Apparently, it had been attached to the back of the heart, dissolving the shards of darkness into the bloodstream and circulating them throughout the body to mutate it. Not a very pleasant sight. I used mana to block the flow of the shards of darkness escaping the demonic stone and redirected the returning blood to push the shards back into the stone. After some time passed, the man's blood began to slowly return to a reddish color. The blood, it's turning red again, but the mutated body could not be reversed. Even if I could remove the shards of darkness from the blood, the transformed body could not be restored. It's a bit of a shame. There. I detached the demonic stone from the heart and handed it to the hero. Absorb it into the gem. Ah, yes. The hero placed the demonic stone I had handed him against his sword, and the darkness within the stone slowly seeped into the sword. He can absorb shards of darkness of this size without any trouble. Not bad. Setting that impression aside for now, I looked down at the man from whom the demonic stone had been removed. Body that had transformed into a demon began to crumble and scatter from the extremities, as if the absence of the demonic stone that had contained the shards of darkness was the cause. Does the corrupted body continue to crave the shards of darkness? If no more shards are supplied, does it turn to ash like this? What a pitiful existence. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. With the shards of darkness all removed and the demonic stone extracted, the man's sanity seemed to be slowly returning, unlike the beast-like growls he had been making. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. He can now speak, having recovered to that extent. But it's already too late. No, I don't want it. I don't want to die. I want to live. I want to. HM. Suddenly mana is rushing into his mouth. This is a breath attack. No, it's not even worthy of being called a breath attack. It's just a desperate struggle, merely emitting a shockwave of mana from his mouth. While it is a mana-based attack expelled through the mouth, which could be considered a breath compared to a true breath attack, this is just a weak puff of air. TCH. I easily deflected the shockwave of mana he had expelled with the back of my hand. Gah, what a pathetic last struggle. Compared to a dragon, this is just a weak puff of air. Wait, a dragon. Breath attacks, scales on the body, wings, a tail, even horns on the head. Could it be that he was trying to transform into the form of a dragon, but without even scales? Perhaps the memories of Erebus within the shards of darkness yearned for that transformation. Despite causing such trouble and ruining everything, is he still longing for those times? What a foolish creature. I don't want to die. As the man's arms and legs were disappearing, I looked down at him and spoke a word to the hero. Now, sever his neck. Yes. Though he had already become a demon, he was once human. For the hero, this would be his first kill. The hero tightly closed his eyes and brought down his sword on the man's neck, and the body of the transformed demon crumbled into ashes and vanished. Well, the physical examination is complete, so now it's time to check the soul. I looked at the soul that had emerged from the ashes of the man. It retained the appearance it had before the transformation into a demon, but most of that soul had been tainted by darkness, turning it black. The shards of darkness, do they even stain the soul? Erebus, just how far are you going to degrade yourself? What are you seeking, and what are you trying to accomplish by doing this? I simply cannot understand it. Demons. Sentient beings corrupted and fallen to darkness. Those who greedily grasped at powers they should not have touched, losing everything and leaving not even their own corpses behind. The accursed ones were the first to appear in this world, in the tale of the nameless hero, the very first hero. Long ago, in the Babel built by the persecuted mages. The one who took control of that city was a demon tribe who sought to seize the power of God by building a great tower. However, their true identity was revealed by the hero's party. But the demon tribe's strength was incomparable to humans. As their wicked hands reached for the dragon's priestess, a companion of the nameless hero, God could no longer watch their evil deeds. A great pillar of light crushed the demon tribe and also destroyed the tower they had built to become God. The first demon tribe crumbled under the mighty power of God. After losing the tower and ruler, the mages of Babel made various choices. Some chose to atone for their sins by creating a plaza at the tower where God demonstrated power, vowing not to repeat the same mistake. They chose to remain in Babel. Others, though not guilty themselves, chose to leave Babel to atone for the foolishness of electing an unwise ruler. Some mages denied any wrongdoing and relied on human nations, betraying Babel. Thereafter, demon tribes frequently appeared. Many were originally mages, especially those researching magic stones. Curiously, demon tribes often emerged from the descendants of those who betrayed Babel. Some mages claimed this was the price for ignoring Babel's sin or using unsanctified magic stones. But recent research suggests the root cause lies elsewhere, that some components of magic stones corrupt mages, while a far-fetched claim requiring long proof. If true, it could reveal the cause of demon tribes throughout human history, removing one of humanity's sins. What are demon tribes? Later, a research lab studying magic stone components was destroyed by a sudden demon tribe emergence and rampage, leaving the claim unresolved. When the Tower of Babel collapsed and the shards of magic stone scattered across the city, some of the humans in Babel witnessed the ruler of Babel being reborn as something other than human. No one could have remained unshocked at the sight of the black humanoid form bursting out and destroying the top of the tower. And then came the strike of light, a single blow that instantly brought down the Tower of Babel. It was truly a divine judgment. Seeing this spectacle, some of the humans quickly fled Babel, crying out that Babel had incurred God's wrath. Well, their reaction was not unreasonable, as it was indeed a judgment akin to divine punishment. However, this judgment did not seem to be directed at the other humans in Babel. Their groveling was a bit excessive. Anyway, a considerable number of humans quickly evacuated, and the remaining ones bowed their heads towards me and the hero standing on the ruins of the tower. Divine representative, please punish us. We did not know there was such a monster in the Tower of Babel. Please forgive our ignorance. Well, it's not really their fault. That person had secretly absorbed and assimilated the dark-tinged magic stones, committing a mad act, and how could these people have known and stopped it? Therefore, I forgave their sins, or rather, they weren't sins to begin with. I spoke to the humans prostrating themselves before me. Let's change the name of Babel. It's ominous. A name that only crumbled as soon as the tower was built should no longer be used. Then what name should we use, sir? I don't have a specific name in mind. May we suggest a name then? Sure, if you come up with a good one, that would be great. The humans raised their heads from their bowing and began murmuring among themselves. How about Sodom? No. What about Gomorrah? Rejected. Their naming skills were truly abysmal, or were they just eager for the city to be destroyed? Is that it? T/N. Ha, why don't they just name it Damocles while they are at it? That would be fitting for a city of mages. Oh, that place would get smashed just the same, wouldn't it? I might as well name it myself. Yes, that's the best option, Now that I'm trying to name it, it's not that easy. What should I call it? How about Procyon? Procyon? Yes, let's make Procyon the name of this city. It was the name of a star, if I remember correctly. T/N. Procyon is the brightest star in the constellation of Canis Minor and usually the 8th brightest star in the night sky, with an apparent visual magnitude of 0.34. Blah blah blah. Source: Wikipedia. I vaguely recalled it being one of the stars in the winter triangle. Procyon. Understood. We shall change the name of this city to Procyon. This is better than the precarious name of Babel, I suppose. But since the one who ruled Babel has ended up like this, what should we do now? How indeed? Ultimately, this city must be maintained, even if the name has to be changed, and the supply of magic stones to the mages must not be neglected. Ah, I know. From now on, the management of the magic stones shall be entrusted to the Temple of Life. In the process of inspecting the magic stones, they can also collect the fragments of darkness, while taking care that others are not excessively exposed to the darkness. It seems that the transformation of that person into a demon tribe was due to their close exposure to the fragments of darkness and their curiosity leading them to delve deeper into it. It would be best to prevent others from such close contact. Using the power of Shamash, it would be wise to suppress and seal the fragments of darkness. But then again, if that person's transformation was due to excessive exposure to the fragments of darkness, then the hero may not be entirely safe either. I'll worry about that later. Was the revitalization of this city solely the work of that individual? At my words, the mages shook their heads slightly. While that individual played a major role, it was the result of the efforts of everyone. Then, what is the problem? We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. If the problematic individual has been removed, the rest can join forces, can they not? Divide the city into various districts and create time-limited representatives for each. Then have those representatives gather in a council to guide the city. Time-limited representatives and a council of representatives. Yes, if one person continues to rule, there is a risk of another like that emerging. It's best to divide the governance into smaller, limited terms. At my words, the mages nodded their heads slightly. If one person holds too much power, an incident like this could happen again, especially with great powers like magic stones and scrolls. Divide the authority of the ruler to the minimum. That way, even if one person goes berserk, the others will have means to restrain them. Understood. Thank you for the profound wisdom. From now on, the mages of Babel, no, Procyon, will engrave the sins of that individual in our hearts, and live while restraining ourselves so as not to commit the same sins. No, there's no need to go that far. But seeing the desperate resolve in the mage's solemn words, I didn't anything further. The only thing I could do was nod my head. The city that was once called Babel, Procyon. The ruler of that city was not a king or lord, but 7 tower masters. The 7 magic towers, each symbolized by a different color. Their representatives gathered to govern Procyon. So, the budget allocation is unfair. Anyone can see that we have the most members, so we should get the largest budget. The Elemental Magic School of the Red Magic Tower, specializing in the 4 main elemental magics. We're not exactly few in number either, and we have to separately claim the management fees for our summoned creatures. Our headcount is more than double theirs. The Contract Magic School of the Orange Magic Tower, using summoned creatures as their power. Lacking in strength but numerous in headcount, so the food expenses are high. Isn't it better to cultivate your own strength? The Reinforcement Magic School of the Yellow Magic Tower, maximizing their power by imbuing magic into their bodies. Well, what can you do? More importantly, this budget plan seems to have a slight decrease in the donation from the Temple of Life. The Life Magic School of the Green Magic Tower, aiming for resurrection through magical power, renowned for their healing magic. If you like the Temple of Life much, why don't you just join them instead of staying in Procyon? Tusk. The Illusion Magic School of the Blue Magic Tower, skilled in manipulating the mind through illusions and fantasies. Once called the Necromancy School and persecuted, but now recognized by the Temple of Life and newly established as the Soul Magic School, the Indigo Magic Tower has become one of the towers of Procyon. Well, you see, that is. And lastly, the 7th Magic Tower that rose up after overthrowing the former Divination School, the Alchemy School of the Purple Magic Tower. Alchemy does tend to consume a lot of money, but in return we also earn the most, you know. Well, that may be true, but isn't this a bit too much? It's not really too much. In the first place, the budget allocation for each magic tower has also increased compared to last year, while the percentage of the total budget may have decreased. It's true that the number of silver coins may have increased, but it's not just a simple matter of the amount. The Tower Master of the Blue Magic Tower said, pushing up his glasses, the budget ratio for each magic tower is like the pride of the tower. It's connected to how much of a share the tower has in the overall budget of Procyon. As a newly appointed tower master, you may not understand this yet. Blue, mind your manners. You may be a new tower master, but you are still one. As the tower master of the green magic tower spoke, the blue tower master turned his head as if he hadn't heard. Really now, I'm sorry. These fools only know magic and are idiots who don't understand etiquette. No, it's fine. I expected this level of resistance. I've already finished talking with the Temple of Life, so you don't need to worry about that. With the Temple of Life. They're usually quite strict when it comes to donations, especially since it's related to the supply of magic stones and all. At this, the tower master of the purple magic tower smiled and said, "We've agreed to increase the production of healing potions a bit and lower the prices for supply." Thanks to that, the discussion went well. That's good to hear. But the tower master of the green magic tower smiled and said, "I, who is responsible for the communication between the magic towers and the Temple of Life, have not heard any news. When did you contact the Temple of Life?" Well, that is, while discussing the healing potion supply issue. Ugh. The eyes of the tower master of the green magic tower, whose smile was not reflected in his eyes at all. "I'm sorry. I hope you will give us a heads up from now on. Understand?" The tower master of the purple magic tower, a small silver-haired girl, nodded slightly and adjusted her wide-brimmed hat with a strange horn-shaped decoration. Excerpt from the record of the Procyon Magic Tower meeting. After the events in Babel, or rather Procyon, Hero and I looked around the world once again. This time the purpose of our journey was not to defeat powerful monsters, but to explore the world. The first murder that Hero experienced when the Tower of Babel collapsed seemed to have greatly shocked him, as Hero appeared quite troubled in various ways. As the virtuous hero, it must have been a shock to him to have killed someone who was once human. Therefore, the sea. I had brought Hero to see the vast ocean. Why the sea all of a sudden? Look at that vast sea. Doesn't it make you feel refreshed and open-minded? The wide horizon where the sky and sea meet. Just looking at it makes one feel a sense of exhilaration, as if their heart is being cleared out. I thought this scenery might help the troubled Hero a little. Well, it is quite a sight, I suppose. Isn't it? It seemed to be of some help. If this helps Hero even a little, then it was worth bringing him here. And the diamond embedded in Hero's sword. I had confirmed that it had no particular effect on Hero. For some reason, it has been very quiet. Is it because I'm nearby, or is there some other reason? I'm not sure. So, did you bring me here to show me the sea? Well, that's part of it, but I looked at the small puppy and picked up the beast god that was rubbing itself at my feet. There's a place I need to go. Then I threw the beast god with all my might towards the sea. The beast god, tracing a large parabola, changes its form just before touching the surface of the water. The beast god transforms into a sleek-skinned dolphin. As expected, whale-type creatures are also included among the beasts. Wait, does that mean whale beastmen are also possible? Let's not delve too deeply into that. Suddenly, and one more thing. As I snapped my fingers, a wooden boat was created on the surface of the sea. In this era where only rafts woven from wood or hollowed-out logs are common, this properly constructed boat would stand out. I need to go quite far and I don't want to travel by raft. That's a boat. Yes, I made it. I had encountered primitive seafaring humans during my travels, but the vessels they used were only rafts or hollowed-out log boats. This properly constructed boat would be a first for them. Well, it's not like other humans can't make proper boats, it just doesn't take that long. But why the boat all of a sudden? The being I'm about to meet is out in the distant sea. It's time to meet Thaddeus as well. I'll create a boat and use the beast god as propulsion to cross the sea. I tied the beast god, which had transformed into a large whale, with a rope to use as the boat's propulsion, and set out across the sea. Even if it's a beast, the sight of it effortlessly cutting through the rough currents of the sea is magnificent. Since it's boring to just sit on the boat, I'll do some fishing as well. Honestly, I could easily pull up the fish if I wanted to, but fishing is a different experience, isn't it? What kind of fish will bite the hook? Imagining that is quite enjoyable as I cast the fishing line. Ugh. But Hero, it seems, was not enjoying it. You seem to be quite seasick. I'm sorry, Yui. I silently patted Hero's back as he vomited towards the sea. Hero, who can slice through any monster on land, is utterly powerless on the sea. TCH. Maybe I should have just left the Hero on land and gone by myself. Then I could have met Thaddeus in an instant and returned. In the end, the only thing I could do for the seasick hero was to make him a ginger tea with honey. After putting the resting hero in the cabin and putting him to sleep with magic, I turned my gaze back towards the direction where Thaddeus was. Thaddeus, left alone in the vast sea. How is that child who is prone to loneliness doing? Yea. A fish, no, a human, no, a fish human, swimming rapidly across the blue sea, leaving behind white foam. So, a mermaid. The upper bodies are human while the lower bodies are fish, and the mermaids were swimming excitedly around the boat. Huh, I didn't expect there to be mermaids here. What is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? It's hard, not as hard as a rock, but still hard. There's a person up there, she has a horn on her head. Do the people on land have horns like that? The mermaids were quite lively, laughing and giggling at the smallest things. They seem to be descendants of humans, judging by the language they're using. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now, If I meet Thaddeus, I might be able to learn more. Move aside, I've come to meet Thaddeus. Thaddeus? Who's Thaddeus? You idiot, it's the Great Flow. The Great Flow, the Great Flow. The Great Flow, Well, it's not wrong since Thaddeus seems to control the flow of the entire sea. The mermaids didn't respond to my words and instead started chattering among themselves. At this rate, I won't be able to make any progress. I have no choice but to call out Thaddeus. The response came quickly. Mom, is that really you? Yes, it's me. It's been a while. At that moment, whoa, the sea current has changed. Everyone run, the great flow is moving. The strong current started pushing the boat. The beast god, confused, tried to escape the currents, but its strength was no match for the overwhelming force. The place they arrived at was a sea with a massive whirlpool. Mom. The whirlpool was Thaddeus' true form. I'm sorry. I have so much I want to say, but seeing you, I just can't find the words. I've been thinking a lot, wondering why couldn't I stop the fight? Why did I disappoint you? I've been regretting it constantly. Thaddeus spoke in a voice moist with tears. I'm sorry, Mom, for disappointing you, for not doing better. Thaddeus was clearly remorseful and reflecting. Good, that's enough. It's all right, you've reflected enough. Mom, now that I've calmed down, I can't stay angry at a child who has reflected so much. I smiled and said, let's talk about how you've been all this time. Let's unravel the stories that have built up over time. Something feels strange. It's been a while since I've had a physical body, so it feels odd. I looked at the woman with the sea-colored hair in front of me. Of course, it was Thaddeus' avatar. But isn't this better than just being your true form? Yes, that's true. It's hard to do anything with just my true form. Even the slightest movement can tangle the currents and make a mess of the sea. It's because you're too massive. Too massive to move easily. Just being big doesn't mean everything is good. Anyway, Mom, you've become quite cute. You're right. All I have to do is change my appearance and I become this little girl. It's quite troublesome, I must say. I can change my appearance a bit, but the small girl with horns and silver hair remains unchanged. Forcibly trying to change it would prevent me from using my full power. I think it's cute. Well, at least the words are appreciated. You really mean that? Well, that's probably just your way of trying to comfort me. Anyway, I've finished teaching you the magic to create avatar. I see, so I was the last one. It's not a place that's easily accessible, isn't it? Since it's in the middle of the vast ocean. It's not easily accessible. Well, I could come here alone, but I came to show the sea to the hero, among other things. Ah, right, the hero. I quickly went into the cabin and revived the almost dried-up life force of the hero, who was lying there like a half-dried fish. Oh my, a human. Yes, this is the human I've carefully raised. Since the hero is asleep right now, it doesn't matter if I talk about it. He. So Mom does like to raise someone, huh? I mean, that's why you raised us too. It's not that I particularly like it, but I just thought that if I didn't raise them, they might end up loners and get twisted somewhere, so I've been taking care of them. It's not like I raised them because I wanted to. I see. If that's what Mom said, then that must be the case. It's just how things are inside Mom. This one, well, that's how it is. How did those swimming fish people come to be? Ah, those children. Well, there were various circumstances involved. Thaddeus smiled slightly and said, while my main body is resting here, my reach extends to all the seas connected to it. I see. Unlike the children with limited bodies like Ifrit or Sagarmatha, Thaddeus and Sylphid could manipulate almost everything as long as they were connected to their main bodies. Since they were connected, Almost all the seas could move like Thetis' own limbs. Occasionally, there were other races that fell into the sea. Well, the lizard men and beast men could swim well and escape on their own. Lizard men and beast men. You mean the lizard men and merfolk. Those children are good swimmers. Especially the lizard men, who could swim using just their tails without properly using their limbs. Moreover, their lung capacity was great, so they could go dozens of minutes without needing to breathe. Truly, if it weren't for the shackle of temperature, the lizard men might have conquered the world. I see, there were names like lizard men and merfolk. Anyway, the humans who were good swimmers somehow managed to swim out of the sea, but sometimes humans who fell deep into the sea also appeared. I see. The danger of the sea. If you fall in wrong, you'll drown quickly. So I tried to rescue the humans I could, and after caring for them in the sea until their strength returned, I would send them back home later. I see you did a good deed. At my praise, Thetis scratched her head shyly. Anyway, when I was caring for those humans in the sea, some of the fish became curious about the humans. I see, and then, after that, the fish gradually started to transform, taking on forms resembling humans. Humans resembling fish. Like those fish people. A bit different. Back then, it was more like fish with limbs growing out of them. Fish with limbs, that's a bit. Yes, I thought so too. What is this? I feel like I've seen something like that in a horror manga. Fish with limbs, how horrifying. The humans who saw that got terrified, so I scolded them appropriately. After that, they transformed a bit more. So that's how those half-human, half-fish creatures came to be. Yes, there were several trials and errors in the process, but that's how they ended up like that. Several trials and errors, huh? I don't really want to ask about that. The humans who were rescued from the sea didn't dislike that appearance, and those children seem to be satisfied with their own forms, so they're living like that. Their intelligence is a bit lacking compared to humans, but they're smarter than regular fish, so they're good for various tasks. I see. Fortunately, there weren't any fish people hybrids. Well, some humans who wanted to become part of the family and live in the sea with those children instead of returning to land also appeared, but it's not good for land-dwelling creatures to stay in the sea for too long. I see, so there were fish people hybrids after all. Anyway, that's how those children came to be. Not as grand as you might have imagined, right? I wouldn't say it's not grand. I got a glimpse of the boundless potential of humans. Who would have thought fish could do that? Humans are truly terrifying. If this continues, I wonder if there will ever be a human who can become a lizard. Perhaps there is a potential for humans to achieve such transformations. Ugh. HM. I hear the sound of a door opening from the cabin, along with the hero's voice. Has the deeply sleeping hero finally woken up? Ah, it might be because Thetis has calmed the sea waves, relieving the hero's seasickness a bit. Phew, I'm finally feeling a bit better. Huh, who are you? Ah, you've woken up. This one is, well, the goddess of the sea. Instead of that formal title, please just call me Thetis. Thetis then hugged me from behind. It's nice to meet you. Hero favored by the goddess of life. I am Thetis, the one who rules over all the seas. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. Ah, why yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am the hero. Well then, since the main purpose of coming here has been achieved, I suppose it's time to start preparing to return. Oh my, already. Won't you stay a little longer? I'm a rather busy person, you see. I'm not the busy one, it's the hero. As for me, I can fly to the other side of the world in an instant if I so desire. Then at least stay for one more night. I'll gather plenty of fresh seafood for you. Fresh seafood, you say. The fish I caught and ate on the way here were quite delicious as well, carefully removing the scales, slicing them into sashimi and dipping them generously in spicy sauce. Delicious. Then, I suppose I'll stay for one more night. I should also check on the hero's condition a bit more. I'd rather just leave as soon as possible. It seems the hero agrees that would be best. Unfortunately, the hero had no choice in the matter. The fresh sashimi that Thetis provided was absolutely delicious. With a wave of her hand, the fish would jump up onto the boat, as if begging to be eaten. If this were a fishing boat, it would have been a bountiful catch, but unfortunately, aside from me, the hero, and the beast god, there were no other passengers. Most of the fish were sent back into the sea. But we did grill and eat some of the fish. The grilled fish, cooked with the clean salt extracted from the seawater and the magical flames, tasted amazing. Fresh off the sea, how could it not be delicious? Furthermore, the excited Thetis also gathered clams, abalone, and other seafood from the depths, and the excited merfolk even brought us various items. As a result, we were able to fill ourselves with an abundance of seafood. Ah, the grilled clams were simply delicious. Thaddeus was even surprised at how well they turned out when cooked over the fire. She even asked me to teach her the magic of making the fire, though the compatibility between Thaddeus and fire was quite poor. But through sheer magical power, we managed to get the fire going. So it was me, the hero, Thaddeus, and the beast god feasting on the seafood. Just as we were enjoying our bountiful meal, suddenly, Kaya, run away. It's a sea serpent has appeared. Loud cries started coming from among the merfolk. A sea serpent, huh? Hero, draw your sword. Huh? We've had a hearty meal, so we should pay the bill, don't you think? At my words, the hero hesitantly but diligently picked up his sword. But the goddess of the sea is here. Why should I? Now. Sometimes you need to know how to fight in the sea as well. And just because a god is here, that doesn't mean you can just leave everything to them. Did I not raise you to be better than that? No, that's not what I meant. Come now, you two, don't fight. I'll cast a spell to allow you to breathe underwater, so go ahead and fight. And with me here, you'll definitely not lose, right? The hero let out a small sigh, then nodded reluctantly. Going to fight right after a meal, this is a first. Even guard dogs won't bother you when you're eating, but it seems the hero is different. At my words, the hero sighed once more, then jumped into the sea. The merfolk race has long been shrouded in mystery. With the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish, they are a unique subrace. Sometimes they are helpful to humans, and sometimes they are classified as monsters that lure humans into the sea. The legend of the mermaids has been recorded since very long ago, but the first recorded account was in the adventure story of a nameless hero. In the distant seas, where the sea god resides, there lived a large number of mermaids. They were as innocent as young children and were curious beings, but at times they were foolishly simple-minded. They praised the sea god as the great flow of the sea, and the sea god nurtured those mermaids, protecting them from the many dangers that existed in the depths of the sea. From this record, we can see that the mermaids are the retainers of Thaddeus, the goddess of the sea and the protector of seafarers, and to harm them would incur the wrath of the sea. However, foolish humans were swayed by one superstition and tried to hunt the mermaids. The superstition was that eating mermaid flesh would grant eternal youth and longevity. Regarding the mermaids, the battle at sea required more three-dimensional movements compared to battles on land, so it was an extremely unfavorable battlefield for the hero. It was only natural that the hero had to face the freely swimming sea serpents in the cold, difficult-to-move waters of the sea. However, the hero was fighting much better than expected despite the extremely unfavorable conditions. Even though he couldn't properly swing his sword due to the lack of footing, the hero managed to deflect the sea serpent's teeth and tail, finding openings to wound its scales. As a result, the body of the sea serpent, a leviathan dragon, was left with large and small wounds. This must have been the first time the sea serpent had sustained such injuries. Even without the constraint of breathing, if it were a weaker monster, it would have been taken down in an instant, leaving the hero who was fighting so hard. You're not going to help directly, are you? Huh. I'm talking about the mermaids. I looked at the mermaids who were fleeing far from the sea serpent and watching the hero's battle. Judging from the fact that they quickly fled as soon as the sea serpent surfaced, they must have frequently run away in dangerous situations. It seems Thaddeus did not protect those mermaids. Well, the mermaids and the sea serpents are all living beings in the sea. I can't take sides with just one of them. Is that so? In Thaddeus' eyes, the mermaids and the sea serpent are just living beings in the sea. I'm not sure whether to call this fair or heartless. The sea serpent is hunting to survive, and those mermaids have also hunted and eaten other fish before. Just because they have a human form, sing praises to me as the great flow, and can sing with beautiful voices doesn't mean I should protect them. They hunt and get hunted. That's the natural order of things. I think that's a sufficient reason. Anyway, it's almost like neglect. Yes, that's right. But rather than unfairly helping one side, it's better to just leave them be. Is that so? Is it better to just let go rather than provide biased assistance? I'm not sure which is right. Then let me change the question. Then why did you save the humans who fell into the water? The humans. If they don't save the mermaids for that reason, then why did they save the humans? The distinction between saving and not saving is rather ambiguous, isn't it? Well, humans are land creatures, right? Since they are not born in the sea and do not live in the sea, I thought it was not my jurisdiction, so I saved them. Hum. I see, that makes sense certainly. Humans are not creatures of the sea, so from Theddy's perspective, they are outsiders. It seems Theddy's basic attitude is to manage the creatures of the sea and return the land creatures. It has a rather exclusionary feel towards the outside. Well, I'm currently overlooking the fact that land creatures are catching the sea creatures. After all, the land creatures need to eat to survive. Ah, you're lenient when it comes to hunting for survival. Yes, isn't that the law of nature? Surely there are no creatures that harm others just for fun or for other purposes. I couldn't say much in response to Theddy's words, as there were many obvious flaws in the idea that no creatures harm others just for fun or other purposes. Later, I should educate the humans. Tell them to only catch sea creatures for the purpose of eating, not just for fun or other reasons. If Thaddeus gets angry, it won't end well. And the mermaids. Surely humans wouldn't eat mermaids, right? Their heads may be a bit fish-like, but they are a subrace. It should be fine. Yes, it should be fine. Then let's move on to the next topic. Then why did you give the hero the ability to breathe underwater and ask him to save the mermaids? Ah, there are two reasons for that. The first is that I want to see the power of the hero, the child you have raised with care. Indeed, since they are my children, I would want to see the power of the hero I have raised with care. I wanted to see how strong this hero is compared to the sea serpent, which is considered the strongest among the sea creatures. Did you summon that sea serpent? The second reason is that if this hero, a human who has come from the land with my mother, just stands by and watches as those mermaids who resemble humans are hunted, he won't think badly of me, will he? Thaddeus did not respond to my words and just continued talking. This fellow. So she summoned it on purpose. For some reason, she seems to have become a bit darker than before. Thaddeus was definitely not like this in the past. Or was she? I wonder if it's because I've neglected her for too long that she's become corrupted. I'm not sure. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. Well, what can I do? It's my fault for neglecting this child for so long. The sea serpent fought the hero using its teeth, claws, and tail as weapons. But the hero's sword deflected all of the sea serpent's attacks. In the end, the sea serpent was left in shambles from the hero's sharp counterattacks. Realizing it couldn't defeat the hero, the sea serpent quickly curled its tail and fled. The fleeing sea serpent was too fast for the hero to catch, as its swimming speed was much greater. Even though the enemy had fled, it was still a victory. The hero's skills were not dulled by the unfavorable terrain. He had mastered land, sea, and aerial combat. Seeing this, Thaddeus also had a slightly surprised expression. Well, the hero I raised so carefully wouldn't be that weak. A dragon-like creature couldn't possibly defeat my hero. Good work, I said, smiling as I helped the hero back onto the ship and brushed off the seawater. It must have been your first time fighting in the sea, but you did great. It wasn't easy, though. I was just frantically trying to block the attacks coming from all directions. If I didn't have the freedom to breathe underwater, I might have been the one defeated. The hero confessed the difficulty of the battle. Seeing this, Thaddeus smiled and said, "But the sea serpent is one of the strongest creatures in the sea, and you were able to fight it to this extent. That's impressive. Your strength is not that of a normal human. You truly are the hero chosen by the goddess of life." As soon as Thaddeus finished speaking, the mermaids surrounding the ship began loudly praising the hero. "Hero, bravo, hero, 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 hero." The hero, embarrassed by their words, fled into the cabin. It seems this hero has quite a lot of shyness. It was the next day before my hero and I were able to part ways with Thaddeus. Thaddeus seemed a bit reluctant. On the return journey, thanks to Thaddeus using the ocean currents to push us, the voyage was much smoother. Mom, are you returning from meeting with Thaddeus? Sylphid. Yes, it's the cute and lovely Sylphid. Well, from my perspective, she is cute and lovely. Anyway, what's the matter? Nothing much. Did anything unusual happen when you met with Thaddeus? Anything unusual? Yes, unusual, There wasn't really anything unusual that happened. Is that so? Well, she may have changed her mind. I'm glad to hear that. I asked again at Sylphid's words. Changed her mind? What do you mean by that? Well, I'm not sure if I should say this. Just tell me quickly, don't keep me waiting. Urged by me, Sylphid finally spoke reluctantly. Thaddeus said that the longer it takes for you to come visit her, the more guilty she'll feel and the more sorry she'll be. I did feel quite sorry about that. If it weren't for the hero's matters, I might have stayed with Thetis for a while. And she's trying to use that guilt to keep you by her side for as long as possible, especially since she's in a remote place. She thinks she should get this much benefit. Ah, I see. She was planning to use all means to pursue you during that time together, but I'm glad nothing unusual happened. It seems Thetis may have changed her mind. Ugh, I get a creepy feeling. Well, since nothing unusual happened, it should be fine, right? Yes, that's right. And Thetis also got to see you after a long time, so her pent-up feelings may have been resolved. I think it'll be okay now. Still, it might be a good idea to be a little cautious when going to meet Thetis. I wonder what happened to make those children change so much. They were such good children in the past. I just sighed softly. It has already been 10 years since I traveled the world with the hero. After riding the beast god and examining various parts of the world, we were able to deal with the problematic monsters to a certain extent. The huge monsters have all been defeated, and the newly appearing monsters are not that strong. They have reached a level where the human army can somehow defeat them. Is it time to wrap up the hero's work? The hero's adventure has taken a considerable amount of time, and the hero is now approaching his 30s. In this era, people usually get married in their mid to late teens, so a man in his 30s who is not married is considered almost an eunuch. A huge problem. The hero is becoming an extremely late bachelor, and it's starting to be pitiful. Shouldn't I relieve the hero of the burden of his duties and let him live freely? Of course, the hero's own intention is the most important. Hero, don't you think it's time to get married? What? Marriage? Who, me? Then who else is here? Is this beast god going to get married? I picked up the cat curled up on my lap. It was the long, slender beast god. But how long will this beast god keep following me around? The rumors about the beast god are starting to spread, and appropriate faith is starting to gather. I've spread the rumor that the beast god's intelligence has been slightly enhanced, so it should have become a bit smarter, but the beast god doesn't seem to have any intention of leaving me. Well, I do have a mount to ride with the hero, so that's good. But that is, you see. I am the partner. The marriage partner. Certainly marriage is something that cannot be done alone. One must have a suitable partner to build a family, and the hero's work may never end. I have to wander aimlessly around the world, so building a family is a bit. It would be difficult without someone to travel with. That's right. Didn't you meet a girl when you ran away before? How is she doing? I think that girl was quite good, but she must be quite old now too. I wonder if she's still not married. Sigh. But the hero just sighed after hearing my words. Well, you can't be a hero forever. It's time to start preparing to settle down and put down the burden of being a hero, isn't it? The human body is in its prime until the 20s, and from the 30s onwards, it becomes more and more difficult day by day. Well, as a hero, even with that body, you can still defeat most monsters, but compared to ordinary soldiers or hunters, you would be incomparably stronger. Yes, well, I had thought about it, but hearing it directly is a bit painful. No, it's nothing. Indeed, it would be a good idea to find it for him later. The position of the hero's companion is not something to be taken lightly. Considering the symbolism, we must carefully deliberate and decide. First, let's start with the girl the hero met when he ran away. Well, she's not a girl anymore, but anyway, I need to collect information from various places to find a suitable partner for the hero. The hero has dedicated decades to this difficult path, so I must ensure a proper future for him after that. I don't want to be seen as just using the hero's prime years and then abandoning him afterwards. That's not what I want. If I've made use of him during the prime of his life, I must also guarantee his future. While I was thinking about this, the beast god was staring intently at my face for some reason. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? The beast god just shook its head back and forth. Finding a companion for the hero is a separate task. For now, we will continue the journey. Thanks to the decrease in monster appearances, human territories are rapidly expanding. The effort made with the hero has paid off, as human villages are being established in various places. There was an area where no human villages existed at all. It was a vast area. There were only traces of villages that once existed, but it was a desolate wasteland where not even a single weed grew. A silent wasteland with no birds or animals. This place. Ah, I see. This was where that country I had once wronged existed. It was now a barren wasteland with nothing left, making it an infinitely desolate place. What kind of monster ravaged this place? It was not a monster, but the remnants of divine punishment. Divine punishment. I nodded slightly and said, we will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. Long ago, there was a kingdom here. No, it was more accurate to call it an empire. Anyway, an empire. Yes, an empire. There was a country called Arcad. At my words, the hero's expression changed as if he remembered something. Could it be? Yes, it is the country that was cursed by the goddess of life. It was a rash act back then, but this is the first time I've seen this site directly. There was no reason to come to a place with no people or monsters. I only pass through it now. It's truly barren. Not even a single blade of grass grows. The mountains were bare and the ground was devoid of even a single weed. I acted without much thought, but the aftermath is quite terrifying. What happened to the people who lived in this land? They must have moved to other places. I had warned them and given them plenty of time. Then, isn't it time to lift the curse on this land? But the one who has been cursed has not yet repented for his sins. The second prince is still wandering the world, enduring all kinds of hardships. He is unable to eat properly, and various misfortunes continue to befall him, so he is being shunned and stoned by people, claiming he is cursed. Apart from sneaking around at night to avoid the sunlight that torments him, he has no other options, and he is even mistaken for a thief, further ostracizing him. I thought it was time for him to repent his wrongdoing and return to the temple to seek forgiveness, but how can I undo what was said in the name of God? I cannot speak with a forked tongue. But the people who lived in this land are pitiful. Indeed, the people who lived here had their land turned into a wasteland because of the mistake of a single royal. Ugh, I feel sorry for the people who were harmed by my thoughtless actions. For now, the curse on this land cannot be lifted until the one responsible seeks forgiveness. The one who blasphemed against the highest deity and destroyed the temple cannot be easily forgiven, as it is a matter directly related to the dignity of the divine. Honestly, I thought he would come crawling back to the temple, whining for forgiveness in a few years, but, I'm not sure if that stubborn fellow has completely forgotten the way to lift the curse. Or perhaps, has he forgotten what he was cursed for and how to lift the curse? No, impossible. I explained everything in detail, what he was cursed for and how to lift the curse. There's no way he's forgotten, right? Let's just pass through this place quickly. The barren wasteland where no life is born was infinitely desolate, and I had no desire to linger. From now on, I should refrain from causing such incidents in the name of the divine. I must reflect on this. Perhaps it would be better for the divine to not directly interfere with humans. As we were passing through the wasteland, halt, 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 heavily armed cavalry appeared before us. There were 2 human riders and 1 beastman with the lower body of a horse. You dare to trespass on this cursed land, reveal your identities. Even the humans call this a cursed land. We are the hero and his companions, traveling the world and defeating powerful monsters. I spoke on behalf of the hero, and the cavalry's expressions changed with surprise. Oh, you must be the hero. I've heard of your great reputation. You have defeated countless monsters, they say. Then this young lady must be the dragon's priestess, the hero's companion. Companion. Companion, what do you mean by that? What are you not? No, companion, what do you mean by that? Why would I be this person's companion? I looked around at the cavalryman with a puzzled expression and then looked back at the hero. Companion, me, a human's companion, that can't be. I'm only wearing the mask of the dragon's priestess to help the hero, but why is there a rumor going around that I'm his companion? My questions were not answered clearly. The only thing was that the hero was embarrassed and lowering his head. Well then, for now. Let's talk to the hero later. Also, I'll put off scolding the hero who's still unable to raise his head properly. Although we feel the need to have a calm conversation, just the 2 of us, this is not the right time to do so here. I'm sorry. Among the rumors circulating these days, the one about the hero and the dragon's priestess seems to be the most talked about. Rumors about the hero and me. Well, it's not strange that rumors would spread if a man in his 30s is going on an adventure with a young girl. However, no matter what, being referred to as the hero's companion, being the companion of a child I've raised like my own, despite the rumors being nothing but baseless gossip, it's a bit too much. Moreover, my mind is still that of a man, even though I've lived in this body for tens of thousands of years. Many call me Mom, and I've lived as a woman for a long time, but I haven't lost my male identity. Wait a minute. Something seems strange. I've lived in this body for tens of thousands of years, but why is my modern human identity still intact? Was my original identity really that strong to maintain itself over all those years? No, that can't be. It was just a regular human identity, nothing special. Yet it's still preserved, which is strange. Or is there some external factor maintaining my identity? I'm not sure. Well, the fact that my identity as me can exist is a good thing. Let's not delve too deep into it and just move on. What's good is good after all. There's no problem for now, so I'll worry about it if any issues arise later. Anyway, let's move on from the topic of my identity. I'd like to uproot those baseless rumors, but let's just move on for now. What are you all doing here? Us. We're patrolling this accursed land. Patrolling. Yes. This desolate land is currently uninhabited, but it was originally our homeland. We're patrolling to ensure there are no other issues. Homeland, huh? Are you the people of Arcad? Arcad. It brings back some nostalgia. It's a name that disappeared decades ago. The cavalryman looked at the desolate land with a slightly wistful expression. The land has been transformed by the god's curse, but it remains our homeland. This barren land is inhospitable even for bandits, but we continue our patrols, believing that one day we will be able to return. A slightly withered smile formed on their faces. This land is our homeland after all. I feel a pang of conscience. In a way, they're being forced to leave their homeland may be my fault. Should I lift the curse? No. That fellow hasn't come to seek forgiveness yet. I can't go back on my words. Instead, I could try to make the lives of those who left their homeland a little better and help them prosper when they eventually return. Would that be favoritism? Well, they can be considered victims of my actions, so helping them wouldn't really be favoritism, would it? While I'm at it, I should also give that lingering second prince a harder time, since he still hasn't come to apologize as I expected. If he had come to apologize right away as I had predicted, we wouldn't have had this problem in the first place. It's a slightly forced argument, but oh well. Then, hero and dragon's priestess, could you tell us where you are headed? We don't have a specific destination in mind. We're just wandering around, defeating the monsters that harm people. In the past, we used to chase after monsters based on various rumors, but lately, the strong monsters seem to have disappeared, and we don't hear much about them anymore. It seems even minor monsters can be handled by the soldiers or the village self-defense forces. So for the past few months, we've been traveling leisurely. Monsters do show up occasionally, causing the hero's sword to be broken, but it's a rare occurrence. If you don't have a clear destination, would you consider traveling with us? With you all? The cavalryman nodded. If it's the famous hero and dragon's priestess, everyone will welcome you. Even our king will welcome you. Since we don't have a specific destination and are just wandering around, it doesn't matter if we travel together with them. I looked at the hero, who was still unable to raise his head properly, and said, "What do you think?" Yes. Since we don't have a clear destination, I thought we could move together with them. What do you think? Well, I'm fine with that. The hero didn't seem to have any particular thoughts. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here, donate now. Well, if the hero is okay with it, then I don't have any specific purpose for this trip either. I nodded and said to the cavalryman, "I'll move together with you all, since I don't have a clear destination anyway. It would be much better to travel with a clear destination than to wander aimlessly, and it's not bad to follow them either." Understood. Then we will guide the hero and dragon's priestess to our country, Arcadia. And so we started moving, leaving the barren wasteland together with the cavalryman. So, can you explain to me why I am being referred to as your companion? I stood in front of the hero with my arms crossed and spoke in a stern voice. I don't know anything about that. If you don't know, then who does? The cavalryman had set up a temporary base in the tents and left to explore the surroundings. Now was the time to grill, to find out the truth from the hero. I don't know the details either. I don't know who spread those rumors. If you actively deny it, the rumors won't go away, will they? I've tried. It's not like I've only denied it once or twice, but people keep asking, and even though I say no, I feel embarrassed, like how's us? Or when are you going to have a child? People just don't listen to what I say. A child, a child. What is this person saying? I gave a resounding slap to the top of the hero's head and said, "A child? That's hundreds of years too early. Ugh, I'm already in my 30s, you know. Normally people would already be married and have children by this age. If I had married early and had a child, that child would be old enough to get married by now. And humans can't live for hundreds of years, you know. Ah, that's right, I see. Anyway, we have to get rid of those ridiculous rumors as soon as possible. You should also actively deny the rumors. What, deny the rumors? Am I supposed to brag to the whole town that I'm still unmarried at this age? Ah, that's right. I'm sorry. In this era, even teenagers in their mid-teens get married. For a 30-year-old hero to be unmarried and boasting about it is a very harsh thing. Ah, that's it. You should find a partner. We're recruiting the hero's companion. While we're at it, let's spread the word all over the world and gather a partner for you. Are you suggesting that I should spread the fact that I'm still single throughout the world? Well, this is neither good nor bad. That's it. Let's just bring a partner for the hero, starting with that girl who used to live in the village near the Temple of Life. Can't you just be my partner, sis? For a moment, my mind went blank. Did the hero just say what I think he said? I mean, if the rumors become true, then there won't be any problem, right? The rumors have already spread anyway, and we can't take back the scattered words. The hero hesitated a bit but continued speaking. To be honest, the reason I couldn't completely deny the rumors, well, it's because, you see, it's embarrassing to say it directly. The hero rubbed his face and then spoke with determination. I love you, sis. No, that is, what is this? I loved you since the moment we first met. No, that's just. You, who completely changed the life of this orphan on the street and made me be called the hero, receiving the praise of many people. I love you. Ah, damn, no, that's not it. To be honest, I was planning to bury this feeling in my heart forever. I know you have your own circumstances, while hiding behind the mask of the goddess's representative and working so hard for the world. I tried to suppress these feelings for you. T/N, so he knew. So I love you, you, the goddess of life who strives within you for the sake of life itself. I forced my shaking heart to calm down and open my mouth. Ephraim, when did you know? The hero was silent for a long time, then casually blurted out, I've thought so from the beginning. From the beginning? If it was from the beginning, then, from the time he drew his sword, that means all the times I pretended to be the dragon's priestess, the representative of the goddess, and so on, were all useless efforts. That's it. I've decided. If I erase your memories, if I open your skull and empty out the contents to make you forget my identity. I understand you're flustered, but let's calm down first, sis. I've regained my senses. You're wrong. We won't be able to talk for a while. My dignity as a goddess. Well, I've never really clung to that, but to be exposed to the child I've raised like my own. A blanket. I need a blanket. To do a blanket kick, I need a blanket. A blanket big enough to cover my whole body. My true self doesn't really need a blanket. But to do a blanket kick, I need a blanket. A huge blanket. A really huge blanket. T/N, like a futon and wrap herself, maybe. If I had such a huge blanket, wouldn't I be able to cover the whole world? No, covering the whole world might be too much, but at least I could easily cover a whole city with it. When the harsh cold comes, I can cover myself with that blanket to preserve the warmth and use a coal-fired generator to maintain the city's temperature. Child labor. Sawdust disguised as food additives. What am I even saying right now? I feel like my mind has momentarily drifted to another dimension. I brought my wandering mind back to the original track and took a deep breath. Phew, well, the deed is already done. There's nothing I can do about the unavoidable. Even if I try to erase the hero's memories of me now, what difference would it make? I'm just quite embarrassed that the hero has found out all my secrets, but if the hero keeps my secret thoroughly, it'll be fine. Yeah, that's right. Phew. Have you calmed down now? Why, yes. I showed an embarrassing side of myself. I can't bring myself to look the hero in the eye. I'm so embarrassed and ashamed. I can't lift my head. Well, let's talk about this calmly. Yes, as soon as you've calmed down, we can talk about this. I just let out a small sigh in response to the hero's words. So, you knew from the beginning, huh? Yes, from the moment I drew the hero's sword. What? He knew right then. But why? What did I do back then? What else did I do other than cursing that good-for-nothing and blowing him away to his country? What else was there? I don't know what exactly made him think I was a goddess. I tried to hide it as much as possible. But what made you realize I was a goddess? Well, that is. The hero scratched his nose shyly and said, "It's because you're too beautiful. I thought you couldn't be human." "What? What? I mean, I've never seen a being as beautiful as you before. That's why I thought you weren't human but a goddess." The hero said, his face flushed as if squeezing out the words. "Ah, so that's it. He thought I was a goddess because I'm too beautiful. Well, there are people who call celebrities or beautiful women goddesses, but is this the same context? But of all things, I actually was a real goddess. And after that, with all the things you said and did, the miracles you performed, like reviving the dead, talking casually with beings called gods, I couldn't help but doubt whether you were really trying to hide your identity." "Ah, well, that's. And you spoke so comfortably with the gods of the elves and dwarves, and even seemed close to the god of the sea. And you quickly realized that the beast I initially thought was a monster was actually a god." I nodded slightly at the hero's words. "It's true, but still. And you created completely new things without any hesitation, so I thought you had no intention of hiding your identity at all." "Ugh, that's right. I'm such an idiot. Anyway, that's how I realized that your identity is not that of a human like the dragon's priestess, but that you are the goddess of life who has temporarily taken on a human form." I see. So, it seems that all my actions were clues. I was such a fool. I was a fool. Then why did you confess to me even after knowing my true identity as a goddess? Why did you confess knowing I am a goddess? That was, well, to be honest, I was half desperate. Despair. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now honestly. I know full well that it's impossible for me, a mere human, to monopolize the love of a goddess like you. I even thought that you might be disappointed by my confession and leave my side. The hero had a resolute expression on his face, so he had been thinking like that, but I didn't want to just keep these thoughts and feelings bottled up inside without ever saying it. The hero continued awkwardly with a smile. "Even if I were to meet someone else in the future and build a family, I didn't want to bury the feelings I had for you. I wanted to express them, even if this love is doomed to remain unrequited." Love. This is a sentiment that I find difficult to comprehend. Just as I was about to say something, the hero gently shook his head. "You don't have to give me an answer. Honestly, I don't think I can handle the boundless, immense love of the goddess of life alone. I just wanted to convey my feelings and find some self-satisfaction. I didn't expect an answer from you. So it's okay. And you, the goddess of life, are in a position that even the other gods look up to, the most noble and virtuous goddess, right? If a mere human like me were to receive your tremendous love, the other gods would surely rain down divine punishment." I couldn't respond to the hero's words. "So, this is fine. This is enough." I could only look at the hero's face, which seemed half resigned. The hero said, "It's fine, but I'm not fine. What should I do about this awkward atmosphere?" The hero seems to have become gloomy, and I can even say anything because I'm too busy watching his reactions. The beast god is just pretending to sleep, swept up in our atmosphere. Ugh, the hero's confession may have been out of half-desperate, but still. It's impossible. I can't even imagine it. It's impossible. That's impossible. I feel bad for the hero, but it's impossible. It's impossible. If only my mind had been female, then I could have just lived with the hero until he grew old and died. Wait a moment. If I were to create a doppelganger and have it live with the hero, not a doppelganger directly connected to me mentally, but one where I copy my mind, make various adjustments, and give it a female personality. No, wouldn't that be a deception? Instead, I could create a doppelganger connected to me internally, and then overlay a new personality that mixes my memories and a female self, creating a complete dragon's priestess. In that case, couldn't I make my doppelganger the hero's companion? Of course, since it wouldn't be my complete original self, the personality might be a bit different, but the fact that it's me wouldn't change, right? If I utilize that, maybe I could make the hero a little happier. So, hero, yes, if just hypothetically, if I carefully open my mouth, if the goddess of life were to depart from this physical body and a separate existence inheriting the memories and personality were to be created, if the dragon's priestess born from me were no longer me, couldn't she stand by the hero's side? Then, sister, but my thoughts were interrupted. I'm grateful for the sentiment. Interrupted by the hero, but that's not my real sister. Hero, the one I love is just my sister. She is the goddess among the gods with immense power, and yet she sometimes makes mistakes and has silly quirks but still strives for the sake of other living beings. The hero had a resolute smile. It is because she is that kind of sister that I love her, so it's okay. The hero's determination was firm. As long as my sister understands my feelings even a little, that's enough for me. That's why I could no longer say anything. Just, that is, until I die. If my sister could stay by my side, that would be enough. It's only a fleeting moment in the eternal lives of the gods. The hero continued speaking. It's okay if you don't love me back, sister. Just being able to spend time together with you is enough for me. Truly, you're an incorrigible fellow. He really is something that can't be helped. In that case, I must surely fill the empty space that I cannot fill for the hero. The companion for the hero must be a wonderful person who can love the hero. I cannot love the hero as a lover, but as family, perhaps. So, I will thoroughly choose a companion for the hero. After that, until the hero falls into eternal slumber and peace, I can only live with him as family. It's only a few decades, which is a short time for me who has lived for tens of thousands of years. Ah, come to think of it, I also need to prepare a place for the hero to go after he dies. A kind of heaven where souls freed from the cycle of reincarnation, or those who will be remembered in history, can reside. We must find a woman to be the hero's companion. This was written at the top of the to-do list, and then the hero and I moved with the cavalry. Arcadia. Arcad, the country formed by the survivors who lived in the wasteland, a country that struggled to survive amidst hardship and adversity. To be honest, the situation had become so dire that we were half giving up, but His Majesty made a big decision. A decision? Yes, he pledged the crown that has been passed down for generations in the royal family as collateral to secure land for the people to live on and a large amount of food. The crown that has been passed down in the Arcad royal family. That must be the one I gave them. To use an incredibly valuable treasure like that as collateral to obtain land and food. It reminds me of the characters in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms who borrowed troops by pledging their imperial seals. This king is quite an interesting human. After that, we integrated all the survivors of Arcad and the tribes already living on the borrowed land to establish the country of Arcadia. It wasn't an easy task, to be honest. The borrowed land was not very good for farming. Weeds grew well, but, land where weeds grow well but farming is difficult. Is it a problem with the soil quality or the terrain? I'm not sure, but the land they borrowed by pledging the crown doesn't seem to be in good condition. As a result, the farmers who used to cultivate the land ended up raising cattle, horses, and sheep instead. But fortunately, the hills were quite fertile, so there was enough grass for the livestock to graze on. I see. So the agriculture-centered Arcad has transformed into the livestock-centered Arcadia through this change. This transformation is quite interesting. We also allied with the existing tribal groups and somehow we've been living together well. That person over there is from one of those original tribes. A smiling wolf-like woman waved at us from a distance. I see. She's a wolf person. I'll tell you more details when we get to Arcadia. It's not too far from here. And so we headed towards Arcadia. The place we arrived at with the cavalry was somewhere between a city and a village. It was a sort of encampment with numerous tents, typical of a nomadic people. A nomadic nation centered on livestock farming. Mongolia. This place may seem meager compared to the villages of other countries, but welcome to Arcadia. There were no proper buildings, but the people living here were brimming with vitality. The shepherds feeding the cattle, the wolf-like dogs herding the sheep flocks, the wolf-like merchants pulling carts and selling various goods. Everyone was striving to live. A pleasant sight. As we walked among the people, the two of us need to report the results of the patrol, so this person will guide you to the king. I hope you have a good time in Arcadia. The two cavalry members other than the wolf woman bowed slightly to us and headed towards a tent in the distance. Judging from the many horses tied up, that tent must be serving as a stable, or perhaps it's the barracks for the cavalry. This way. I'll guide you to where the king is. The wolf woman led us to a large tent in the center. Do they all live in tents? Yes. Since we have to move to places with enough grass for the livestock at regular intervals, we can't build proper buildings. And even the king's residence. We can't just move an entire building, so it's no different. It's quite remarkable. Arcad was clearly an agriculture-based country, but to completely transform the core industry like this, even with a supposed divine curse. How peculiar. Or perhaps the king who made that decision was bold. As we entered the large tent, guided by the wolf woman, the military situation of the tribes is not bad. How about the food supply? The farming in the south has been excellent, so we were able to purchase a sufficient amount of food at a low price. Good. Then, who's this? The two people who seemed to be in the middle of a conversation, a sharp-eyed man who appeared to be the king and his servant, noticed us entering the tent. I am Epona from the 5th Patrol Squad. While patrolling the former lands of Arcad, I encountered the hero and dragon's priestess, so I came to guide you. The hero and dragon's priestess. At that moment, the king's gaze changed. His considerably sharp eyes quickly curved, not into the eyes of a friendly old man, but rather into a different expression. Oh my, to have such esteemed guests visit this humble place. Welcome, hero and dragon's priestess. I am Macharatus, the king of Arcadia. Please call me Makai. Makai, an unusual name. It somehow feels Japanese. In response to the king's polite greeting, the hero stepped forward, bowed his head slightly, and spoke. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now, though unworthy. I am the hero chosen by the goddess of life, and this is. Indeed, I am the dragon's priestess, the representative of the goddess. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ho, this is quite something. To meet the famed hero and dragon's priestess in person, whom I've only heard rumors about. I must have lived a long life. It's not appropriate for someone not yet 40 years old to say such things. The servant standing next to the king muttered these words. Judging by his rather long beard, he seemed displeased that the younger king was lamenting about age. Are you dissatisfied, you who have lost your youth? That's a bit too harsh. It's not like the servant lost his youth by choice. Well then, since we have such esteemed guests, shall we conclude today's business here? But your majesty, there are still unfinished matters. Oh, come now. Surely the hero and dragon's priestess take precedence over such things. Come, set them aside. We can postpone them until tomorrow. Wow. The sight of the king forcibly handing over a few papyrus scrolls to the servant. Is it really okay to have such a king? The servant, having the papyrus scrolls forced upon him by the king, sighed and began organizing them. The king, paying no heed to the servant, opened his mouth. Now then, yesterday that baldy Filio said he was going to slaughter the cow with the broken leg, but surely he couldn't have roasted the whole large cow in just a day. You there, go get some meat from Filio. Saying that, the king pushed the back of the servant who had finished organizing the papyrus scrolls. Your majesty, oh come now, do me this favor. It wouldn't look right for the king to go buy it himself. I don't think that's something the king, who was drinking with the citizens and groaning from a hangover just a few days ago, should say. Well, I couldn't help it. It was the day my daughter properly became an adult. As king, how could I miss such a celebration? Where has the king's dignity gone? This king is extremely friendly with his citizen, but seems to lack even a mouse's tail worth of dignity. Well, it might be fun to have such a king around. In any case, I understand. Since we have such esteemed guests, we must treat them accordingly. However, the expenses will be covered by your majesty's personal funds. What? You mean I still have personal funds left? I was sure I had spent it all. Yesterday was the end of the month. Ah, I see. It's like they're doing a comedy routine. With that, the servant left the tent, and the horse rider named Epona also exited the tent at the king's gesture. Now then, with the place somewhat organized, we can calmly converse. The king, Macharatus, gave a small smile, but in those curved eyes there was no trace of the friendly old man who had just been joking with the servant. I never expected that the representative of the goddess would come to this place. I had thought that the goddess had also turned away from the survivors of that land. The sudden change in atmosphere seemed to catch the hero off guard slightly. But well, this must be his true nature. A king who made the bold choice to pawn the crown to gather his people would not simply be a clumsy old man. It's not that I deliberately turned away, but rather that there was no reason for me to come here. No reason to come. The goddess still has no intention of lifting the curse. Indeed, I cannot retract a declaration made in name of the gods, unless that foolish one acknowledges his mistake and apologizes at the temple. The curse that does not allow a single blade of grass or insect to grow. The curse that destroys a nation, by depriving it of proper food supplies. In this era where the distribution of logistics is limited and the economy is primarily based on agriculture and hunting, the curse is truly devastating. However, the king before our eyes has somehow managed to gather and relocate his people, enduring in the cursed land. That is certainly worthy of praise. The king lifted the corner of his mouth and said, "Lively, was it? That is how it appeared to your eyes." I did not respond. The people who fled from Arcad are barely clinging to their lives. They resent the curse imposed by the goddess and blame the foolish younger brother who was the cause of that curse. The king continued without losing the smile on his lips. "Ah, I am not denying the mistakes committed by that idiotic younger brother. That fool is a sinner who deserves to die countless times over. How dare he commit such sacrilege directly in the temple of the supreme deity? That idiotic younger brother. The king before me must be his older brother. Well, it's not strange that there would be a first prince if there is a second prince. However, decades have passed. Isn't it time to lift the curse that has been placed on that land?" The king looked at me with cold eyes, seeking an answer from the representative of the goddess, as if asking the goddess herself. "The curse," I spoke softly. "That foolish individual tried to impose his own kingdom and royal authority upon the goddess of life and desecrate the temple of life." I continued with a slight smile. For one who has nothing but the power of the kingdom and the royal family, it would be simple to completely destroy the little he had to teach him the harsh reality. Of course, I admit that I was a bit too harsh. The people of the entire country must have suffered because of the mistake of one fool. It was hasty, and a hasty decision. But as the goddess of life, I cannot say such things. The one who tries to insult the deity must be severely punished. The best way to maintain the dignity of the deity is to not let them be looked down upon. And if I, who is in the highest position of the deity, do not punish this blasphemous one harshly and let it slide, the goddess of life has let this much go and they're only getting this angry. This may cause trouble for the other gods, the children. Humans are so foolish. I'm sorry to the people of Arcad, but I can't easily lift that curse. The crime of insulting the temple and the representative of the deity is immensely great. I had no choice but to say that. "I see." The king of Mackay simply sighed at my answer. "I only hope that the curse placed on that land can be lifted. If you wish for that, you should not ask me, but bring your brother and make him apologize at the temple of life. There is the issue of having to sincerely apologize, but that can be resolved physically in any way." At that time, I thought that if he was exiled, that fool would soon realize his sin and atone for it. But the foolishness that his brother harbored was much greater than his thoughts. But that my brother would be so foolish as to not realize his own mistake even after decades passed, I never imagined it. If I had known that beforehand, I would have kept him by my side and engraved his mistake in his bones. That might have been quicker. But the people are innocent, are they not? The king of Mackay looked at me with eyes full of sorrow. The number of people in Arcad during its heyday exceeded 80,000, but after the goddess cursed it, the number of people remaining in the 6 cities and 17 villages was only a few thousand. The rest of the people either fled to other places or lost their lives. Eyes full of sorrow, eyes filled with grief. Among those who lost their lives were also my late father, the previous king. Even the previous king was driven to the point of death. My father, who blamed himself for my brother's foolishness, handed the crown to me shortly after the country was devastated and never rose again. I listened silently to Mackay's words. On the day my father passed away, I discarded my name. I abandoned the name Shirudo and borrowed the name of a fierce beast, wandering through various countries, using the crown, the treasure of the kingdom, as collateral to buy land, and abandoning all the agriculture that was the foundation of the country, and have been sharpening my sword until now. There was a faint madness in his gaze. And now, the representative of the goddess, the cause of everything, has come to this land. Isn't this an arrangement made by the goddess? It's just a coincidence. I can say that with certainty. The fact that I passed through the wasteland that was Arcad, met the cavalry patrolling there, and came here to Arcadia, all of these were mere coincidences. Coincidence, but when coincidences accumulate, it becomes inevitable. The king of Mackay said, lifting the corner of his mouth, "If I didn't have the duty of being a king, I would have offered my own life to beg the goddess for forgiveness, but the duty of being a king has become a shackle that binds me." He was filled with sorrow. If the goddess has pity on the people of Arcad who have suffered under the curse you have imposed, please bestow a small blessing upon those who have inherited their will and determination. He spoke with a desperate voice. Since you have cursed that land, please bestow a blessing upon those who have survived in that land. It was a voice filled with desperate sincerity for those who cannot return to their hometown, who know only how to cultivate the fields but have been forced to raise livestock, for the poor old people who lost the country inherited from their ancestors and lost their lives out of guilt, and for the foolish ones who forcibly sustaining their lives out of responsibility. He prostrated himself before me, speaking as if vomiting. Please bestow a blessing. A blessing. A blessing, huh? What kind of blessing are you hoping for? The best would be a blessing that removes or offsets the curse placed on the land of Arcad, but in the name of the deity I cannot reverse a decision once made. At my words the king of Mackay lifted his head. Yes, I thought as much. He nodded and said, then, I hope this country will become strong. Become strong. Yes, from the useless land borrowed from other countries to the food that is being sold as other countries provide, this country should become strong enough not to be swayed by other countries, strong enough not to be looked down upon by other countries, strong enough to repel the armies of other countries. He wants the power of the country to become strong. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here, donate now, or rather, since we can only raise livestock in this land, we are always short of food, and as a result the population is also lacking and we are barely hanging on, being pushed around by other countries. If this continues, we have no choice but to make the final choice. If the final choice of a country that can only raise livestock is plunder, and if it's plunder on a national scale, then it will become war. War. It's a war. I understand the need for war, so I don't deny war itself, but it's a bit sad that many lives will be lost. Are you planning to start a war? If necessary, we will have to go to war, even if the people are killed or injured. The king of Mackay spoke with a firm determination. It's a decision made by everyone. It's a place where you can't survive if you don't fight. It's a sad thing, but an undeniable statement. The struggle for survival, the food chain. In order to live, you have to eat, and in order to eat, you have to harm other lives. They have no other choice. Rather than that, why don't you ask for plants that can grow well even in this barren land? If those ingredients could protect us, we would have done so. Food can feed the people and increase the population, but it won't protect the country. That's why the man in front of me seems to be hoping for the power to protect the country. What kind of power are you hoping for? Not the power of the individual, but the power of the collective. No matter how much an individual excels, they cannot fully protect the country. The power of the collective. The power of the collective means the power of the military. The power of the military means morale and leadership. I clapped once and created something. A long flagpole and a large flag. A rectangular flag woven with silver thread and finished with black thread on the edges. If this flag is a buff item that strengthens the army under it, it could be the item the man in front of me is hoping for. I will bestow various blessings on this flag. However, the power will only be used to protect the country of the one who holds the flag. And if the flag is raised and steps on the land of another country, it will lose its power for 1 year. That's enough to protect the country. If the flag that strengthens the military can be used in other lands as well, wouldn't it be possible to conquer the world with just this flag? That's why I've attached all sorts of penalties. The constraint that the flag will revert to a normal flag for a year if it is held and steps on the land of another country. The constraint that it can only be used for defense. Is this enough? It should be enough, right? By the way, is there any design you'd like to have engraved on the flag? A design? The king of Mackay thought for a moment and then spoke. Saber-toothed tiger. Please draw the saber-toothed tiger. Saber-toothed tiger. Yes, it is the animal that my current name is derived from. Saber-toothed tiger, I drew a black saber-toothed tiger in the center of the flag. Let's see, then let's think about the buffs to put on this flag. First, morale enhancement. The morale of those fighting under this flag will be boosted. Morale is like the will of the army. An army with a strong will cannot be easily broken. The importance of maintaining morale is something anyone who has experienced large-scale battles in games would know. And perfect vitality. Those directly under the command of the commander holding this flag will always be able to maintain the best condition. And lastly, I made a thin silver cloth grow at the edge of the flag, a cloth of appropriate size to wrap around the head. By cutting off a piece of this cloth, those holding the flag can communicate their intentions to each other no matter how far apart they are. It's like a kind of radio. It can be used by wrapping it around the head or the arm. Oh, by the way, those receiving commands through this cloth will not receive the full vitality effect. After all, it's a buff meant only for those directly under the commander's command. In other words, it's intended for the commander's bodyguards, and the cut cloth will disappear after about 7 days and then regrow on the flag. That should be good enough, right? I also attached a sharp spearhead to the end of the flagpole so it can be used as a weapon. The flagpole, spearhead, and flag itself will automatically repair. And then. I think this should be enough, don't you? Honestly, the morale boost and overflowing vitality alone already feel like a powerful buff. I handed the completed flag to the king of Mackay and said, "If you command your army while holding this flag on your country's territory, the troops within your sight will not have their morale broken, and those directly under your command will always be in peak condition." Peak condition, you say? Exactly. They will always be at their best, and if you distribute the thin cloths from the edge to your subordinates, you can communicate with them no matter how far apart you are. At my words, the king of Mackay ran his fingers through the thin cloths hanging from the bottom of the flag. The cut cloths will disappear after 7 days, and new ones will regrow on the flag. And don't forget, if that flag steps on the territory of another country, it will lose its power for a year. I see. I will keep that in mind. Good. I think this is enough. Moreover, I have constrained it to only be used for defending against foreign. The undefeated flag, one of the symbols of the imperial emperor, and one of the 3 divine treasures possessed by humanity. It was created in the early days of Arcadia, when it was still a confederation of tribal nations. The flag, with its mixture of silver and black, is said to bear the image of the saber-toothed tiger, the symbol of Macharatus, the founding king who laid the foundations of the empire and was known as the first ruler of Arcadia. Originally a prince of the country of Arcad, he witnessed the devastation of his homeland by the goddess of life, and is said to have confided his sorrow to the dragon's priestess, the goddess's representative. What he wished for was for the goddess to lift the curse, but once the goddess's curse was cast, it could not be easily undone. And so, the undefeated flag was created. Under the shimmering silver flag, the army led by its commander will never be broken, and will be reborn as a strong force that does not weaken in any situation. And the entire army is said to move as smoothly as the commander's own limbs. If the crown of immortality is the symbol of the ruler, this flag is the symbol of the commander who leads the army. Armies defeated under the undefeated flag are said to exist only in the ancient defeat of the elf-dwarf allied forces against the darkness army. Of course, there are also those who mockingly call it the defeated flag. But this is only a minority opinion. The fact that it has experienced dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of battles, with only a single defeat, is evidence of its power. In the long history of humanity, the undefeated flag, like the crown of immortality, has briefly disappeared from history. This is suspected to be the period when the Demon King, leading the Demon Clan, invaded the world, and the Demon King considered this flag a threat and stole it. For the Demon King, who nearly subjugated all living beings on the planet, to consider it a threat, the power of this banner is not to be underestimated. Humanity, the human army, will never be broken under this banner. From the Encyclopedia of Legendary Weapons, the King of Mackay grasped the banner and gave it a light swing. The length of the spear-like shaft was lighter than he had expected, and a surprised expression crossed his face. I made the shaft itself usable as a spear, and the banner itself is quite sturdy, so it should be able to block ordinary arrows. Wrapping the banner around oneself could block arrows, though it would still hurt a bit. This strange aura is like the aura of a crown. Could he be talking about the crown I had once given to humans? It's a hard to describe aura, but it feels familiar, like the crown I once held. Ah, so he is talking about that crown. Since he was the prince of the country where that crown was passed down, it's natural for him to recognize it. You can sense the aura. It's hard to explain, but it's a faint sensation, like a vague awareness. It's really difficult to describe. He can sense the aura even though he's not a mage or an elf or dragon born with innate magical powers. How curious. Are you sensing the mana? Mana, you mean the power used by mages? Yes. If the crown you mentioned is the same as the one I know, it was created by a dragon's priestess like myself, so it may have a similar aura. At my words, a hint of bewilderment flashed across the King of Makai's eyes. Excuse me, but your age, are you perhaps? Why are you suddenly asking about my age? No, it's just that. The crown has been passed down in my family for generations, so I find it hard to believe that dragon's priestess created it. What, he thinks this dragon's priestess created that crown? No, that's not quite right. I did create it, but it was in the distant past, when humans had just emerged from their primitive state. There are many dragons priestesses, not just me. We are the representatives the goddess sends to watch over the world, so there have been countless dragons priestesses throughout history. At my words, the King of Makai nodded slightly. Certainly, she is the one who appeared to choose the hero, so that can't be the case. At those words, the hero gave a slightly awkward smile. This guy, he knows my identity, so he's giving an ambiguous response. I shall also give you this along with the flag. I cleared my throat lightly and then produced several books. The Art of War, 36 Stratagems, a military treatise that explains 6 different strategies that can be used in 6 different situations, along with stories. It was the military classic commonly known as the 36 Stratagems of Retreat. Of course, I had modified the contents to suit this side a bit. I had also rewritten the idioms in plain language. This book contains the principles of moving armies. It would be good to refer to it when maneuvering troops. Ooh. The King of Makai looked at the book I had handed him with great interest. In this era that doesn't even have the concept of military tactics, a book that explains strategies through various stories would be a valuable treasure. And lastly, take this as well. What is this? I handed the King of Makai a large leather pouch. Inside the pouch, which was about the size of a child, it's called a potato. It grows well even in barren land. It was a sack full of the ultimate emergency food crop. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now, of course. It has many downsides as well. But the potatoes I had modified grew faster and were more resistant to pests and diseases. Since it grows well even in poor soil, it will thrive in this land as well. If you utilize these potatoes properly, there will be no problem feeding your people. It's a peculiar fruit. It's not a fruit, but the root part of a plant. A shoot grows from the eye of the potato, and if you remove those and plant them, new roots will grow, but be sure to remove the sprouts, as they contain toxins. There are also other issues, such as the high water content making them bulky and heavy to transport, and the labor-intensive harvesting process since they grow underground. But wouldn't it be better than having nothing to eat in this barren land? And since you're a nomadic tribe, you can just plant them in sunny spots here and there, and harvest them as you move around. Anyway, I present you with this flag, the military treaties, and the potatoes. I hope they will help alleviate the sorrow of Arkad. Maybe I should just go find that second prince who's still running around and suffering and force him to apologize. Lately, it seems he's been getting thoroughly tormented, as if rejected by nature itself. I'll try to find an opportunity to go look for him with the hero later. Thank you. So the goddess of life was not just a cruel deity. That was the fool's fault first, and I didn't know he would be wandering for decades. What are those? Oh, you're back. Did you bring a lot of meat? The retainer who entered the tent showed the large piece of meat he was holding to the King of Makai. I paid a good price for it. Filio chose the best cuts. What? Then where's my money? Who cares? It's the king's pocket money. Anyway, what's with the flag? At the retainer's words, the King of Makai laughed like a child and said, "Isn't it magnificent? The dragon's priestess made it for me." Indeed, you're still like a child. The dragon's priestess shouldn't just indulge all the tantrums of this grown-up. If you keep giving in, the demands will never end. Your mind is still that of a child, you know. I could only chuckle softly. Is he also hiding his true nature from this close retainer, or does he become childlike in front of this elderly retainer? Either way, it was intriguing. All right, give the meat to the lady. Also tell her to prepare to receive an honored guest. Wouldn't it be better if you told her that directly? At the retainer's words, the King of Makai's face hardened slightly. But the lady is secretly quite scary, maybe because she's half human, especially at night. I don't want to know about your personal affairs, and please call her the queen, not some strange title like lady. The children are using lady instead of queen because you keep calling her that. Isn't it fun? It's not fun. Is the queen a beastman? Well, she did use the crown as collateral to save this land, but it couldn't have been easy to have good relations with the tribes that were already living here. In such a situation, the simplest solution would be a marriage alliance. My wife is pretty, kind, and good at housework, but the problem is that she is scary. Ugh, what are you saying in front of our guest? As the retainer shouted, the hero covered my ear. Then I shall guide the guests to the visitor's tent and convey the message to the queen. Don't get too absorbed in work and come at the proper time. I'll leave it to you. Well then, this way, you too. And so we were guided by the retainer to another tent. With that, we were escorted to another tent by the retainer. What a surprise, being able to meet the renowned hero. How surprising. The wife of the king of Mackay was, as expected, a beastman with the features of a horse with only horse-like ears and a tail. There are centaur-like horse beastmen and horse-girl-type beastmen as well. The range is quite broad. And the hero is such a cute person. I heard he was a huge monster who could defeat anything with a single blow. My. But why is she mistaking me for the hero? I'm sorry, but the hero is over there. I am the dragon's priestess. This one is the hero, well, but he seems much weaker than you. Doesn't the dragon's priestess seem much stronger than the hero? Is that just my imagination? Well, it's not an imagination. I am indeed stronger than the hero, but to see through it so quickly, is this some kind of animal instinct? And you have such a cute companion as well. My. But my hands are not for eating, so you can't lick them even if you want to eat them. A horse beastman being licked by the beast god, where has the dignity of a god gone, even though you are a beast? The sight of the god of beasts created by beastmen is taking on the form of a small dog, licking the hands of the beastman and playfully licking. It creates a rather peculiar impression, even though the beast god is said to have low intelligence. Well, no, actually, thanks to the rumors I've been spreading, its intelligence has likely improved a bit. The fact that this beast god possessed the intelligence of a beast was the case before I started spreading those rumors. By constantly spreading rumors during my travels, its intelligence itself has probably increased. Could it be? It tickles. It's gotten messy with all the drool, but you shouldn't rub your head against it, the Queen of Mackay said with a slightly troubled smile as she continued to pet the beast god. But how curious. I've never seen this animal before. Yet, for some reason, it feels incredibly familiar, as if I've lived with it for a long time as family. Feeling as familiar as seeing family. Interesting. In all my travels so far, I've met many beastmen, but never one who felt as familiar with the primordial beast god as this. The beast god climbed up onto the lap of the seated queen, as if that was its rightful place. Indeed, could that be the case? I've never seen it follow anyone else besides us, the hero next to me whispered. So he's never seen the beast god act this way towards others. It seems to recognize the hero as someone strong enough to defeat it, and to me. When I showed it a bit of sincerity, it quickly hid its fangs and claws, wagging its tail frantically. As a beast, it submits obsequiously to those stronger than itself, but utterly disdains the weak. Yet here it is, nestling so docilely on the queen's lap. There must be some other reason for this. I reached out to try and take the beast god from the queen's lap, but it looked at me with a pitiful expression. Is the queen's lap really that comfortable for it? Enough to refuse being taken away? It's not like it acts this way towards all beastmen, so this must be. Could it simply be that the queen appeals to it? Or perhaps there's some kind of affinity between them? Or could it be that the queen is somehow a shrine maiden for the beast god? How truly adorable. I can feel its great power, yet it's so cute. How mysterious, the queen said, gently stroking the beast god, which was reveling in her touch. Truly, could this queen be a shrine maiden for the beast god? Well, since the beast god was born from primitive faith, it wouldn't be strange for there to be something like a shrine maiden. Now then, please rest here a while as I go prepare the meal. The queen lightly lifted the beast god from her lap and set it aside, then left the tent. The beast god followed after her. It does seem the queen is some kind of shrine maiden for the beast god. I've never seen it follow anyone else like that, not even me. Looks like that one has fallen for the queen at first sight. The queen must be a special existence to the beast god. Well, as a shrine maiden, she would be sensitive to the power of other deities, so that would make sense. If the queen truly is the beast god's shrine maiden, then perhaps the time has come to let the beast god go. After some time, the queen returned with some attendant women, carrying several dishes which they set on a low table. There was a creamy white stew with milk, vegetables, and meat, some rather rustic-looking bread, and slabs of salted meat. The dishes the queen herself brought in were a bit on the rough side. It's similar to the home-cooked meals in other cities, aside from the generous portions of meat. The spread may not be much, but please enjoy the meal. The queen smiled slightly as she spoke. The horse-like ears on her head twitched with each word. Anyway, the beast god, it's still clinging to the queen. It really doesn't want to let go. It seems the time has come to part ways. That child really seems to like the queen. This one, yes, it keeps following me wherever I go. Isn't it just so cute? Since a small puppy keeps clinging to her, how could it not be cute? But if that's a god, it's hard to put the feeling into words. The sense of the god's dignity being thrown away, so to speak. But we will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now since that child wants it so much. How about letting it stay by your side? This one, well, I do find it cute, but it's the guest's pet, so I'm not sure if that's all right. Nonsense. That child seems to have finally found what it was looking for, so it no longer needs to accompany us. It's a bit of a shame that I'll lose the means of transportation I used for my long travels, but the time for the hero's adventure to come to an end is approaching. I can't keep that child by my side forever, after all. I can't keep it as a subordinate god like Cloud Whale. It is a god of a tribe, even if it looks like that. So, although it looks like a cute puppy now, it is actually an incredibly magnificent beast. If you keep it by your side, it will eventually be of help to you. The queen looked at the puppy circling at her feet with a slightly puzzled expression. This one, her face seemed to say, well, it would be hard to believe. How many humans have actually seen a god directly? If you give it to me, I will gratefully accept it. Goodness, I'm not giving it to you. From now on, you will be the one serving that child. Role reversal. Is that the term used here? Anyway, a human cannot be above a god. The god must be above the human. If you take care of it sincerely, that child will repay your efforts. And if you happen to have many children, you should entrust the care of that child to one of them. What do you mean by that? Even after you grow old and die, and your children also grow old and die, that child will never age. After a little time passes, you will be able to understand the uniqueness of that child. The queen had a somewhat skeptical expression on her face at my words. Anyway, this milk-based stew is more delicious than I expected. The ingredients look quite simple, but the seasoning seems to be a blend of various things, making it mysteriously tasty. This faint sweetness. Is it sugar? No, not sugar. Honey? Is it honey? To find honey in this barren land is quite remarkable. No, even in this harsh land, bees can still thrive. They may not be able to farm, but there are still plenty of flowers and trees for them. How remarkable, how truly remarkable. And so our meal continued, until the slightly excited-looking king entered the tent. Once upon a time, in a faraway land, there lived a kind-hearted couple. They were a poor couple, with hardly any possessions, but they lived happily together. One day, a wanderer came to their home, accompanied by a small dog. The couple generously used their meager ingredients to prepare a delicious meal for the wanderer. The wanderer, moved by the couple's kindness, quickly finished the bountiful meal and said with a satisfied smile, "In all my travels, I have never been so greatly welcomed and treated before. It was just a simple meal." "No, you did not just serve a single meal. You have treated me with most of what you have." Indeed, that was the case. The wife was seen pouring out all the ingredients to cook the food, and the husband even lamented that they would go hungry the next day. Seeing such a couple, the wanderer smiled softly and said, "Since you have given me everything, I shall give you everything in return. I will give you this child." The wanderer handed the small dog to the wife. The couple took the small and cute dog and tried to speak to the wanderer again, but the wanderer had disappeared from the spot, as if the wanderer had never existed from the beginning, vanished suddenly. What remained for the couple was only the small dog. Classic folktale, the grateful dog. A folktale passed down orally among the beast folk, which this fairy tale is based on. The fact that the folktale's root is the first beast god known to the beast folk is not widely known. The delighted-looking king was slightly surprised when he saw the prepared meal. "Wow, you've prepared so much for this honored guest. The table is about to break." "I did put in a bit more effort than usual." "That's quite an overstatement. The table looks like it's about to break from just a simple meal." "Is the table made of sugar cane?" "Well, in an environment where they have little to eat besides their livestock, this is probably the best they can do. And they likely don't slaughter their livestock every day, and it takes a considerable amount of time for the animals to mature, so it's understandable that their meals are modest." "I'm worried the guests might leave, and we won't have enough food for ourselves." "Well, we can worry about that when the time comes. Entertaining guests is an extremely important matter." At the queen's firm words, the king's expression quickly turned gloomy. It seems the queen is the one in charge of the household. Even a king of a nation can be the weaker one at home, that is, the husband. "Well, this has nothing to do with me." The king cleared his throat lightly, found an empty seat, and began tasting the dishes. Delicious as always. My wife's cooking skills are the best." "Quite tasty indeed. A bit rough, but that also adds to the flavor." The hero who has traveled the world with me and tasted various foods also seems quite satisfied with these dishes. "Come to think of it, the cooking in this world is still rather rough. The bread is primitive and hard. They haven't progressed much beyond the basics of baking and boiling, so it seems this world's cuisine still has a long way to go. Anyway, if this faint sweetness is honey. Did they start beekeeping somewhere? This food has a faint sweetness to it. Did you use honey?" "Oh my, you noticed, you're quite perceptive." "Honey." The hero tilted his head, seeming unsure. "Ah, the flavor is so faint that even you would find it difficult to detect. I'm not sure where the honey came from, but the subtle sweetness blends in nicely." "You're too kind. And yes, honey is being produced little by little in Arcadia." "In Arcadia, here? Wow, that's quite surprising. I had just thought this place was barren." "As for the honey, His Majesty would know more about it. Your Majesty, please explain it to our guests." I've told you many times to keep the honey a secret, my dear. But I didn't reveal it, the guest noticed it first." "Ugh." The king let out a small groan and said, "It was supposed to be a closely guarded secret, but since you are hero and dragon's priestess, I'll tell you. But you must keep it strictly confidential and not reveal it elsewhere. Understood?" I'll keep the secret of obtaining honey by raiding beehives." At my words, the king looked dumbfounded. "Wait, you already knew about that?" "I only had a vague idea that something like that might be the case. After all, I've never actually raided a beehive myself. I just had a general sense of it from hearsay." "Well, raiding beehives is no easy task, so the rumors may have spread. But the honey we produce is completely different from elsewhere." "Completely different? Is there something special about your honey? Do you only collect honey from specific flowers to infuse it with floral aromas?" "Ah, no, it's not quite like that. But that's a good idea. We should try that later." If it's not that, then what makes their honey so special?" "The honey we produce is made using monsters." "Monsters? Haha, surprised, aren't you? When it comes to using monsters, it's usually just for their byproducts like hides or claws." I was a bit surprised. "Using monsters, huh? That's a pretty risky thing to do. I'm curious to know how they manage to pull off such a dangerous feat. But using monsters, how did you come up with that idea? From what I know, most monsters are ferocious creatures. I thought the same at first, that they were just violent beasts that attack people on sight. But, surprisingly, there are some monsters that can be tamed and domesticated." "Monsters tamed by people? How?" "Monsters that usually rush to attack people at the sight of them." I shook my head slightly at this unprecedented statement. "Don't lie. I've seen monsters for a long time, but this is the first time I've heard of them following people." "But it's true. To be honest, even I found it hard to believe until I experienced it directly." "But, could it really be true? I just can't understand how that's possible. And to use monsters to obtain honey. Did they use plant-type monsters or bee-like monsters? Either way, it's unbelievable." "So, what kind of monster are you using? Bees?" At my question, the king of Mackay nodded with an unavoidable smile. "We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now." "Yes, bees, to be precise, queen bees." "Queen bees, huh? That's quite peculiar. It's late today, so I'll show you tomorrow. You'll only believe it after seeing it for yourself." I still don't believe it." "Well, since he said he'll show me tomorrow, I'll be able to confirm it then." The next day, the king of Mackay led us to a small tent located a little distance from the village. Compared to the other tents people were living in, this one was considerably smaller, but with a few guards stationed, it seemed to be managed quite thoroughly. What is this place? This is where the monsters I mentioned yesterday are. A faint sound could be heard from a distance, like the flapping of insect wings buzzing. First, let me warn you. You may be startled when you see them, but please don't make too much noise. Agitating them could be disastrous. As we approached the tent, the detailed structure came into view. There was a small hole at the top of the tent, and a cone-shaped cloth was placed over it, slightly covering the hole, and through that hole, a large number of bees were coming and going. Honestly, it's a bit unpleasant to look at. Ugh, insects. I don't like insects. Bees, or rather bee-like monsters, were swarming around the hole. They were as big as a child's fist, and the stinger on their tails was as thick as a syringe needle. And for some reason, their front legs were sickle-shaped, like a praying mantis. It's a combination of a hornet and a praying mantis. Moreover, their striped patterns were so vivid that it seemed like a warning, as if hundreds of them would swarm and attack if one missteps. They tamed such a fearsome-looking monster. How on earth did they manage that? The couple was in trouble because they had run out of food. The only thing left was a small puppy, but they couldn't eat this cute puppy. The couple sighed softly and tried to go to work to endure the approaching winter. Woof, woof. If the small puppy hadn't blocked the couple from leaving the house, they would have. Why is this child acting like this? I wonder. The couple looked at the puppy with curiosity. The fluffy, cute puppy, seeing that the couple was paying attention to it, pushed the door and ran outside. Oh dear, you little one. The couple followed the suddenly dashing puppy out of the house. The puppy kept running, occasionally checking to see if the couple was following closely. When the couple seemed to be having trouble keeping up, the puppy would slow down, and when they got closer, it would run faster, keeping a distance from the couple. Finally, the puppy stopped in a forest. Oh dear, this child shouldn't have run away suddenly. The couple, tired from the sudden running, sat down on the ground, and the puppy, after glancing at the exhausted couple, began digging the ground. This child, you're getting dirty. Woof, woof. The dog continued to dig the ground, ignoring the wife's words. The dog kept digging the ground as if there was something important underneath. Inside the hole it had made, woof, woof. Is this a fruit from underground? Wow, how amazing. The ground was full of fist-sized fruits that had grown underground. Woof. The dog picked up one of the fruits and brought it in front of the couple, then scratched the sprouted part with its paw. The sprouted part then turned black and began to melt. Oh my, why did you dig out this dangerous thing? The couple was startled and threw away the fruit they were holding. Woof, woof. The dog, seeing the couple, barked loudly and then started eating the fruit with the sprout removed. Woof. As if the fruit without the sprout was safe to eat. Classic folktale, The Grateful Dog. Have you ever wondered what the giant hornets you've only heard about would feel like? Every time they flap their wings, a booming pierces your ears. I'd be tempted to set them on fire, but seeing the face of the Mackay King, I'll try to endure it a little. From what I've heard, using these bees for beekeeping seems to be a trump card of sorts. If I burn them down right now because I dislike them, wouldn't that be a nuisance to others? These creatures are called killer hornets by others. The needle at the end of their tails is coated in venom, and their sickle-shaped forelegs can easily split open skin. Killer hornets, murder wasps, monsters true to their name. They're sensitive to scent, so if an unfamiliar person approaches, they'll be on high alert. But if you let them smell you first, they won't attack aggressively, so I'll go first. Saying that, the Mackay King lowered his body and approached the tent. The king himself is doing this dangerous task. Couldn't he have someone else do it instead? Glancing sideways, I see the guarding soldiers heaving a big sigh. It seems the king doing this is not a rare occurrence. The king's movements seem to be very familiar to me. The giant bees are flying around and threatening, but he's boldly approaching. Just as the hero said, the Mackay King approaches the tent where the bees are, as if he's done this many times before. The bees then extend their sickle-shaped forelegs and the needles at the end of their tails, entering a defensive stance, as if they're ready to attack immediately if even the slightest problem arises. This defensive stance ended with the Mackay King standing near the tent for a moment before returning. The buzzing sound of the bees' wings, which had been so fierce, gradually subsided a little. How reckless! Risking his life like that. Well, of course, it's a method that uses dangerous monsters from the start. It's bound to be risky. If they were just regular bees, even if stung, it would only hurt a little. But these giant bees, their sickle-like forelegs could easily tear through muscle. In that sense, this king seems to live with the mentality of having multiple lives to spare. Anyway, since I've let them smell my scent, other people can approach without being attacked first. Do we really have to go see it? I feel like I've seen enough already. They may look fierce, but they're actually quite docile. They even live a nomadic life with us. Bees living a nomadic life. Bees that build a home in one place living a nomadic life, not running away and abandoning their home. With my current knowledge, this sounds like a story that doesn't make sense. All right, then let's go see the killer queen. So the queen of the killer hornets is called the killer queen, huh? For a moment, an image of a mustachioed singer who sings incredibly well and a pink cat-like villain flashed through my mind, but it was just a trivial story. Ahem. Anyway. This way. The king approached the entrance of the tent, slowly lifting the flap, and went in first. Then it was the hero and finally me who followed in turn. Whoa. In a large wooden box, killer hornets were constantly coming and going. No, wait, looking closer, there are wheels attached to the bottom of the wooden box. What is this? It wasn't like being driven around in a carriage or something. How could you put something this big on a cart? You might as well just attach wheels to it from the start. That's true. Without a crane or hoist, how would you get this huge thing onto a cart? Maybe a giant could do it, as long as they don't realize the box is crawling with bees. Anyway, as the home kept getting bigger, we debated and decided to just put wheels on the house. It was the appearance of a camping trailer that transcended the times. This is no time for that. The king approached the large wooden box and tapped a corner with his finger. Are you trying to provoke the bees? Not particularly, I'm just calling my friend inside. Just as he said, a bee much larger than the others appeared, making a small sound. Is this the killer queen, But why doesn't it have wings? Does the queen bee not have wings? No, it normally does. This one is just like that. The king looked at the queen bee, which was continuously moving its antennae as if trying to smell, and smiled. Unfortunately, it seems healthy, all right. The king took something out of his waist pocket and handed it to the killer queen. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. What's that? It's a kind of snack made by mixing honey and flour. This one really likes this. Just as the king said, the killer queen was eagerly eating the honey snack. The taste of honey from their beehive. How sweet. Well, this too could be a kind of symbiotic relationship, couldn't it? But how on earth did you end up in such a relationship with that monster? Such a relationship, you say? I heard a short sigh from the hero standing behind me, but I ignored it. What I'm curious about now is the method of taming the monster. Well, I was lucky. Lucky. I gave the Mackay King a distrustful look. No, even if you make that face, it really was just luck. The king had already placed the killer queen on his hand. However friendly it may be, it's still a monster. Is this really okay? It was a few years ago, as usual, when the livestock had eaten all the grass and we were about to move to another place. That's when I encountered this one. The Mackay King's gaze became wistful, as if reminiscing. Hey, stop the reminiscing scene. That's something only the protagonist is allowed to do. Explain it briefly. The story shouldn't get too long. It's time to cut it off and move on. What am I supposed to cut off and move on from? I tilted my head slightly, but in the end I didn't understand. Did some strange signal come from another world? Well, it's a trivial matter. Trivial. Briefly. I happened to pick up the killer queen with a torn wing, and since it was weak and couldn't resist properly, I took it home, confined it, and fed it a lot of the white liquid I made and tamed it. Of course, before it was properly tamed, it had a rather irritable personality, so it even bit my finger. The king showed the scar on his middle finger. No, don't just show the middle finger. It sounds like you're cursing. Not that there's any particular meaning of cursing here, but still. Anyway, after that, since it couldn't properly build a nest because of the lack of wings, I diligently helped it, and as a result I was able to tame this one. Did you really tame a monster? How? Aren't monsters usually made ferocious by the influence of dark fragments? Was my thinking wrong, or is this a special case? Well, this one might be a special case, but interestingly, that tendency was also passed on to its offspring. Its offspring? Yes. This one, despite its appearance, is a veteran who has split off several queen bees. The Mackay King smiled as if he had done it himself. The new killer queens that were born also seem to resemble this one a lot, and they don't attack first unless provoked. Wow. Isn't that a success in breeding? Monsters in the form of bees with reduced aggression. Well, the forelegs and stingers of its offspring are still deadly, though. Especially the venom in the stinger, if not properly treated, can be fatal within a day. The Mackay king was speaking calmly, but that's an incredibly dangerous venom, isn't it? Is this really okay? The king, socializing with a monster with venom. Is this really all right? The couple could have their meals with the tubers dug up by the dog. The tubers, whether boiled and eaten or baked with butter, were delicious. As long as they were careful about the toxins in the sprouts, there were no problems with the underground tubers. The couple decided to call these tubers potatoes. Woof. Yes, thank you. The dog continued to go out and bring back something from time to time. Sometimes it was delicious fruits and sometimes hard salt stones. One day the dog brought something back again. Oh my, what is this? Woof. What the dog had brought was a large bee. It had a dangerous stinger and it was in a mess after being hit by people. Woof, woof. The dog seemed to want to help the bee. Dog, this bee is dangerous, but do you still want to help it? Woof. And so the couple ended up helping the truly dangerous bee. Classic fairy tale, The Grateful Dog. The killer queen sits obediently on the King Mackay's hand. The instinctive tendency of the monster that attacks anyone it sees has disappeared, and it sits docilely on the King Mackay's hand like a tame pet. It's as if the scene is from a nature documentary. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes beyond the screen. And without wings, the annoying buzzing sound is not heard, so it doesn't feel as threatening. Of course, there are other killer hornets as well, but for some reason they are not coming out of the house at all right now. Well, that's fine with me. It's better than having to burn them all down because of the annoying buzzing sound. By the way, it seems even more docile than usual today. I'm not sure if it's really docile or not, so it really doesn't attack people. Of course. Moreover, it is so intelligent that it seems to think of the person who came with me as its friend, and it doesn't attack if it's not provoked. If I hadn't come along. King Mackay pointed to the killer hornets loitering at the entrance of the house with an awkward laugh. Well, of course. Apparently the closeness between King Mackay and the killer queen is the only thing that makes them so docile. If another human came, it would probably turn into a nest of stingers. Well, I haven't heard any news of other intruders, but, well, that's to be expected. Whether the bees are causing a ruckus or there are dead bodies, it would definitely be noticeable. By the way, since it's so docile, I think I could try putting it on someone else's hand today. Would you like to try? King Mackay said with a slightly mischievous face. Well, so. Are you telling me to put this bee on my hand right now? This dangerous creature with an exoskeleton, with a stinger and sharp forelegs. I don't want to. Even if it's docile, it's still a monster, isn't it? But there's something different about it today. It's quite cute in its own way, you know. No matter how cute it is, I still dislike it. That tough-looking exoskeleton. The emotionless killer's compound eyes. A needle that pierces flesh and injects venom. And the sharp claws of a blade. Doesn't it look kind of cool? Your sense of aesthetics is bizarre. How can he say that thing is cool? How? Come on, just try putting it on your hand for a little while. King Mackay held out the killer queen on his hand towards me. No way. Even if you offered me everything in this world, I still don't want bees. Yes, bees. I hate mosquitoes because they suck blood and it's annoying, but I just purely dislike bees. I'm sorry to the bees, but I just purely dislike them. Especially a giant bee the size of a fist. But it's so cute, isn't it? The killer queen sitting on King Mackay's hand looked at me with its emotionless compound eyes. Ki. For some reason, it seemed to be afraid of me and started slowly climbing up the King Mackay's wrist, making a weak sound. Oh, well. I disliked it, but such an obvious fearful reaction is a bit. Why is it suddenly acting like this? The killer queen's gaze was clearly directed at me. When I slightly moved to the side, the killer queen's gaze also moved accordingly, and when I moved a little further away, it made a strange sound as if relieved. Could this creature have vaguely sensed what I am, through the instinct of a beast, or some special sense it has as a monster? I'm not sure, but it was a strange occurrence. Perhaps it has something to do with being tamed by human hands. I've heard rumors that the dragon's priestess is terrifying, but I never imagined she could even scare a monster like this. I'm impressed. This is the first time I've encountered a case like this. I really don't know why this is happening. Is it because the killer hornet is intelligent? Or is it because, despite its intelligence, it still has a remnant of animal instinct that can vaguely sense my identity? I don't know the answer, but this is certainly not a common occurrence. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. I heard that you and the hero have slaughtered countless monsters, so maybe it's picking up on the scent of all that blood. If that were the case, the other monsters would have noticed too. The fact that only this killer queen is reacting this way is strange. Well, this one is a genius, you know. It can recognize people and become friends with them. Calling a monster a genius is kind of. It seems that the more intelligent the monster, the more dangerous it could be. But on the positive side, the fact that it can interact with humans is not bad. I wonder if human-like monsters might start appearing too. Monsters with an orc or ogre-like feel separate from the demon race. I'm not sure. It seems like vampires will likely show up, though they're a bit ambiguous to be called monsters. I don't know. The humans will figure out the details. For now, I'm interfering with various things, but later on, humans and various other races will come together to build the world. By that time, I'll just quietly hole up in a corner and sleep, using my avatar to observe the world. By then, the direct intervention of beings like the creator dragon god or the goddess of life won't be necessary. Probably. Surely they won't need my help even by then. Because by then, I'll have hidden myself away in an unknown corner. The couple cared for the bees with the utmost devotion. The bees, having lost their wings and driven from their hive, had come to distrust even the couple who were caring for them. Yet the couple continued to care for the bees. They believed that once you take responsibility, you must see it through to the end. But caring for the ferocious bees was no easy task. The bees would sometimes scratch with their claws and sometimes bite with their fangs. From the bees' perspective, humans were the villains who occasionally appeared to destroy their hive and steal their honey, so their reactions were understandable. But the couple did not give up. Even when injured, even when threatened by the bees' venomous stingers, the couple continued to care for the bees. And eventually the bees opened their hearts to the couple. Once the bees had opened their hearts, the couple learned a surprising fact. Amazingly, the bees were the queen bees, the most fearsome of the forest-dwelling bees. Bees whose stings could endanger human life the bees people called the killer bees. Turns out to be the queen bees. The bees who had opened their hearts to the couple recovered with the medicine provided by the couple, and with the couple's help, built a new hive and grew their family. One too laying eggs and hatching larvae. As the number of bees grew, the couple began to feel a bit worried. These were bees called killer bees, so would it really be all right? Wouldn't they end up hurting other people? But those worries turned out to be unnecessary. Surprisingly, the newly hatched bees were much gentler than other bees. Of course, they had the fierceness to retaliate without hesitation if provoked. But just by not attacking others first, they were infinitely gentler than the killer bees. As the bees grew their hive, they seemed to want to repay the couple and produced amazingly sweet honey for them. Honey that was incomparably sweeter than regular honey. And so the couple made delicious food with the potatoes and this honey. Butter made from milk borrowed from the neighbor, sweet honey and delicious potato dishes. The couple decided to call this dish honey butter potatoes. The couple earned a lot of money from this dish. The couple, who had nothing but a dog, had become wealthy. Some people celebrated the couple's success, but there were also those who were jealous. It was a friend from across the hill, a rather malicious one. Honestly, you could hardly call him a friend, but since the husband had used the family heirloom as collateral to build the house, he was the only one who had helped the struggling husband. Since he was the only one who had helped the husband when he was in need, wouldn't that make him a friend? Of course, the friend had coveted the family heirloom, but the husband saw him as a good friend who had helped in a time of need. Anyway, the now wealthy husband invited the friend over for a delicious meal, and the friend said with a sour expression, "How were you able to earn so much money? You didn't have anything." "I was lucky. The dog I happened to raise gave me everything." Hearing this, the dog nearby, chewing on a small bone fragment, tilted its head. It was wondering, what is this human saying? It was true that the dog had provided the impetus, but it was the couple who had painstakingly cared for the bees, grown the potatoes from the ground, and made and sold the food. However, these facts were of no concern to the malicious friend. What mattered to the friend was simply that the dog had made the couple wealthy. Classic fairy tale, the grateful dog. The malicious friend became greedy. Seeing that even a fool without anything could earn a considerable amount of money with the help of the dog, he imagined how rich he could become if he had that dog. So the malicious friend said, "I'd also like to benefit from that dog. Can you lend it to me for a bit?" The dog. "Yes, I want to make a lot of money too." Upon hearing the friend's words, the husband pondered for a moment and then shook his head. I think lending you this dog would be disrespectful to the guest who entrusted it to me. I'm sorry. Really, you can't? Yes. The husband was firm, and rightfully so. To the couple, this dog was not an ordinary pet but a precious family member and a treasure entrusted by a mysterious guest. Lending such a dog to someone else would indeed be disrespectful to that guest. Then, I'll return the treasure you left with me as collateral when you borrowed money from me. Would that work? My family heirloom. Please do me a favor, okay? The husband pondered. Truthfully, the fact that he had left a treasure as collateral had been stuck like a thorn deep in his heart for a long time. However, the husband still shook his head. No matter how precious the treasure was, it was right to refuse since he had received the grace of this dog. Then, woof, the dog stood up and barked once. Woof, woof, as if it wanted to go with him. See, this dog wants to come with me too. I'll return the treasure and you lend me the dog. Upon the friend's words, the husband looked at the dog. With a bright face wagging tail, the lively dog seemed to say, "Don't worry and let me go." "All right. When you bring the treasure back, I'll lend you the dog. Can I take it now?" "No, we need some time to bid farewell too." The malicious friend wanted to take the dog as soon as possible, but the husband's decision was firm. So after returning home, the friend came back a few days later with the treasure that had been collateral. And so the dog left the couple with the malicious friend. Classic fairy tale, The Grateful Dog. Sightseeing in Arcadia ended quite well. I saw the killer queen and killer hornets act friendly towards humans, unlike monsters. Monsters tamed by humans. Well, no matter how ferocious and vicious they are said to be, they are still living beings at the base. If various factors overlap, they can be tamed like that, can't they? In the future, will there be cases where monsters are captured and kept like livestock or pets? Like in that famous game, though they won't fit in your pocket. Anyway, after the sightseeing in Arcadia ended, the hero and I prepared to depart. "Are you really entrusting this child to us?" The wife of the king Mackay, the queen, spoke while holding the beast god in her arms. "Yeah, it seems that creature needs to settle down somewhere now too. As a god, it's also important to continuously receive faith. Unless I go on pilgrimages around the world like the pilgrims of the Temple of Life, spreading faith. Especially if it's a god worshipped by a race, it's even more important to stay in one place. Yggdrasil and Sagarmatha are examples of that. If it gathers faith, couldn't that creature grow more too? Moreover, with the King Mackay's queen, the shrine maiden of that beast god will also be there. So I entrust that creature to you. Yes, please leave it to us." Leaving behind the farewells of the king and queen of Arcadia and many people, the hero and I departed again. We left behind the beast that had been our transportation, but oh well, it doesn't matter. Walking on the ground with our own steps is also part of the charm of traveling, and if we need to go somewhere quickly, we can just fly. Walking like this, just the two of us, reminds me of old times. Old times. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. Yes. When we first started traveling. Ah yes, back then. Well, it only after traveling for a while that we caught the first beast that was running wild like an animal. After that, we kept traveling as a trio, so it has been a while since just the two of us. As we walked through the lush forest, I casually brought up a topic. "So, when are you planning to find your partner?" Your partner? You don't intend to not have a family or children, do you? Well, about that. Cutting off the hero's words, I continued speaking. "I won't listen to any excuses that having me by your side is enough. You need someone who can provide what I cannot. Yes, I can be a parent, but I cannot be a partner. Or should I take some action to make you listen? Shall I spread rumors through the Temple of Life's pilgrims that the hero is looking for a partner?" The hero's face paled at my words. There's nothing better than the Temple of Life's pilgrims for spreading rumors far and wide. Those kids travel all over the world like the blood vessels, conveying messages. If I spread rumors through them, it won't be long before proposals for the hero pour in like rain. Moreover, the hero's reputation is quite good among other races too. News may even come from dwarves or elves, especially dwarves. They were really impressed by the hero's sword during the recent dwarf-elf racial war. If an opportunity arises, they'll probably want to examine, analyze, and enjoy the hero's sword right away. Please don't do that. But if not, how will you find your partner? The hero's reputation is extremely high, higher than most kings of kingdoms. The hero who travels around defeating powerful monsters is a hero in a sense, a savior, defeating monsters in crisis situations to save people. In this era without much entertainment, Each of the hero's actions becomes an interesting story. That's why the hero's partner must be chosen carefully. There may be those who try to take advantage of the hero's name. Ugh. The hero seemed to be thinking about it as well, only letting out a small groan. Or, what about that girl from the village near the Temple of Life? Her. Wouldn't that be difficult? The hero's reaction was doubtful. It's already been decades. By now she's probably already married and had children. Shall I check? Ah, no, it's okay, it's all right. The hero spoke listlessly. This won't do. Whether she got married or not, I can check directly myself. The hero has no choice. The dog that followed its mischievous friend was treated luxuriously for a while. Delicious food, a soft bed, even servants for the dog. But even while receiving such treatment, the dog did not act out of the ordinary. Occasionally it would dig up rocks mixed with yellow metal from the mountain, or dig holes for those who were thirsty. But to the friend's eyes, it just looked like the dog was playing around. That's because the friend's house was already quite wealthy, lacking nothing. Not knowing what more to provide for someone lacking nothing, the dog simply played day after day. The mischievous friend did not like the dog's behavior. A dog that did nothing but eat their food. So the friend started taking action little by little. The delicious food and soft bed became hard, dry bread and a bed of straw, and the servants who tended to the dog started doing other work. At first it was quite enjoyable when the dog arrived, but now that it was no longer fun, the dog missed its owner. But the smart dog did not return to its owner. It was obvious that if it returned to its owner now, that mischievous friend would do something bad to them. Then one day the mischievous friend grumbled while looking at the dog. "Why aren't you doing anything? I even gave up a great treasure to bring you here." Woof. Woof is no answer. Sheesh, you ill-mannered dog. The friend vented their frustration at the dog and kicked it away. Classic fairy tale, the grateful dog. And so the dog that had turned into a monster regained its peace and returned to the embrace of the couple. The young girl with the large glasses readjusted her glasses that had slid down to the bridge of her nose and closed the storybook she was holding. When I read these fairy tales as a child, I thought they were just stories where good people are rewarded and bad people are punished. I never imagined they were actually related to real historical events. Well, that's the case for many stories. In the fairy tale, the mischievous friend foolishly kicked the dog and angered it, but the actual history was different. In what specific ways was it different? The sleepy-looking girl said in an annoyed tone, "I heard about it briefly in class yesterday. What I remember is that a war broke out, and the small country of Arcadia achieved a miraculous victory and began to grow its power. Then you pretty much know everything. Go look up the rest yourself. I'm too lazy to explain further." The girl with the sleepy expression let out a big yawn and laid her head on the desk. "What? Isn't it interesting to learn the behind-the-scenes story of the fairy tales we heard as children?" "Not really. I already knew about it." When?" "A long time ago." "What? Geez, why do you always get to know about these interesting things first?" At the sight of such a sleepy girl, the girl with glasses puffed out her cheeks and grumbled. "That's always how it is. You always claim things first. Wouldn't it be fun if I could enjoy it too?" "I don't remember deliberately claiming anything first." "But you do. Even back home, you were the one getting praised by Dad. You were the first to get into the academy too. It's so unfair. Then you just have to do something that will earn you praise." "Ugh, whatever." The sleepy-looking girl let out a small sigh and said resignedly, "All right, I'll add one thing that might interest you." What is it?" The girl with the glasses looked at the sleepy girl with curious eyes. "In the fairy tale you saw who was the guest who took the dog." At the sleepy girl's words, the girl with the glasses tilted her head. "Isn't that just a character in the story? Who would be able to casually entrust a godlike beast?" "Well, considering that background was actual history. Since the dog was said to be the first beast god, then the one who could entrust it would be." The girl with the glasses counted on her fingers as she spoke. "Back then, there weren't many known gods and there was no pantheon yet." After a few moments of thought, the girl said, "Could it be the goddess of life?" "Correct. Really? Truly? Who else would have done such a thing?" Then the girl with the glasses said with a hint of annoyance, "That goddess, why does she do so many things? Whenever there's a story from ancient times, she's like, that's me. The countless deeds recorded in mythology alone are too many to count." "I know." The sleepy-eyed girl added with a strange expression, one that was difficult to describe. As I traveled with the hero, I occasionally looked for a suitable person to be the hero's partner. And in the case of the most promising candidate, the girl I had previously revived, surprisingly, she still hasn't married. Huh. I'm talking about the girl who seemed to have feelings for you in the past, the one who lived in the village near the Temple of Life. But didn't that story end a long time ago? Nonsense, it's not over until you get married and have children. At my words, the hero looked stunned and said, I have no intention of getting married. Really? Yes. I stared intently at the hero, firmly denying it, and said, Are you really, truly serious? Yes. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. I remained silent, continuing to gaze at the hero. Without saying a word, just staring and staring. And you're lying. I chuckled softly. Well, I won't say anything about the lingering feelings you may have, but you should get married and have children. It would be such a shame if the original hero died without ever getting married or having children, as the stories tell. And this story, I feel like I've told it before. Well, whatever. Then choose. Either deal with the many women who have come looking for news of the hero's partner, or meet with that girl who has not yet married because she still has feelings for someone. At my words, the hero thought for a moment, then said resignedly, I'll meet her once. Good, you should have done that a long time ago. I was satisfied with the hero's expression of resignation and canceled the message I had been preparing to send to the people of the Temple of Life, just in case. If he had said he wouldn't do it, I would have immediately sent the message. It would have been fun to be caught up in the storm of women pouring in from all over the world. Yeah, and so I accompanied the hero to the village located near the Temple of Life. The description of the journey is too vague. Well, we just flew there, so that's why. Since the hero had decided to go, we couldn't afford to delay even a day. Upon arriving in the village, welcome, it's been so long. The girl, still looking the same as decades ago. Seeing this, the hero opened his mouth with a bewildered expression. Even after decades, your appearance hasn't changed at all. That's right. I'm not sure why, but I just don't seem to age. And it's not just me, but all the people in this village. I think it's because we were all revived thanks to you, hero. Because of that, people around here even say this is a village blessed by the goddess of life. That's right. We've heard so many stories about you, hero. You're truly a hero of humanity, defeating countless monsters and traveling the world. Many pilgrims have been spreading the tales of you, and this village, being so close to the Temple of Life, is no exception. Even after all this time, the girl's chattiness seemed unchanged. Oh, that's right. Since we have such an honored guest, I can't just leave you be as the village chief. I'll make sure to give you both the warmest welcome. So you've become the village chief? Yes, even after my father was revived, he didn't age any further, but his lifespan itself didn't change either. He passed away about 20 years ago, you see. 20 years ago, that's about the average lifespan. But he was healthy up until the very end. He lived a long, good life. A long, good life. Well, if he passed away without suffering and in good health, then it can be called a good life. The remaining people must be a little sad, though. But what brings you two here? There are people all over the world who still seek the hero's help. I think it's time for the hero to start settling down. Why's that? You're the best hero there is. These days, the children grow up listening to tales of the hero's adventures and say, Mom, I want to be like the hero when I grow up. At those words, the hero let out a small, bitter smile. While being admired by many was quite burdensome, it wasn't an unpleasant expression. There's no particularly special reason. I just feel like it's time to start a family before it's too late. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Congratulations. You too, truly congratulations. I had my doubts, but it's really true, goodness me. I think I can guess what she's thinking. I'm sorry, but I can't be with the hero. What? Why? The hero may seem a bit eccentric, but you two are around the same age, aren't you? I've heard people say I look younger than my age too, but you, the dragon's priestess, seem to be eternally youthful. At those words, I chuckled softly and said, It is because I am the dragon's priestess that we cannot be together. Oh my, oh my, oh my. A tragic love, even though you have been together for a lifetime. And yet the two of you march forward for the sake of the world. This is incredibly delicious, so delicious. If made into a story, it would be a tragic love that would be on people's talks for hundreds of years. No, it's not really like that. It's just a one-sided. Well, I don't really need to correct her thinking. Think of it as you will. Anyway, I'm looking for someone to be this fellow's companion. What? The hero's companion? Really? This news must be spread immediately. We must prepare the best bride candidate for the hero's companion. Did you come to me to spread the word through the pilgrims? If so, you've come to the right place. In this village, the news will spread to all the pilgrims in less than a year. No, I don't need to do that. I can just send a message directly. I didn't voice that thought and instead said softly, "Won't you be the hero's companion?" Huh. The girl's words, which had been pouring out like a storm until just now, have stopped. As if she can't understand what I said, she only repeats it back with a blank expression. I said, "Won't you be the hero's companion?" Huh. The girl repeats the dumbfounded sound, and her voice is full of bewilderment. I thought she would know that the hero had some affection for her since they had been together. Ah, that's right, she lost her memories when she was revived. I forgot about that, sister. The hero grabs my shoulder as he looks at the girl as if telling me not to say unnecessary things. Well, since the girl has no memory, telling her that she and the hero had a good atmosphere and might have been in a relationship would be unbelievable. But how can I connect her and the hero without telling that story? It would be fine to tell her about the forgotten memories, wouldn't it? And how can I bring them together without telling that story? So leave it to me. But it's necessary. And if I don't mention this kind of thing, it will be very troublesome later when I get caught. Although the hero still seems dissatisfied. Understood. Do as you wish. He nods with a small sigh. You too, what are you talking about? It's nothing. Just a story about you losing some of your memories when you died and came back to life. At my words, the girl paused for a moment, then lightly slapped her palm as if to say, "Ah, that's right, there was such a thing." I didn't really care about the forgotten memories, so I didn't think about it. But what kind of memories are you talking about? Among the memories you've forgotten, there are also memories about the hero. Huh, about the hero? Yes, about me. Yes, me and the hero, that's right. I said, mildly annoyed. I know you don't believe it yourself, but it's true. It is true. Me and the hero, but my memories. It's clear that the hero was the one who woke me up. The resurrection must have made your memories hazy, so don't force yourself to remember. Anyway, let me summarize it briefly for you. I slowly recounted to the girl the events that had occurred between her and the hero, about the hero who had run away and come to this village, and the time they spent together. The hero who had recovered from the exhaustion of the harsh training as a hero in this village, and the girl who had welcomed the hero, and the subtle atmosphere that had developed between the two of them. No, sister, how do you know all the details? Well, that's... Don't tell me you were watching everything. I slightly averted my gaze. Sister, but listen, if I hadn't been watching, would I have been able to save the people of this village in time? And since the hero ran away with the sword, I could not know the location. If he was going to run away secretly, he should have just gone without the sword. Of course, I could still have tracked him down, but still. Anyway, let's move on from that. Didn't you benefit from me watching over you? Well, that's true, but... Right, so let's just say this was a necessary thing. The hero still has a dissatisfied expression on his face, but I couldn't help but watch over because I was actually needed. That's... okay. Let's just move on from that since I did receive help. Good. I solved it. Well, it's not like the hero continuing to be angry would change anything, but my conscience, you know. Around the time the discussion with the hero ended, wow. The girl was looking at me and the hero with sparkling eyes for some reason. So, I really had that kind of relationship with the hero. For real? Yes, that's about the level of the atmosphere between you two. Even in the hero's life where he doesn't have much interest in women, this girl is one of the few women he might have some affection for. Usually, the women who show interest in the hero are mostly interested only in his abilities as a hero. Of course, I'm the exception to that. But how can I, when there's the dragon's priestess? Wait a moment. Could it be that the hero didn't have much luck with women because... Perhaps it's because of me. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now since I've been sticking by his side. Could that be the reason? I'm not sure. It could be or it couldn't be. It seems highly likely, though. When you two were getting closer, this guy had come to this village while hiding his identity after all. For a guy who had been receiving hero training, living in this rural village must have been quite enjoyable for him. In fact, during the time the hero spent in this village, his expression was considerably cheerful. He had the strength to easily move entire large trees after cutting them down, and the agility to defeat monsters and hunt animals. While the hero was staying in this village, the food situation of this village must have greatly improved. Anyway, since you were the closest to the hero, you're the most promising candidate. You wouldn't remember, of course. If your memories were still intact, things might have been a bit easier. Me and the hero I admire. But I have one question. Yes, I asked the girl while looking at her. You're not exactly young either, so why haven't you gotten married yet? At my words, the hero behind me also nodded slightly. Even in this era, she's at the age where she'd be called an old maid, though her physical body is still young. That's, well, I wonder why. The girl tilted her head. I've been introduced to many people, but for some reason with each person I meet I just can't help but think, this person isn't the one. It's not that there was anything particularly wrong with the people I met. I just had this vague feeling that this person isn't the one, so I kept declining. I can't explain it clearly, but, could it be that some faint memories remain like memories of the hero? But it's certain that all of those memories were erased when she was revived. I've confirmed that part. Perhaps, even though the memories of the hero disappeared, the very existence of the hero has somehow been engraved in her soul. Like a soulmate or something. Well, I don't have a complete understanding of the soul, so I can't say for sure. Anyway, it's a good thing. Neither you nor the hero have gotten married yet, and you're around the same age. Your physical age. The hero looks a little older, but his physical condition is excellent. Is there a more suitable companion for the hero than this girl? It almost feels like someone had prepared this for him. If you're willing, why don't you try dating the hero? Me with the hero I admire. The girl muttered in a dazed expression, and then, thud, she fell backwards like a tree collapsing from an axe strike. Did she get that excited? The girl's eyes were spinning as if her brain couldn't process the situation. This classic manga-esque reaction. I'll have to wait for her to wake up to get her answer. First, let me check if she's hurt. Even if you suddenly tell me to be with her, would there be someone who would accept that? You still don't understand your own worth. I looked at the hero with a pitying gaze. It's as if a hero from a movie or an admired idol suddenly appeared and asked to be a partner. This kind of reaction is not normal, is it? So, what do you think of this girl? I asked the hero while healing the bump on the back of the girl's head. Building a family is not something that can be done with just one person's goodwill. You need to consider both this girl's feelings towards you and your feelings towards her. So, what do you think? Well, even without saying anything, I can more or less guess. After all, if he didn't have any feelings for her, he wouldn't have cried out like that after she died, would he? Though seeing a grown man wailing like that was a bit unsettling. The hero spoke in a hesitant manner and said in a small voice, it's not that I dislike it. But someone like me who knows only how to wield a sword and fight, can I really build a family? Can I have a family and children? Why wouldn't you be able to? Do you think all parents in this world were born as parents? They all learn through various trials and errors, just like how you learn to become a hero. You can learn one by one, so don't worry about it. At my words, the hero nodded his head slightly. I'm not confident, but I'll give it a try. That's enough. In this era where marriage just to increase the workforce is common, this would be a very good pair since they have feelings for each other. So, let's stay here for a while. The youth business of the old bachelor and old maid was about to begin here. Observing this right next to them is going to be so much fun. Even though it was called a youth business. Come to think of it, I myself don't really know what to do. Have I ever dated? Have I ever been married? I have no such thing, so how would I know? Therefore, the only thing I could do was to gently bring the two closer and observe them. If there was something that needed to be done, I would subtly hint to the hero to help, or I would go out to the forest and bring back decent prey to share with them. I also tried to push them closer to each other, especially on the girl's side. It seemed like she was conscious of my presence and couldn't approach the hero easily, but when I roughly explained my situation to her, she strangely lit up. I'm not sure if the hero's unrequited love is something I should be so interested in, but anyway. By persuading the girl, I encouraged the hero to approach her more actively. I can't replace Dragon's priestess, but I think I can still be of help to you, hero. So please date me with the premise of marriage. On the 7th day since the hero had been staying in this village, the girl approached him first. But I shouldn't mention myself here. In the middle of her confession, and replace. It's good that she's developed the courage to confess, but it's somehow different, isn't it? Condensing her usual many words into a few to convey her feelings can be seen positively, but still. When roughly summarized, it was a confession that would score around 50 out of 100. I wonder if this would be enough to captivate Hero's heart. and the hero who heard such a confession was, "I'm sorry. It's a disaster." Okay, the confession wasn't the most impressive, but still, to cut it off so firmly like that. Hero, isn't this a bit too much? The girl mustered up all her courage. Didn't I raise you like that? This mom never raised you to be so foolish, to so heartlessly reject the confession that the girl poured her heart into. This is truly too much, as I was thinking about later smacking the back of the hero's head. I have a lot on my mind, and I think I made you feel uneasy, the hero said with an awkward smile. It should have been me making the confession. But somehow the hero's mood seems good. No, after rejecting the confession, saying that, it makes me have a strange sense of expectation. So I'll say it. Please date me with the premise of marriage. Of course, it's not to replace sister, dragon's priestess. I just want you to be by my side. Oh, 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 oh. This guy did it. He did it. Hero, this guy. After unnecessarily rejecting the confession, now he's going to do it himself. Well, it does look better when the man is the one confessing, rather than the woman going first. At the hero's words, the girl's expression flushed red with embarrassment. Why, yes. She only nodded her head slightly with a shy face. And so, a new couple was formed in this small village. They may be an old bachelor and old maid couple in terms of age. The time from when they started together to when they became a couple was 15 days. From that, it took 9 days to become engaged, and 6 days more to get married. In total, about 30 days, around a month. Humans, isn't that too fast? I mean, I understand that human life is as fleeting as a blooming and withering flower, but this is too fast. It's as if they were destined to be together from the beginning, their relationship quickly deepening, starting to date, and then promising marriage. It's too fast even for that. Well, I guess they did have some connection from the start, and the girl was a fan of the hero, and the hero also had feelings for the girl. I did think that a little push would quickly bring them together, but still. Oh my, are those mermaids in the distant sea? Yes, they were mermaids with human torsos and fish tails. They were worshipping the sea god. And the biggest reason for their relationship to have progressed so quickly, hearing the hero's adventures directly from the hero's own mouth. Since the girl was originally a fan of the hero, hearing the hero's adventures directly from the hero's own mouth was truly fatal for her. The hero's adventures, in which he traveled all over the world, met many people, and defeated many monsters, had considerable charm in themselves. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. Ultimately, the girl fell into the swamp of the hero's stories. And for some reason, the girl who usually talked a lot became less talkative when listening to the hero's stories. Is this love, the power of love? Is the love so great that it suppresses the overflowing words? It's the sea. I'm curious about what it's like. It was a vast lake that stretched out. In any direction, it was just the open sea. I've never even seen a lake before. At the girl's words, the hero smiled slightly and said, I'd like to show it to you someday. The sea. Okay, I'll lend a hand. Since they are engaged, they should also prepare the things needed for the wedding. In this world, there may not be a proper wedding ceremony, but it's a once-in-a-lifetime event, so it would be a bit boring not to do anything. First, the wedding rings, the wedding venue, and various other things. There's a lot to prepare. The hero has worked hard for me all this time, so I hope the rest of their lives will be happy. Time flew by quickly, and the hero and the girl's wedding day approached. Well, it's not a grand wedding, but the participants will probably be just the people of the village. If possible, I'd like to invite various people and have a big wedding, but that's not an easy task. Since they're getting married just 12 days after meeting, there wasn't even time for the news to spread. There's no post office or anything to send out invitations, and you can't use email or messengers unless you're gods. So, I decided to use a little cheat. First, among the people the hero met on his adventures, those who could attend the wedding. Let's call the beast god, who was a travel companion, and also the king and queen of Arcadia, who are its guardians. And let's contact Yggdrasil and Sagarmatha. I'll also pass the word to the representatives of the dwarves and elves. Let's also talk to Thetis and Ifrit, and Shamash too. Let's just contact them. When contacting them, I can't leave out Sylphid either. If I contacted all the other kids but not Sylphid, that child would be upset. And, well, since I practically raised that child, the other children can be considered their siblings. Yes, other places. There was Procyon. I'll contact them too. By now, the arrangements should be more or less in order. As for the human kingdoms, I'd better not get the hero entangled in politics, so I'll skip that. Honestly, it was a bit awkward to contact Arcadia since I just left, but the beast god is there, so there's no helping it. Anyway, after compiling the guest list roughly like that, I sent out the wedding invitations. I informed them about the hero's wedding and included a ticket that creates a portal to the wedding venue. Even if there are no wedding gifts, I just asked them to come and celebrate the birth of the new family. And so, time passed quickly. The rings made of mithril and diamond. Okay, the wedding venue prepared on the coast, beautifully decorated. Already, okay. I don't know how many guests will come, but I've prepared a few seats. Okay. The attire of the bride and groom, the wedding dress and suit from Earth are also okay. It was a bit funny to see them flustered by the unfamiliar clothing. The preparations for the reception after the wedding are also okay. Great. All set. I'm not sure if there's anything else needed, but, well, I've never seen a proper wedding ceremony in this world. As long as a man and woman live together, it's essentially a marriage. Even a king of a country would only have a grand ceremony, but the hero is not king. This should be enough. And so the wedding day arrived. Is it really okay? Of course it's okay. I saw the girl looking insecure. I also clumsily put on some makeup for her. In this era where proper makeup does not exist, the makeup that cleanly covers any blemishes on the face. Well, isn't it good? After all, putting something on the face has been common. It still feels strange that I, of all people, am marrying the hero. There you go again with that. I tapped the girl's head with a weak voice. But don't be weak. You are now a bride who's suitable enough for that child. Have confidence in yourself. I pushed the girls back once more. If you don't make the hero happy, I'll be in trouble. The wedding of the hero and the girl proceeded without any major problems. Before the wedding began, multiple doors appeared on the beach wedding venue I had prepared, and the guests who had received the invitations revealed themselves. By tearing the tickets attached to the invitations, a door that transcends space was created, and the guests entered through that door. The guests were shocked by the existence of the door that transcends space, especially the mages of Procyon. Of course, the dwarves and elves were also shocked, but the mages of Procyon, who realized that the door had just been created by magic, were even more shocked than the other guests. In front of those guests, I greeted them with a small bow and spoke, "Welcome to the wedding of the hero." This time, I was also dressed in a fairly decent dress. Thanks to that, I could see the guests' eyes widening, which was quite amusing. Normally, I only wear loose white clothes, but this time I made a proper dress and wore it. Well, in this era where there is only rough leather or coarse cloth, such clothes are quite rare. Not strange that their eyes are widening. Please have a seat. We will start the ceremony shortly. Let's see, my children in human form are here, and the representatives of the dwarves and elves are here, and there are a few mages of Procyon. The king and queen of Arcadia and even the god of beasts are here. And since the representatives won't be alone, the number of attendants has multiplied several times the number of invitations sent. And for some reason, there are a few mermaids waving their hands from the beach side. Apparently, Thaddeus, who is mixed among the guests, has informed the mermaids and they have come to celebrate the hero's wedding. The mermaids had slipped my mind. Well, the more guests, the better. After all the guests were seated and the bride and groom were ready, we will now begin the wedding ceremony. And so the wedding of the hero began. The girls saw the sea for the first time. The vast sea emitting a deep blue light, with white flower-like foam blooming and disappearing. In this scenery, the humans with fish-like lower bodies leaped out of the sea, performing acrobatic feats, and then plunged back into the sea, creating a dreamlike landscape. For the girl who was born and raised in a small village in the mountains, this sight did not feel like reality. But this scene was all real. Now it's your turn. Behind the girl was the dragon's priestess, her benefactor who had saved her life and the family of the hero. The dragon's priestess extended her hand to the girl, guiding her. It was now the girl's turn to appear. The girl looked at her reflection in the mirror prepared in the bride's waiting room, a sight she had never seen before. A soft and beautiful dress, not stiff or rigid, and a pretty makeup that did not look like her own face. It was as if she had been transformed by magic. No, it was actually done with magic, so that statement is not wrong. The girl took a deep breath and stood up from the chair. The pure white dress made of soft, flowing fabric. The dress fluttered slightly with the girl's steps, creating a beautiful sight. However, the girl thought that all of this was too much for her. Marrying the hero she admired, wearing such a beautiful dress, seeing the sea for the first time, and getting married in a place with a view of the sea. All of this felt like too much of a luxury for her. Why was she being granted such fortune? What had her former self done to deserve such hospitality? The girl could not understand the blessings that were showered upon her, but in the end, she decided to simply accept them without trying to comprehend it. Watching the girl, the dragon's priestess could only push the girl's back forward. In her stead, she could only hope that the girl would make the hero happy, and so the girl opened the door and stepped forward. Through the wide-open large door, past the many guests, to where the hero in formal attire was. And so, the hero and the girl lived happily ever after. The end of the first hero's adventure. The wedding ceremony of the hero was following a completely different method from the typical weddings of that time, so there are various speculations about it. There is a theory that later generations embellished the description, and another theory that the hero's wedding method became widespread and established the current practice. In fairy tales, it could have ended with they lived happily ever after, but reality was not so smooth. Even though the story has ended, people still have to live on. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. The hero, freed from his duties, put down his sword and chose to live together with the girl. And I too began living in the same village as the hero to keep my promise to stay with him until he died. The hero and the girl said it was fine for me to live in the same house, but don't wanna. Therefore, I built a small cottage near their house and started living there peacefully. The damage from the monsters has been greatly reduced, so the only thing left for me as the goddess of life is to manage the overall situation. There was still the task of creating a paradise. Well, I've already found the clue, so I can take it slowly. For now, let's just live peacefully in this small rural village. A year after the hero's wedding, a child was born to the hero and his wife. The child born to the two was a frail baby girl. Smaller and weaker than a normal newborn, this baby was born about 2 months premature. And in this era, a baby like this had a hard time surviving. I carefully cradled the baby who was not breathing. The hero's wife was passed out from exhaustion, and the hero had lost his composure upon realizing the baby was not breathing. In this situation, I was the only one who could respond calmly. "Sis, is it going to be okay?" The hero looked at the baby in my arms with a worried expression. "Don't worry. Have you forgotten who I am?" The chances of a baby born a few months early surviving in this era were incredibly low. Well, that's the story of what would have happened if I hadn't been there. I examined the fading life force within the baby's body. As a newborn, the body was too frail, and the life force was weak, making it difficult to easily strengthen it. If I'm not careful, it could have the opposite effect instead of healing. But how could I call myself the goddess of life if I couldn't save this one small child? I carefully channeled my magical power, weaving it into the baby's body to reinforce the incomplete physique. The baby, unable to breathe properly due to being born too early, was gradually completed and stabilized by my magical power. Now you don't have to worry anymore. I could confirm that the baby's breathing had returned to normal. If there had been something like an incubator, it would have been easier, but in this era, there is no such thing. I had no choice but to use this laborious method, but it's no trouble at all to put in this effort to save this child. Thank you, sister. Well, since she's your child, she's like family to me as well. This is no trouble at all. I smiled softly as I watched the newborn baby breathing peacefully. Now this child would have no more problems. I had thought that before. Auntie, TL/N. Kaya. That's right, you little rascal. I stroked the head of the young child clinging to me. The newborn baby who had been on the brink of life and death, born much earlier than expected, had now become a mischievous young girl. Why is my hair the same silver color as yours, Auntie? I wonder about that too. The side effect of reconstructing the body of this child with my magical power to save her as a newborn, her physique was becoming increasingly similar to mine, my avatar. For now, it's just the hair color, but over time, she may become less human. That outcome would certainly not be good for this child. I should consult the hero about this. I can't just leave it as is. The hero looked at the young girl playing outside with a worried expression. The girl with hair dyed the same silver as mine. The girl whose life I saved with my power and who is now beginning to transform into a non-human being. Hero, what do you think about this? We can't just leave her like that, But how long will you keep calling me hero? It's been years since I quit being a hero. Hem. Your name just doesn't seem to stick in my mouth easily. And as long as you're alive, you'll always be hero to me. But my newly given name is now useless. And since you keep calling me hero, even my daughter calls me that. At least you can talk about your exploits thanks to that. That's true, but... The hero sighed softly and said, "You really haven't changed at all, have you, sister? But you have changed a lot." The hero was now in his mid-50s, starting to approach old age, but his outward appearance still looked to be in his late 30s. Of course, the hero's wife was the same way. The one who used to call me sis now addresses me so formally as sister. There used to be a certain charm to it, but now it's gone. Ah, what can I do? People change as they grow. The hero looked back at his daughter playing outside. With so much changing, I too have no choice but to change. The expression on the hero's face had become that of a father, a face filled with something incredibly precious, unlike the one he had when he was defeating monsters for humanity, a face that could not be seen before. Whenever I look at my daughter, I no longer regret getting married. You've really changed a lot, haven't you? I simply smiled softly as I watched the hero. Anyway, about my daughter. What should we do? I have a couple of ideas, but first let me make one thing clear: I cannot remove my magic from her. Is that so? Of course, if I didn't care about her life, it would be possible, but I have no desire for that. The vast amount of my magic is intertwined with the countless cells in her body. If I forcibly tried to retrieve my magic, how long could she possibly last? Likely not even a day. Forcibly taking back, my magic would leave her body riddled with tiny holes like a sponge. My original plan was to have my magic substitute for her life force until it was sufficiently activated, then gradually retrieve the magic while regenerating her body. But it seems the compatibility between my magic and her was too good. My magic and her body have fused at the cellular level. It might be possible to painstakingly separate the magic permeating every cell, but that would likely take over a century. The cause? I'm not sure, but it may be related to the parents of this child. The hero who wielded the sword I created and traveled with me, and the hero's wife whose body was regenerated by my magic, maintaining her youth. Their child seems to be anything but ordinary. Perhaps the premature birth is also connected to this. I don't really know for sure. After all, I don't know everything in this world. In any case, the first option is to thoroughly teach her how to use my magic to protect herself. Honestly, I think this is the easiest solution, if not for the concern of her becoming an existence beyond human. But that's a bit. If the hero, the strongest human, is her father, then he would know all too well the dangers of wielding immense power. There were far too many with snake-like hearts who sought to use the hero's strength and reputation for their own ends. Personally, I think that is the easiest solution. But wouldn't that give the child power beyond human capabilities? Yes, that's right. Her lifespan would also be much longer than a normal human's. Her body would become almost like an extension of mine. She could easily live for 1,000 years. Even now, if not for the lack of horns, the rest of her appearance is very similar to mine. No wonder the occasional travelers who come by mistake us for sisters. In a way, it may be the best path for the child. She would have great power and be able to live for a long time. However, the question is whether her mind could withstand such immense power. That's true. From the perspective of someone who has wielded great power, that decision needs to be made very carefully. The opinion of an experienced person as expected. Well, I didn't have any other choice after all. Once he had drawn the hero's sword, other options disappeared. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. Still, most important thing would be the child's own opinion. But she's still too young to make such an important decision. Then let's move on to the second option. The second option. I nodded slightly and continued. The second option is to seal the magical power within her body. Seal it? Yes. If we seal the magical power so that it doesn't activate, the child could live as a normal human. I'm not sure if her hair color would revert to normal, but that could probably be managed with dye. If the child wishes to live a normal life, sealing the magical power would allow that. Sealing it. Is that possible? Since it's my magic, sealing it so it doesn't activate properly is relatively simple. The difficult part is separating the intertwined elements, but just suppressing it completely so she can live like a normal human cell is doable. However, there are still some issues. The sealed magic is still a part of her body, her cells, so there's a possibility it could be inherited by her future offspring. It would gradually become weaker over generations, but so that would be passing on the burden to her descendants. Well, as long as nothing major happens, the magic shouldn't awaken, based on my calculations. Unless she suffers a major shock or life-threatening injury, it's unlikely to activate. The hero nodded slightly at my words. I see. Personally, I'm leaning more towards the sealing option. You want to hear the child's opinion, don't you? Yes. Not now, but when she's old enough in a few years to make the decision herself. In a few years, around when she becomes an adult, then it might be best to start with sealing it for now. Seal it first, and if she wants the power later, we can unseal it. If not, we'll keep it sealed. If my daughter chooses to seal the magic, then I'll be passing the burden on to her descendants. It doesn't sit well with me, even if it's for her sake. Well, the sealed magic shouldn't awaken under normal circumstances. And if it does awaken in a life-threatening situation, it could end up saving your descendants as well. But still, ugh, this guy. He's gotten so soft-hearted after retiring from being a hero. Then let me help you a little. You, sister. I nodded. If the dormant magic in your descendants awakens, they'll surely be in grave danger. And if a human wielding my power is left unchecked, they could pose a threat to humanity. If you help, I can rest assured, but how exactly will you assist? I thought for a moment before speaking. Since she'll be carrying my magic, there will be a connection between us. So after it awakens, I'll use her body to lend a hand to your descendants. Use her body. By utilizing the connection between your descendant and me, I'll be able to wield her body as if it were my own. I can save your descendants and teach them how to properly use the power. The hero thought for a moment and then spoke. Is that possible for you, sister, and my descendants to control one body? I can already control multiple bodies, so how could it be impossible for us to control one body together? It would be a kind of multiple personality. There might be some conflict over who has the dominant control. Well, if such a situation arises, as long as there are no major problems, I plan to mostly hand it over to your descendants. I'm already busy enough playing the role with this one body. Well, that's only if your daughter chooses to seal the power. If she decides not to seal it, then this plan would be meaningless. I looked at the hero's daughter playing outside, the small silver-haired girl running into the arms of her returning mother. No, I'm telling you, the first hero's companion was definitely the dragon's priestess. What? Where did you hear that nonsense? The records clearly state that the first hero's companion was a different woman, not the dragon's priestess. There are even testimonies from those who attended the wedding at the time. Ugh, really? Then why does the hero's daughter look exactly like the dragon's priestess? Perhaps the dragon's priestess blessed the hero's daughter. Just because of a blessing, her appearance would change to match the priestess. Then everyone blessed by the gods in the pantheon would look like their statues. Then, why was the other woman recorded as the hero's companion? The Church of Life must have had a stance on this. They would have seen it as blasphemous for the holy dragon's priestess to marry the hero. Enough. I will not hear any more of this. You know well the consequences of offending the Church of Life, yet you dare speak such nonsense. A conversation between a historian and the student. No one else heard their discussion. What kind of conversation are you two having? The hero's wife asked as she and her daughter entered the house. Oh, just various things. Nothing too interesting for you to hear. The hero casually brushed off his wife's question. But I think your wife should also know about this issue. I lightly slapped the hero's back and looked at his wife. It was about the future of your daughter. Sister, quiet, your wife also has the right to know. I slapped the hero's back again, making a loud sound. But, quiet, fool. As I was hitting the hero unilaterally, the hero's wife tilted her head. Her movements seemed too young for a woman in her 50s, but her appearance looks around 30 years old, so it's not too strange. Even 30 might be a bit hard to digest. What do you mean by the future of my daughter? The problem is the magic within that child. Magic? I don't know what that is, but does my body contain something called magic within my body, inherited from Aunt? The hero's daughter asked me with a slightly surprised expression. That's understandable. For humans, magic power is still an unknown existence or a mystery. They only know it vaguely exists, so hearing that there is magic power flowing within their body would naturally surprise them. Ah, come to think of it, they seem to be researching magic power in Procyon as well, but there hasn't been much progress yet. Oops, I got a bit sidetracked. What did you put inside me? Is it okay? If I hadn't, you wouldn't have been able to live. I lightly pushed the daughter's forehead with my index finger. Then the magic power within her body moved just a little and the hero's daughter fell backwards. What was that? The magic power within you moved just a tiny bit. Even that slight movement had such an effect. That's scary. How can I get rid of this? To that, I shook my head slightly. That magic power is the reason you've been alive from birth until now. Seeing her daughter's state, the hero's wife spoke with a worried expression. Dragon's priestess, how will that magic power affect my child? Affect, huh? She will become a being similar to me, transcending humanity. Unlike the hero, I couldn't tell the hero's wife everything. The hero knows my true identity, but his wife only knows me as the dragon's priestess. Similar to the dragon's priestess. Will she become the next dragon's priestess? Become like you, Aunt? I don't really like that. Huh, this is an unexpected response. What's wrong with becoming like me? But Aunt, you don't do anything. Ah, no, I do work. As the goddess of life and the creator dragon god, I work every day. Moreover, the gods of death have been showing some ominous movements trying to hand over some tasks to me, and I've scolded them before. Most of the work in the Temple of Life is handled by the dragons themselves, so I don't need to worry much, but they do consult me occasionally. It's just that I work remotely from home, that's all. You're always just lounging around at home, and when we try to take you out for some fresh air, you stubbornly lock yourself in your room. Dad and Mom are both busy working, but only you don't work. Ugh, I'm working hard, you know, but I can't reveal my true identity to this child. The hero is awkwardly smiling, knowing my true identity. Anyway, I don't want to be like you, Aunt. I'd rather be like Mom and Dad. But if you become like me, you can gain great magic power and live much longer. Great magic power. What can I do with that? What can you do with it, you ask? Wouldn't you be able to do anything with that kind of power? With the amount of magic power that child has compared to a normal human, it would be an enormous amount. If it's all used up, it may even risk her life. But that's unlikely to happen. Yes, the only thing I want is to live happily with Mom, Dad, and Aunt. That child, saying such a thoughtful thing. Hearing those words from the small child, the hero and the hero's wife also seemed moved, their eyes glistening. Yes. But if you have that power, you could really do anything, you know. But other than living happily with my family, I don't particularly want to do anything else. What an easygoing child without any greed to live lavishly. You could live longer if your lifespan increases. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. What's good about living longer? At the child's innocent words, I was momentarily at a loss for words. What's good about living longer? You could try doing all the things you want to do. I don't really have anything I want to do other than living happily with my family. If there's something I want, Mom, Dad, and Aunt will do it for me. Or you could travel all around the world. Even now, if there's a place I want to go, Aunt takes me there. I had fun when we went to the beach the other day. Or you could meet many people. Isn't my family enough? If I meet too many people, it would be tiring. Answers that don't seem like those of a young child. Living longer. What's good about that? As I've lived through the long years, a question I never thought of has filled my mind. What is the meaning of life? Why do we live? Is it to fulfill our desires? To spread our descendants far and wide? What is the true meaning of life? As the goddess of life, I don't even understand that. As the goddess of life, what should I do for life? What is the purpose of the goddess of life's existence? And my thoughts were interrupted by the hero's daughter. The feeling of being connected to something important was severed. Ah, yes, I was just thinking about something else for a moment. Ahem, I'll think about that later. Rather than pondering the meaning of life and death, right now I need to focus on this child's future. And I've heard a lot about Dad's stories. I heard he went through a lot of hardship while acting as the hero. If I have that power, shouldn't I become a hero too? You don't have to become a hero, but others may come after that power. That sounds troublesome. This small child displayed a remarkable sense of laziness, as if she had learned it somewhere. I don't really need the power or the long lifespan. The small child casually spoke as if it was nothing. There are countless people who would even sacrifice their lives to obtain that level of power, but she speaks of it as if it's unimportant. Well, that's not a bad thing either. It seems the direction is decided, hero. Yes, it does. My daughter is quite extraordinary. To so easily give up on the power to do anything, this child is not ordinary either. Not ordinary at all, but just in case, let's prepare one safeguard. Since this child's will is like this, it would be best to seal it, but, for now I'll seal it temporarily and then I'll ask you again after she becomes an adult. Isn't that troublesome? It's an important matter. If her thoughts haven't changed even after she becomes an adult, then we'll seal it completely. Understand, time may pass and this child's thoughts could change. Then I can unseal it. Won't that seal have any other effects on this child? Effects? Maybe her hair color will gradually start to return to its original color. Her already grown hair will be in the silver state, but the new hair growth will regain its original color. The already formed skeletal structure and appearance will be difficult to change significantly. Hair color. The hero's wife embraced her daughter's head. No, the shining silver hair can't disappear. This child's silver hair is so beautiful. Well, even if you say that, then can't we just maintain the hair? Whenever I stroke this child's hair, I feel a sense of satisfaction as if she's a sister to the dragon's priestess, so I don't know how to explain it. Has she become a bit strange since getting married? I shook my head slightly. Is something like that even possible? But, Mom, you're being ridiculous. The hero's daughter grumbled as she broke free from her mom's embrace. It's just hair color, it's nothing. Nothing, you say. Now, you two, let's calm down, okay? With the hero intervening between the two, the atmosphere calmed down a bit. Then, let's seal it temporarily first and decide whether to completely seal it after she becomes an adult. Is that all right? It's fine to seal it right now. Ugh, silver hair like the dragon's priestess. Mom, really. Seeing this family scene, I couldn't help but chuckle softly. Time passes quickly. As I watch the child growing faster and faster every day, I feel a strange sense of wonder at the sight of the child growing more and more like me. Life in a quiet countryside. There are many inconveniences and shortcomings, but we can live without any worries. Sometimes I watch brave and reckless challengers fail in their attempts to challenge the hero, and then see those shattered challengers fall for the hero's daughter's kindness and propose to her, only to be crushed by the hero once again. I smiled. If this time could last forever, it would not be bad. But human life is finite and ephemeral. The hero's life has begun to fade away. It is natural. The hero, who is now over 50 and approaching 60, is at an age where it is not strange for their life to come to an end. For an ordinary person, it would not be strange to die at any time. But even at that age, the hero still moves his body without any deficiency. Seeing that hero, I let out a small sigh. How long do you plan to hold your daughter in your arms? It's time to let her be independent. I won't let her go until dirt is in my eyes. If your wife hears that, she'll really try to put dirt in your eyes, so be careful. The hero's daughter has now become an adult. The resemblance to me has matured, and she is now at the point where people call her my sister. The expression on her face when that clueless traveler called her my sister. It was a masterpiece, and it's a shame there was no camera. Her hair color was a bit different, but the facial features were similar, so I can understand why the first-time traveler was confused. Anyway, I asked that now-adult child one more time. I'll ask you the question I asked when you were little. Do you not need great power and longevity? No, I don't need it. I still think the same as when I was little. Even as an adult, that child's thoughts had not changed. Human thoughts are usually like flowing water, changing shape, but that child's thoughts were as solid as a rock. Whether you call it stubborn, steadfast, or just plain stubborn, well, it's not a bad thing. Anyway, just like that, the hero's daughter's magic all sealed inside her body. The magic intertwined with her body. Unless a life-threatening crisis comes to that child, it will not awaken. To be honest, I'm a little worried. But since it was that child's own decision, as an adult, I should accept that decision. That child has grown well and suitable suitors are coming in. Now you just have to let her go. But I still don't want to. Honestly, I'd like to keep her by my side until I die of old age. You're such a doting father. I slapped the hero on the back. Ouch. If you selfishly block your daughter's future with your own desires, what good will that do? If you truly care for your daughter, you should also consider letting her go. But, no buts. You and your got married at a late age, so you shouldn't expect your daughter to follow in your footsteps. My words left the hero without a proper response. Well, that's understandable. The late marriage must be a complex for the hero. The hero's daughter shouldn't have to follow in the hero's footsteps. And above all, if that child doesn't get married and start a family, you won't have any grandchildren to call you grandpa. Is that okay with you? I asked the hero a question that implied he should want the hero's bloodline to spread further. Grandpa, 60 is plenty old enough to be called a grandfather. Isn't that right? Nowadays, people can get married in their mid to late teens, so you could even become a grandfather in your mid to late 30s. If you keep clinging to your daughter, her future will be uncertain. Is that what you want? That's not what I want, but then stop being a doting father. If parents block the path of their grown-up child, what good will that do? At my words, the hero could only lower his head without saying anything. I will arrange the marriage. I also care for that child, so I will find a good husband for her. He should be a man who is not lacking in wealth, has good character, and is not unattractive in appearance. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. It would be best if he could come and live here. If he can become a son-in-law, that would be great. He doesn't have to be someone who lives without a single drop of water on his hands, but he should be a husband who can ensure that the child doesn't have to endure great hardship. Such a person may not be common, but the world is wide and there are many people. If I release all the pilgrims from the temple of life and search, I should be able to find a suitable person eventually. The hero's daughter got married. Surprisingly, the groom was the third prince of the kingdom of Arcadia. Well, he was a member of the royal family, but one without any claim to the throne. Arcadia had transformed into a formidable nation, incomparable to its previous state. It seems the resolution of their food shortage through potatoes has allowed them to gradually increase their population. I heard that one of Arcadia's neighboring countries had started picking a fight with them. Apparently, it was related to the first beast that was being raised like a pet in Arcadia. When this first beast suddenly appeared and defeated a monster, the truth was revealed, and rumors spread that it was an extraordinary animal, even to the point of being called a deity. These rumors eventually led to the belief that Arcadia's rapid prosperity was due to the blessing of this beast deity. The neighboring country of Arcadia. What was its name again? Well, since it no longer exists, there's no need to remember it. Anyway, it seems that neighboring country had been constantly picking fights with Arcadia. At first, Arcadia tried to avoid war by treating the envoys who came to pick fights with hospitality. But human greed knows no bounds. The patient Arcadia and the neighboring country that kept demanding they surrender the deity war was inevitable between the two. Arcadia's national power was clearly inferior. Moreover, the neighboring country had a history of conquering its surroundings through war and was a powerful nation. Lacking in population, food, territory, resources, and military, Arcadia fought valiantly, and they emerged victorious. Well, I initially thought it was natural for them to win since they had been blessed with that flag. But I didn't expect them to capture the neighboring country's capital in just 7 days. Apparently, they lured the neighboring country's main forces deep into Arcadia's territory, engaged in minor skirmishes in the front, and then used the flag's command to indirectly lead their cavalry, successfully attacking at the perfect timing. As a result, they completely severed the enemy's supply lines from the rear. The neighboring country's army, deprived of food, tried to requisition supplies from the nearby populace, but Arcadia was a nomadic nation. The residents of the dangerous areas had already been evacuated, so there were no people left for the enemy to requisition from. Furthermore, Arcadia's main food source was potatoes. The neighboring country's army, unaware of the existence of potatoes buried underground, fought with empty, growling stomachs, not knowing that food was right beneath their feet. Needless to say, they were utterly crushed. Arcadia, having captured the majority of the enemy's main force, quickly advanced and swiftly attacked the neighboring country's capital. During this process, it was evident that the Arcadian king was trying to avoid the flag's penalty as much as possible. Instead of directly attacking the neighboring country's capital from Arcadia, they went through the land of Arcad, which had become a wasteland and belonged to no country. This was possible because the neighboring country's capital was slightly farther from Arcadia, but much closer to Arcad. Additionally, they had thoroughly surveyed Arcad's geography and were familiar with the shortcuts to quickly reach the neighboring country's capital. Could it be that the Arcadian king had planned this from the beginning? The patrols sent to the barren land were a bit puzzling, but if it was to prepare the invasion route, it makes sense. And I had said that the flag's penalty would weaken them if they stepped on another country's land, but if it was a wasteland, then it was considered acceptable. And it did indeed work out that way. I was a bit annoyed, but it must have been the result of their efforts in using their heads. This time, I'll turn a blind eye. Anyway, the Arcadian cavalry that quickly marched to the neighboring country's capital through the wasteland of Arcad swept in like a storm. On the other hand, the neighboring country had not even considered the possibility that the majority of the invading forces would be captured as prisoners. And since the distance to Arcadia was considerable, they were negligent, thinking that they could respond slowly if anything happened. They crumbled like a sandcastle in front of a wave. Well, it's only natural. The overwhelmingly inferior Arcadia couldn't have imagined that they would capture all of their forces as prisoners and launch a counterattack on the capital. It's no different from David knocking down Goliath with a single punch. In the end, the capital was occupied without any countermeasures, and the king of the neighboring country was captured as a prisoner by a horse-human hybrid named Epona. The king of Arcadia, having conquered the neighboring country, entered the capital together with the forces that had been left behind in the wasteland of Arcad, beheaded the neighboring country's king, severely punished the king's retainers, and took good care of the impoverished people who had suffered from the war, or so I heard. As a result, it was the completion of the powerful nation of Arcadia, which had swallowed the neighboring country whole. I heard that the moment they crossed the border of the neighboring country to enter, the flag lost its power, but the time when the flag's power was needed had already passed, so it was fine. In this way, the king of Arcadia regained the crown, which was the treasure of the Arcad royal family, and although it was slightly smaller than the territory of Arcad, he acquired a considerable expanse of land, becoming a great power. And now, the third prince of this great nation has married the hero's daughter. Honestly, at first I thought the king of Arcadia had eaten something wrong. Even though he doesn't have the right to the throne, to send the prince as a son-in-law is quite something. A prince of that position would have such high political value that it doesn't need explanation. To send such a third prince as the hero's son-in-law. At this point I was curious what the king of Arcadia was thinking. Perhaps he was aiming to strengthen his royal power through the blood relationship with the hero. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent the prince this way. That's what I thought. I'm meeting you for the first time. No, I've met you before, but this is the first time I'm being formally introduced. Yes, it's the first time I'm meeting you. Standing in front of the hero's daughter, his face flushed red and he couldn't even make eye contact and he disappeared. Ah, could it be? The one I met when I went to visit Arcadia before. Yes, yes. You remember me even though we only met for a day. It left a strong impression on me. Before Arcadia went to war with the neighboring country, the hero's daughter had wanted to meet the beast god she had adventured with. At that time, we had traveled in Arcadia for a few days. Could it be that the children had met and become friends while the adults were talking? This is an unexpected connection. It was fun back then. While the adults were talking about things we didn't understand, we were happily playing around. Yes, it was enjoyable. The connection made during that short trip in childhood is now being revived. No, is it because that connection existed that this young man is coming as a son-in-law? I'm not sure, but the conditions are great, so I have no reason to object at all. The hero's wife also seemed pleased with the tall prince's appearance, as her smile didn't fade. As for the hero, he kept frowning and muttering things like a prince, complaining about how he seemed like a parasite, only concerned with appearances and lacking substance and other grumblings. But then he got slapped on the back by his wife. Well, the hero is an overprotective father, so he would have reacted that way no matter who his daughter brought home. Even if it was a king instead of a prince, that guy would have grumbled. No, I mean, a prince of all people is coming as a son-in-law. Honestly, even I find it hard to understand, sister. Who knows, the connections between people can be surprising. Don't you think there might have been a chance encounter? Chance. Rather, that cunning king must have sent the son-in-law to target the hero's bloodline. Didn't you used to like that king before? Why has your opinion changed? That was then, this is now. When the situation changes, the way of thinking changes too, doesn't it? Situation. Could it be because of the position of being a father to a beloved daughter? I understand it a little, but still, if it's for the sake of his daughter, he should let her go. If he keeps stubbornly objecting like this, he'll end up being hated by his own daughter. I just sighed quietly while watching the hero, and later on, I hate you, Dad. My prediction was spot on. Why are you always nitpicking that person over trivial things? No, my daughter. I don't care, I'll become Aunt's daughter from now on. Saying that, the hero's daughter clung to me. The girl who's almost in her 20s is acting like a child. No, is she doing this on purpose, to shake up the hero? I'm not a child anymore, you know. I'm at the age where I'm a bit late to get married. Why don't you like him? Tell me a reason I can understand. That is. The hero couldn't give a reason. Of course, he was just stubbornly objecting without any real justification. Seeing the hero in that awkward state, I sighed softly and stepped in. I didn't mind watching further, but I didn't want to see this father-daughter relationship shattered by unnecessary stubbornness. So, that's enough. Aunt, sister, I interjected between the two as I had been quietly observing. Won't you forgive this fool's foolish behavior? Sister, shut up, you fool. Did you think you could just get away with such stubbornness? You should have at least thought about the possibility of being hated. But, shut up. You haven't done a single good thing, so just be quiet and behave. Even though my daughter is cute, it's not like I can keep her by my side forever. He doesn't even realize that his daughter has her own life. You fool, this fool. While I'm away for a while, I'll slap your back in place of your wife. Oh, it hurts, sister. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. For a foolish person who doesn't recognize his mistakes, a beating is the best medicine. I continue to slap the flabby back of the man whose muscular physique from his prime days is long gone. You weren't this frustrating before. How did you end up like this? Do you think I raised you this way? Oh, it hurts, sister. Stop. Stop hitting me. I can't stand how vexing you are. Take one more hit. After slapping his back with enough force to leave clear palm prints, I was finally satisfied. Now that I've given you a good beating, I hope you've calmed down. I carelessly tossed the hero, whose back was all battered, onto the bed and then spoke to the hero's daughter. Ain't that fool? It seems he couldn't bear to let you go because he treasures you too much. Your life is yours to live. It appears that fool overlooked that, so please forgive him. At my words, the hero's daughter glanced at the hero sprawled on the bed, then let out a deep sigh and nodded. Since you say so, Aunt, I won't hate that foolish father of mine. Good, and I looked at the hero's daughter, who had grown, and smiled. Congratulations on your marriage. The wedding of the hero's daughter and the third prince of Arcadia was held in a relatively small ceremony, with only the relevant people in attendance. Still, there were probably more than 15 people, the residents of the village where the hero lived, and the immediate family members of the Arcadian royal family. The newly married couple of the hero's daughter and her son-in-law went through various ups and downs, but they managed to live happily. They quickly had a child. Thanks to the fact that the hero was able to see his grandchild before turning 70, his aggression towards his son-in-law decreased rapidly. And fortunately, or perhaps it was only natural, the hero's grandchild was born. Normal, unlike the hero's daughter. The child was not born earlier than the due date, nor was my magic mixed into their body. They were simply a normal human. Well, since I had sealed the magic, it's only natural. But just to be sure, I checked, and the magic that had been sealed was a part of my own body. Compared to the hero's daughter, the amount of magic in the grandchild was slightly reduced, but it's uncertain how many generations it will take for it to completely disappear. But as long as the child was born healthy, isn't that enough? That's true. I lifted the grandchild in both hands and chuckled softly, watching the hero who was fawning over the grandchild. The sharp-edged hero I used to travel with, where did that version of him go? Now he's just a silly old grandfather. Why are you looking at me like that, sister? It's nothing. I'm just surprised at how much a person can change, that's all. I silently gazed at the hero. Hero's life force is diminishing. He has about 10 years left. 80 years old is considered quite a long life in this era, but it still feels so short. Hero, yes. Was your life a life of sufficient value? At my question, the hero smiled faintly and replied, Why are you suddenly asking such a question? I'm just curious. How unexpected of you. Cradling the grandchild in his arms, the hero gently stroked the child's head as he spoke. I'm not sure what constitutes a life of value, but there is one thing I can say for certain. One thing. Yes, I am satisfied with my life. The hero continued in a calm voice, because even an orphan with nothing managed to pull out the hero's sword by chance and embark on grand adventures, making a name for himself in the world. The hero added that he had also obtained a fox-like wife, a rabbit-like child, and even a grandchild like a baby rabbit. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he said, If I hadn't pulled out that sword, my life would certainly not have been as good as it is now. In the best-case scenario, I might have lived the life of a pilgrim of the Temple of Life. The life of a pilgrim traveling the world and preaching about life. That was certainly not an easy life. That's why I am satisfied with my life. It was a very good life. A very good life, huh? In that case, I can be a little at ease. Well, death doesn't mean the end, but still. Huh? No, it's nothing. That sounded like a very important thing to say. Huh, sister? And so I lived quietly with the aging hero. One day, however, a man appeared in the village where the hero and I lived. The man with the black hood had concealed his appearance as much as possible, but the tattered state of the black hood suggested he was not a normal human. As soon as I saw this man, I could roughly guess his identity. Dragon's priestess. You haven't changed at all. Then are you the hero? That's right, but who are you? However, the hero, who was slicing fruit with a small dagger, did not notice the man's identity. Well, it's understandable. In the hero's long life spanning decades, the man's involvement was only for a day, and it disappeared in an instant. If the hero remembered, that would be more surprising. Without saying a word, the man drew the sword hanging at his waist. The metallic sword had a reddish color, not a normal sword. Seeing the man holding such a sword and aiming it at the hero muttered softly, "These days, why are they so ill-mannered, drawing their swords right away without even saying anything?" Tusk. Spitting out words like an old man, the hero's words were ignored as the sword-wielding man charged at him. It's been a long time since I retired, but why are there so many greedy for the name of the hero? It's so annoying. Are you not considering appointing a new hero? As long as you're alive, that won't happen. I wasn't particularly worried, but... Calmly continuing the conversation, the hero lightly evaded the sword swung at him. The speed is quite fast. It's threatening. Despite his aging body, the hero's swordsmanship, honed by not neglecting to wield the sword, had transcended mere technique and become a form of art. Using the fruit knife, the hero deflected the red sword, evaluating the man's attack. But the trajectory is very simple. Thanks to that, it's not difficult to evade. It won't be a major threat to opponents of similar speed. The man tried to push the hero back with a series of rapid attacks, but the hero slightly pierced the core of the sword with the knife, completely twisting the sword's trajectory. The hero's effortless nullification of the powerful attack was truly the work of a sword master. The man continued to attack the hero, but the hero skillfully handled the knife, deflecting the attacks. After dozens of exchanges, the hero said, "All right, let's stop here. Among the recent opponents, you were the strongest." The man, with his wrist cut by the hero's knife, dropped his sword. "Your swordsmanship doesn't seem systematically trained. Are you perhaps a mercenary? It's close to a swordsmanship ingrained in your body for survival, but there's a strange calmness in the fundamentals. Did you only learn the basics properly?" The hero lightly brushed off the knife and wiped it with his sleeve. "Ah, I was scolded for using this to fight, and now I'll get another lecture. Sister, can you keep this a secret? You need to be scolded a bit more." These days, the hero rarely held his sword except during training. Even though the hero's sword was too powerful and dangerous for opponents, a hero who doesn't wield his own sword is rather strange, isn't it? And then the man with the cut wrist let out a small groan, and the tip of the reddish blade changed shape, shooting towards the hero. It was like a liquid metal, a form resembling a crimson mercury. Indeed, was that the nature of such an item. The transformed thin blade shot towards the hero's back. Oh dear! The hero slightly turned sideways and swung the knife, perfectly deflecting the sneak attack from behind. An interesting thing you're using. The world is truly vast. Monster. It's just the result of diligent training. An ordinary person would not be able to block the blade flying towards their back with a knife, but the hero's senses had become razor-sharp, almost superhuman. "I've traveled the world and done many things, but I've never threatened human lives. If he was praised, he was praised. What matters is that he has never posed a threat to anyone." However, this person was a different story. "All right, that's enough." I approached the man in the black hood. The cut on his wrist had already healed, showing an inhuman recovery rate, and the response of the tracking marker. "It's been a while." I backed the hooded cloak, revealing the face beneath. "You wretched prince who brought down a nation." His face was now overgrown with a messy, unkempt beard, vastly different from decades ago. I looked down at the pitiful man and said, I'm curious how you have the nerve to come here, you who were once the second prince of the Arcade Empire. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now, but he did not respond. If he wanted to beg for forgiveness, I would have told him to go to the Temple of Life and sincerely repent. Why come to the hero and start swinging a sword? Swinging a sword. The hero has already been grumbling about his aching back, so I'm worried in many ways. Sigh. Moreover, he's holding such a peculiar sword. I wonder how he made that. I picked up the sword that was rolling at my feet. The sword itself looked ordinary, but the peculiar thing was the blade. I thought it had a reddish glow, but to be precise, something was covering the blade, giving it that crimson hue. It seems he has mastered something unusual. The membrane-like thing covering the blade was none other than blood. Blood that was being perfectly controlled through life force. I knew he had gone through various troubles with his tattered appearance, but to create something this peculiar, it is quite fascinating. GRRK. Kill me. Such lines are not something a ragged, disheveled man should say. After examining the sword from various angles, I tossed it back to the man and said, "My question wasn't about that. There was no reason for you to come here in the first place." I looked down at the man sitting on the floor. His body had already recovered, but he wasn't moving at all. Me. That man muttered in a voice filled with resentment. "Kill me. Kill you, you. Yes, if it's you, the one who took the place of the goddess who cursed me, then you can kill me." The man raised his head and glared at me. His bloodshot eyes were leaking tears of blood as if his veins had burst. "I no longer want to live. Kill me. End this torment of life." Towards that man I briefly responded, "Why would I? GRRK. Why won't you just kill me? I'm begging you to kill me. I don't want to endure this pain anymore. I don't want to live a life where I can only watch the deaths of others. I want the peace of death." The peace of death, huh? Well, his life has been tormented by the meddling of various deities, making death preferable to his current state. Thanks to the news of what he did to me spreading to other deities, his body has become one that cannot live a proper life due to the concentrated curses. If it weren't for the curse of immortality, he would have died hundreds or thousands of times over. However, without sincerely repenting your wrongdoings and seeking forgiveness, that peace will not come to you. I had already told him all the methods to lift the curse, but this fool, why is he still here like this? If he had gone to the Temple of Life and prayed with genuine remorse, I would have lifted it long ago. No matter what happens. No matter what happens. So go to the Temple of Life, that's the quickest solution. Could it be that this man has forgotten or doesn't remember that solution method? Nah, that can't be. I've been telling him that from the start, unless he's just completely ignored everything I've said. Even after this. The man picked up the sword that had fallen in front of him and pointed it at my neck. The life force on the crimson blade. To use it to take away life, how peculiar. Immediately lift my curse, if not I will kill you. Now he's even threatening me. He's really gone all out, hasn't he? Does he think I'll lift it just because he says so? No way. Ugh. I don't acknowledge any underhanded tactics outside of the proper solution method. If you can, then try it. Sister, the hero cried out in surprise. Why is he reacting like that? That little sword shouldn't be enough to startle him. If you know who I am, you shouldn't have any worries, should you? Over there, my daughter and her good-for-nothing son-in-law are coming with their grandchild. Hurry up and finish this. Well, I figured as much. Your concern for me doesn't make any sense. Well, I can't let him cause trouble for the hero's daughter and her family. Kneel down, I said in a low voice. Gah! The man collapsed to the ground in an instant. Instantaneous gravity. If the body's weight suddenly increases about 50 times, the limbs are bound to be shattered. Even if one has an immortal life, in a situation where they cannot move at all, they can do nothing. I sat on the back of the man sprawled on the floor, who looked like a frog crushed under a wheel, and said, "If you really want to lift that curse, you should have used the method I suggested from the beginning." Ugh, method. What method are you talking about? Look at this guy. Did he really forget? No matter how much his life was full of the resentment of all the gods, did he really forget the only way to solve that problem? Really? I had explained everything from the beginning, but he forgot it. Really? Truly? Ugh. The people of Arcad who lost their country because of this kind of guy are pitiful. Well, it was I who cast that curse. But from now on, I will never use such a curse again. Only the perpetrator will be crushed. No harm to others. The lesson I learned after a country fell and many people suffered is this. The price is too high, but I'm not a perfectly omniscient, so I can't help it. I let out a small sigh and pressed down even harder on the man lying on the ground. Sister, was he the one you cursed? The hero finally seemed to realize something. Is this the one? The one who tried to make a move on me the day I drew my sword. A move? It was a move indeed. So you recognized him too? Of course. The memory of that day is still vivid even after dozens of years. It must have been a day that completely changed the hero's life, so it's natural that he remembers it. Was that despicable man still alive? Since the curse I cast was an immortality curse, he couldn't die. Other than that, he must have gone through all kinds of suffering. Immortality. Is that the curse? I also curse the land of Arcad, but that's another story. Arcad, the country that existed before Arcadia was built. Yes, this fellow, as the Prince of Arcad, wielded his power and despised the goddess of life and the temple of life. So as a punishment, I cursed the land so that no life would be born. At my words, the hero thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, I can see why a country that was said to boast considerable size and power fell so quickly. But cursing the country itself seems a bit too much, doesn't it? But how could I just let the one who defiled the goddess of life in the temple of life go? I do think I went a bit overboard, though. The previous king of Arcadia would have been horrified. Ah, the king of Arcadia had passed the throne to his eldest son, and was now living quietly on the land of Arcadia. From what I've heard, he's been taking care of a killer queen who's lived through a few generations with a beast god, but honestly, he's old enough to die at any time. The queen is still healthy, apparently thanks to the beast god, but I guess being favored by the gods really makes a difference. The hero is also a body favored by the gods in a way. I was quite enraged at that time, but now I'm reflecting on it. From now on, if I cast a curse, I'll make sure it's only on the perpetrator. As I reflected on the deed I had committed, listening to the agonizing sounds of the man crushed under me, the hero's daughter and her family entered the room, along with a middle-aged woman I had never seen before. Daughter, who is that? Ah, a guest. She said she had some business with you and aunt. A guest? For me and the hero, I turned my gaze to the middle-aged woman. You uncle, the woman shouted, seeing the man crushed under me. Is this the fool's companion? The middle-aged woman looked back and forth between me and the man under me, not knowing what to do. Judging from the fact that she came to see me, she must have known that I am the dragon's priestess. She's probably at a loss, not knowing what to do. We will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now, however. The woman standing in front of me seems older than the man crushed under me. Well, since he is under an immortality curse, that's understandable. Take this fool and leave. I don't know what business you and this fool have with us, but it's clearly a futile effort. After releasing the gravity that was crushing the man, I threw the man with his shattered limbs to the middle-aged woman. The tattered limbs began to recover quickly, as if rewinding time. The cursed one who cannot die, even in death, living with such a curse. The foolish man who had forgotten the solution I had told him and stubbornly insisted on being killed. The middle-aged woman who was examining that insignificant man knelt in front of me and the hero. Please, please remove the curse placed on my uncle. I'll do anything. The middle-aged woman bowed her head to the ground, pleading. What relationship does she have with that fool that she calls him uncle and is begging for the curse to be lifted? Who are you? What relation do you have with that fool that you're bowing your head to the ground? In response to my question, the middle-aged woman spoke while her head was still bowed to the ground. Uncle is my benefactor. If he hadn't helped me, I would have already died. That fool helped someone. I can't believe it at all. That fool helping someone. I'd believe the sun rising in the west more. It's hard to believe such a thing easily. He had the leeway to help others, but to regret his own mistakes. Ah, did he forget? Well, it doesn't really matter, but it's the truth. Even though Uncle was being chased by others, he helped me. Chased by others. Ah, I see. Since he was also targeted by other gods, he must have been treated like a calamitous god, bringing disaster wherever he went. If storms, downpours, wildfires, and earthquakes followed wherever that fool went, the humans would have tried to drive him out, eyes ablaze. He could have fought the humans using his immortality as a weapon, but that would have only made the situation worse, not better. So, that's a story from decades ago, on a cold, snowy day in winter. In the bleak winter, when even the farmers' crops failed and the hunters and fishermen had no luck, I was quite ill at that time. My father, the village chief who ruled a fairly large town, was worried about me. I was sickly to begin with, but this year my ailments were even worse. Wait, that's enough. I don't want to hear the whole story. Just give me the key points briefly. Well, it would just be about how difficult it was, how that fool saved him, how he was able to live because of it, and how much suffering followed after. Same old story. Dragging out things I'm not curious about isn't good, short and concise. But there's a story about how I met and parted with Uncle and our touching reunion. I don't want to hear all the details. Summarize the key points briefly. The middle-aged woman pondered for a while, carefully choosing her words, and then spoke. Uncle saved me when I was abandoned by my family. In a situation where there wasn't much food, he couldn't afford to feed a sickly child like me who couldn't work properly. I see. When resources were scarce, they cast out the child they deemed useless. How cruel. It seems that she was born in a rather harsh place where food was not abundant. Yet in such regions, circumstances like that are not uncommon. It was Uncle who took me in at that time. He cared for me as I was dying in the cold forest. Cared for? That fool, was he not mistaken about the person? When my uncle placed his hand on my head, my health gradually recovered. I didn't know what method he used back then, but now I know. My uncle had shared his life force with me. Life force. The one cursed for desecrating the goddess of life is wielding life force. What a curious irony. After I recovered, my uncle tried to send me back home, but I didn't want to return to that house. That's how I clung to my uncle, asking to travel with him. The middle-aged woman paused to catch her breath, then continued. My uncle said no. He said he was cursed by the gods, and their punishment was raining down on him. He couldn't travel with me, as I would be put in danger as well. The woman's eyes held affection for that foolish man as she spoke. The story seems to be getting long. We'll go back for now and come back later. It's not something we should be listening to. As the middle-aged woman's story continued, the hero's daughter left the house with her family. There was a plan to have a meal with the hero's family, but it's been disrupted by an uninvited guest. Sigh, can't be helped. Might as well finish it up quickly and have the meal. Even after that, my uncle kept trying to push me away, but in the end, my stubbornness won and I was able to set out on a journey with my uncle. The purpose of the journey was to break my uncle's curse. The woman's words continued. My uncle didn't tell me much about the curse. The only thing he said was that he was cursed by the gods and that calamity was circling around him. Cursed and calamity circling around him. Isn't he just trying to hide his own wrongdoing? Honestly, if he was flirting with the woman and desecrated the temple and the god, even if he's cursed, he'd be called a scoundrel. But we still traveled the world together. In the process, we helped people who were suffering or being oppressed by others. It's hard to believe that this fool actually helped people. Perhaps helping others was not entirely voluntary. It might have been an unavoidable situation, or the woman got caught up in helping others and ended up helping as well. But if he truly did help others, even if not intentionally, that is still a good deed. Maybe it's worth looking at it a bit differently. Enough. As the woman continued her story, the foolish man regained his senses and spoke in a small voice. My uncle, who couldn't walk properly in the sun, who suffered from flowing water and even a small flame, did not stop the journey to find a way to break the curse. During that journey, despite suffering from countless calamities, my uncle helped people. Because of that, the number of people following him exceeded 100. This fool has over 100 followers. Well, since they don't know the sins he committed, they can still follow him and receive help. Because being around my uncle invites the calamities sent by the gods, the other people have formed a safe village and live there. I am the only one who accompanies my uncle. The middle-aged woman spoke with a sense of pride on her face. During the journey to break the curse, a certain king coveted my uncle's power. If he could obtain the power of my uncle, who does not age or die, he could gain eternal life. With eternal life, he could seize the world. So there was someone who coveted the power of eternal life. Well, it's only natural for someone to appear who wants to pursue that. The more one has, the more one wants, and the less they want to walk the dark valley of death. At that time, my uncle couldn't put other people in danger, so he secretly left alone. He knew they would be in great danger. That was, to separate you troublesome ones. In the end, you went to the king alone and put an end to the king's greed, didn't you? That king was notorious among the people, but thanks to my uncle, a wise prince became the new king. Thanks to my uncle, a country has taken a better path. The one who ruined his own country ended up helping another country. After hearing about you, you didn't just push me away when I came to find you. If you really disliked me, you could have easily left me behind and gone on your own. The fool couldn't say anything else. Perhaps the reason he couldn't push the woman away was because he was lonely. Earlier, he said he didn't want a life where he had to watch others die, so it seems he valued the lives of those around him. Even a fool like him, it seems, didn't want to be alone. And so, my uncle and I continued our journey, enduring countless calamities. We helped countless people and continued to search for clues to break the curse. Please, stop. The fool started to sound like he was dying. He must be terribly embarrassed to have all his deeds exposed. One day, while drunk, a drunken man mumbled in a broken voice. He mentioned the names of Hero and the dragon's priestess. Our names? Yes, he spoke your names in a low, regretful voice. Other than that, he didn't say anything else. But when I think about it slowly, there was something strange about it. Something strange. If it's a curse from the gods, the first thing he would have done is to ask the person closest to the gods for help. That's true. The person closest to the gods is right here. The human chosen by the goddess of life, Hero, is here. Later, I realized that during his travels, there was never an overlap in the destinations between him and Hero. In fact, it seemed like he was avoiding Hero's path. It was very late when I noticed that. So, is that why you've come here? The woman nodded slightly at my words. Yes, it took a long time to convince him, but after much persuasion, he reluctantly accepted to meet you. So, you've come to find me and my sister. Yes, because you are his last hope. The middle-aged woman said as she looked at the foolish man who was just starting to regain his senses. So, please, I beg you to, lend him your strength to break the curse on him. Placing his hand on the woman's shoulder, the fool said, we will rely solely on your kindness. Click here, donate now, it's no use now. These two won't be of any help to me. Why not? If it's Hero, if it's the dragon's priestess, the two you've heard about in the rumors, surely they would help you. At the woman's words, the fool couldn't say anything. He probably has no words to say, as he can't tell the woman that the reason he was cursed was because he had blasphemed against the gods and the temple. So I can't do anything to help. I said, speaking on behalf of the fool. Why? It's because of the reason this fool was cursed. I glared at the fool with a cold gaze, and he slightly averted his eyes. For a curse directly imposed by the gods, the only way to break it is to appease the gods' anger or do what the gods desire. There's no other way to break the curse, so even after searching for over 100 years, it's impossible to find a solution. But the woman seemed to want to say more, but no words came out of her mouth, and the fool himself didn't seem to have any intention of breaking the curse. Even the words he said while fighting Hero were not about breaking the curse, but about asking to be killed. This fool never had any intention of breaking the curse from the beginning. Stop this foolish pursuit of finding other methods and do what you should do first. If you've been cursed by the gods, you must appeal to those gods. Clinging to anything else won't bring a solution. At my words, the fool frowned deeply, seemingly unwilling to appeal to the goddess of life who had cursed him. At this rate, the curse won't be broken even after hundreds of years. So if you understand, then find the right way to break the curse or kneel before the gods and beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, you won't be able to break it. If I give him such a direct hint, maybe his memory will be revived. I also want to break the curse on this land little by little. If it weren't for your stubborn attitude, I would have already broken it long ago. Not that the curse on you is my job, though. The right way. Yes, the right way. The easiest and surest method is the one you're not doing right now, isn't it? Honestly, I thought it wouldn't take this fool more than a year or two to come to the temple and beg for forgiveness. I had even conveyed the message through pilgrims. I thought he would come to the temple, roll around and cry and howl within a year or two. But he's been stubbornly holding out for decades. Unbelievable. Seriously, his persistence in the wrong place is amazing. And if you don't break the curse soon, something irreversible might happen to that foolish soul of yours. So stop that useless, stubborn stubbornness and go to the temple to beg for forgiveness. Why, yes. So, which god should he beg forgiveness from? Since he suffers when he's in the sun, should he go to the god of light first, or the other gods? The god with a clear temple. Enough. The fool calmed the flustered woman and said, the temple the dragon's priestess is referring to is surely the temple of the goddess of life. The fool said with an unwilling expression, because everything started there. Then let's go quickly, it's close by anyway. No, I don't want to go there. Uncle, the fool, no, the idiot said with a really displeased expression. What's this about the goddess of life? What's this about a compassionate mother? She only brought me pain. I never even wished for this kind of life. This guy. not even thinking about his own mistakes, even though I've been giving him chances and saying I'd lift the curse if he just repented. He's blaming others instead of reflecting on his own faults. No good. This guy is just hopeless. I should just separate his bones and flesh right here and torment his soul forever, stupid fool. Rather than me taking action, Hero moved quickly and a fist landed on the idiot's face. Bam! The idiot's head tilted back as if his neck was broken and he fell backwards. Seeing the idiot like that, Hero shouted in a very rare, angry voice. Not even admitting your own mistakes and just making excuses. What an utter fool. Right. Well done. Keep going. I cheered on Hero in my heart and dispersed the magic I had slightly gathered to erase the idiot. First, look at your own mistakes properly. A fool who doesn't even understand what he did wrong won't be able to break the curse even after thousands of years. The fool who took a blow from the hero's fist, which would normally decapitate an ordinary monster, slowly returned to his original state because his body was unable to die. Ugh. Uncle. And you over there, stop following after this fool. If you keep following the tale of such a fool, you'll end up living in disaster for the rest of your life. At Hero's words, the woman flared up and said, "No, Hero-nim, aren't your words a bit too harsh? Too harsh. The real harshness lies in the idiocy of this imbecile. Do you know why this fool was cursed with immortality? Why life stopped being born in Arkad's land? Why the refugees of Arkad had to leave their homeland and live in other countries? It's all because of the sins committed by this fool." At Hero's outburst, the woman was momentarily at a loss for words. Immortality curse. Arkad's land. Uncle, what is that? The woman didn't know the details of the curse that afflicted that fool. Since he didn't explain what the problem was, she wouldn't have known. W is your curse, not about natural disasters striking around you and suffering under the sun. That's not a curse either, I said to the perplexed woman. Those are just other gods venting their anger and punishing that fool what he's done. Those natural disasters are not a curse, just venting of anger. Yes, they are not a curse. It's just the children venting their outrage towards the fool who committed rudeness against me. If you don't say it yourself, I'll tell you here about what you've done, the curse you've received, all about you. Please stop. Why? Wasn't it you who hasn't said anything so far? Is it because the reason is too pathetic even for you? Then why did you do such a thing back then? Why did you do something that you would end up regretting so much? I looked down at the fool with a cold gaze and said, was it because you wanted to be a good person to this child? Ugh, HMPH, what a pathetic fool, a pitiful fool who doesn't even have the courage to admit his own mistakes. I clicked my tongue briefly and said, the reason this fool was cursed is... Stop it. The fool reaches out his hand, but it doesn't reach, as if such a worthless hand could reach me. On the day Hero drew his sword and became a hero at the temple of the goddess of life. Stop. He screams like a cry, but it has no effect. A foolish and even more foolish man. A man who couldn't properly reflect. If I push the truth onto the woman who follows this fool, what will happen? Will she start despising the fool? Or, he coveted me who appeared before Hero, profaned the goddess of life, and desecrated the temple of life. I said in a low voice. At the time, he used his position as the powerful Prince of Arkad to covet Hero's sword. The woman's eyes are dyed with shock. The fool cannot say a word. What a stupid fool. What a foolish fool. A bastard who can't even admit his own mistakes. Even after suffering for decades, he hasn't changed, remaining a foolish man. And so, the goddess of life cursed that fool with immortality, and also cursed Arkad's land so that life could not be born there. That can't be. That is the truth. That fool is not someone you should admire. He is just endlessly foolish and a fool who cannot accept his own mistakes. I thought he would accept his mistakes and reflect, so I cursed him, but I didn't know he wouldn't change this much. If I had known, I should have just cleanly sent him to the afterlife. Wouldn't everything have turned out well then? Arkad and this fool too. Everything would have been fine. I was stupid. So stupid. Rather, should I turn back time now and crush this fool? No, but then everything I've built up so far would disappear. The adventure with Hero, the prosperity of Arcadia, Hero's daughter and her family. If I turn back time from the present, everything I've built up so far will disappear. Is it right for me to turn back time? To crush this fool, would it be appropriate to pay such a price? No, it wouldn't be. The cost would be too great just for that. That's why, even if I had the cheat of turning back time, I shouldn't abuse it carelessly. So then, I thought that by cursing him and making him suffer, he would reflect on his mistakes a little, but I was completely wrong, so the only option left is to deal with it here. I raised my hand and gathered magic. Wiping him out here might be the best outcome. The silver sphere of magic that gathered in my hand was imbued with a sinister energy that could annihilate anything it touched. Sister, we will rely solely on your kindness. Click here. Donate now. Hero cried out in alarm at seeing me, but I didn't stop. Just now when he slapped that fool's head, it was probably because he was trying to restrain him before I acted in anger. It's a bit unfortunate that Hero's efforts went to waste, but there's no help for it. That fool was just too foolish. You wished for Hero to kill you, didn't you? I'll grant your request, but there will be no peace for you even after death, for the gods of death have been eagerly awaiting to seize your soul. If he had reflected on his mistakes, I might have forgiven him, but there's no need for forgiveness anymore. Now I'll just get rid of him and forget all about this foolish being. I don't want to think about him anymore, so step aside. I said to the woman blocking my way. That fool is not worth you shielding him. It's better for this foolish being to disappear from this world. But even with my words, the woman didn't step aside. She tightly pressed her lips together, her eyes brimming with tears, shaking her head to block me. Why? Why are you still shielding him? Even after hearing of his wrongdoings, you still shield him. But the woman spoke in a voice thick with emotion. Even though he committed such a wrong, the fact that he saved me hasn't changed. Her voice was also laced with deep fear. It seemed she instinctively understood how dangerous this silver magic of mine was, and yet she was risking her life to stand in my way. You two are being foolish. Even though he committed such a grave wrong, he is my benefactor, an important person to me. I see, because he is her benefactor, an important person. She wants to protect him, even at the cost of her life. Truly, he is more than worthy of such a person. Step aside. This is not something you should risk your life for. Finally, I can die. From behind the woman, the fool shouted. Since the means to kill him had appeared before his eyes, the fool had changed, becoming like someone who had found what he had long been searching for. Let me say again, without being forgiven, you will not find peace even in death. And yet do you still wish to die? At least it would be better than my current life of suffering. HMPH, better than the current suffering, is it? You can say that because you don't know how horrific it can be to be free from the constraints of the physical body. Compared to the torment of the afterlife, the suffering of this life is but a speck of dust. This life is just coffee, while the afterlife is tea. Oh, pee. That's a bit outdated. You can say that because you don't know how agonizing the torment inflicted directly on the soul can be. I smirked, especially in the afterlife. There are experts who specialize in tormenting the souls of the sinful. It will be most delightful, very much so. Even those fiends are sharpening their blades, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the foolish one who had mocked me. More agonizing than the current life. Yes, it will be fun, so look forward to it. Sister, that's a bit too much. It's just the right amount for this fool, otherwise he won't reflect at all, so now step aside. I still looked at the woman who was blocking my way. With a trembling body, eyes leaking tears, unable to calm down in the face of death, the woman did not step aside. Ah, no, I can't let Uncle die. Even if you die, even if I die, I can't let my uncle die. Please, please forgive my uncle. Forgiveness, forgive. I clicked my tongue briefly. I want to make that foolish idiot disappear from this world right now. But I don't want to kill the woman in front of me, so I'll give you one last chance. Chance. I said to the woman, if that idiot sincerely repents and apologizes to the Temple of Life, I won't kill him. If not, no matter how you come out, I'll erase that idiot from this world. An ultimatum. If that idiot sincerely reflects on his mistakes, I won't kill him. I didn't say it separately, but I will also lift the immortal curse. But if he doesn't, I will use any means to erase that guy, without leaving a trace in this world. A week's time. To be honest, I would like to separate his bones and flesh right now. However, if I were to do that, the woman who follows this fool might also end up dying alongside him. So I was giving him a last chance. Sister, I was so scared. Scared? Yes, I've never seen your face so angry before. And the terrifying silver aura you created was so frightening that it would have made anyone faint just by looking at it. Honestly, if I wasn't as strong as I am, I would have passed out immediately. Was it that bad? The hero nodded his head slightly and continued. Even I, who often stay by your side, felt that way, so those people, especially that woman, must have. Well, no need to explain further. Considering that, it's amazing that she didn't faint and still stood in my way. Was the fear of that idiot dying more terrifying than the fear of death, enough to overcome the instinctive fear? Tusk. I clicked my tongue briefly. What a pity to have such a foolish person by your side. Please don't say it like that. He is the benefactor of my life. But you don't think so either, do you? At my words, the hero awkwardly smiled and nodded his head. Because he dared to try to mess with you, sister. Honestly, I wanted to beat him to death. The hero shook his head slightly. For some reason, when I saw that woman, I thought of my daughter. The hero was overlapping that idiot and that woman with himself and his daughter. Well, it's understandable to see the resemblance. They're around the same age. That's why he indirectly stopped me from killing that idiot. But if that guy really doesn't apologize, will you kill him? Why not? I've given him enough chances, and I think I've been patient enough. But even so, if he acts so foolishly, there's no reason for me to be patient anymore. I'm getting fed up with it too. And what I said I would do is only to lift the curse. I didn't mention what I would do to him after lifting the curse. Once the immortality curse is lifted, I can do whatever I want. That's terrifying. Well, considering he blasphemed the goddess of life, I'm being quite merciful by not annihilating his soul. I took a sip from the steaming hot cup of tea, the bitter taste of coffee. The coffee I created with my abilities tasted the same as the coffee I remember. Hero often asked why I drink such bitter water, but I've strangely missed this taste. Is it like nostalgia? I'm not sure, but remove ads. This is supposed to be an ad. Thank you for your support. Occasionally, I think of the original world, even after all these years. The memories remain vivid and never fade. Thanks to that sometimes. I even think about wanting to go back to that world. Well, that can't happen though. What can't happen? Oh, nothing. I shouldn't carelessly talk about the stories of another world. So I waited for a week, waiting for the fate of that idiot to be decided. I don't know what choice he will make. A week later. I'm truly sorry. Surprisingly, the idiot was bowing his head and apologizing in front of my statue in the Temple of Life. Is it genuine, or is it a false apology? I peeked into his heart just in case, but surprisingly, it was a sincere and desperate apology. No, why is the one who has been wandering the world for decades now apologizing? What kind of magic did he use? That woman. The hero and I stared blankly at the sight of the idiot bowing his head and apologizing to me. This should be enough, right? Since he apologized sincerely, my uncle doesn't have to die, right? Read ad-free, click here. Donate now. The woman spoke urgently, and I nodded my head slightly. Why, yeah, the woman seemed very relieved at my words, but her complexion was quite pale and she had bandages wrapped around her here and there. Did she actually harm herself, or use her own life as a hostage to persuade him? Even though she risked her life to change the mind of that idiot who hadn't changed for decades, it means that woman is very important to that idiot. Thank goodness. This means my uncle doesn't have to die. And then the woman collapsed weakly, as if her legs had given out, probably because the tension had been released due to her relief. You fool, after being so stubborn. The idiot quickly embraced the woman and bit his own thumb, letting the blood flow to the woman's mouth. Gradually, the woman's body started regaining vitality, not just being filled, but the idiot was actually transferring his own life force to the woman, using blood as a medium, so they can exchange life force, just like a vampire. Phew, after being so stubborn. Whose fault do you think that was? The idiot sighed softly and spoke. I am nothing, what can I say? That's right. No matter how much of a benefactor he is, this guy is just hopeless. Tusk. Well, it's because he likes himself, so he won't listen to anyone else's opinion. If someone hadn't been so stubbornly useless, she wouldn't have collapsed like that. Remove ads. This is supposed to be an ad. Thank you for your support. At my grumbling, the idiot opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but then closed it without saying anything. Right. Sometimes silence is golden. Since he's been forgiven, it would be troublesome if he opened his mouth again and got punished. Anyway, since you've apologized as promised, I'll lift the immortality curse. Finally, the idiot's expression changed to one of great delight at my words. Tusk. If he had apologized sooner, this wouldn't have happened. I used magic to erase the traces I had left on the idiot's soul. At the same time, I left behind another trace and also erased the magic that allowed him to freely absorb life force, now that he's no longer immortal. Let me add a little mischief as the finishing touch. Well, it's not a particularly grand mischief. I got an idea from the way that guy was feeding blood to transfer life force earlier. Now that you've become a mortal body, but due to your reckless use of life force, your body has become inhuman. At my words, the idiot's expression turned to one of incomprehension. And perhaps because you've incurred the displeasure of various gods, that affliction has become a weakness of your kind that is no longer human. This is the first time I've seen a case like this. Of course, it's a lie. It's not that he's changing on his own, but I've transformed him as I desired. What do you mean? A race that can absorb or transfer life force through blood, and they are weak to things like sunlight or flowing water. They have many weaknesses, but if they can obtain enough life force, they can extend their lifespan indefinitely. Extend the lifespan. Yes, and it seems they can also regain their youth with life force, so a new and rather interesting race has been born. I'm not particularly fond of you yourself, but the birth of this new life is something to be celebrated. At my words, the idiot's expression became complex in various ways, and as if giving up on everything, he only asked one question. Can I face death? Of course, the immortality curse has been lifted, so now death will no longer ignore your soul. Well, what happens to him in the afterlife is none of my business. Vampires. They are often referred to as bloodsuckers by many, and they are a subrace that refers to themselves as undead. They absorb life force by drinking blood and use that life force as their own source. It is said that their roots date back to the distant past, and they were once mistaken for demons. The time of the first nameless hero, the second prince of the kingdom of Arcad, who grew up receiving the king's favor, was an extremely arrogant person who believed that the power of the state was the greatest, and that even the gods should be under the power of the state. Due to this arrogance, the first empire called Arcad collapsed, but this is not the story to tell now, so let's move on. And so, the immortal prince was finally able to die, but due to his reckless use of the power of life, his body was transformed into a different race, no longer human. In the background of this story, there is an interpretation that at the time, the national powers had become excessively strong, and they began to challenge the divine authority held by various temples, including the Temple of Life, the temple at the time. Dissatisfied with this, the goddess of life used the powerful nation of Arcad as an example to quickly bring about its downfall, firmly establishing the divine authority. After that, Arcadia, the successor to Arcad, enshrined the beast god as the national god, and generation after generation, the royal family produced the chief shrine maiden, showing respect for the gods. And so, the temples and the royal family did not encroach on each other's domains. Ancient history learned through mythology. The claims made in this book are not the mainstream position of the academic community. What is beyond death? One day the hero asked me. Beyond death? Yes. When life comes to an end, death is inevitable, so wouldn't that death also have an end? What is beyond that death? The end of death. If you're talking about the very bottom of the afterlife, there are the three gods of the afterlife. At my words, the hero shook his head slightly. Didn't you tell me about the afterlife before? About how the souls are judged by the gods of the afterlife, cleansed of their sins, and then reborn into a new life having their memories erased? That's right. I did tell you that. It seems he still remembered the story I had told him when we were traveling together. I picked up an apple that was placed on the table next to the bed where the hero was lying. I carefully peeled the skin off with a magic knife, then cut it into bite-sized pieces and brought them to the hero's mouth. However, the hero couldn't put the sliced apple in his mouth. Can't you eat it? No, I don't have an appetite. And you haven't even had breakfast. I clicked my tongue softly. If I wanted to, I could easily extend his lifespan, but the hero was refusing. Isn't it the natural order of things for life to be born, live, grow old, and die? Just because I have been with the goddess of life, it is not right to deviate from that principle, even if I don't want that. Yes, it's my small stubbornness. The weary-looking hero lay back down on the bed. Let's return to the original topic. What is beyond death? The soul is cleansed and reborn, carrying an untainted spirit. Then what happens to the souls that pass the judgment of the three gods of the afterlife? At the hero's words, I was silent for a moment. There haven't been any souls that have passed that judgment yet. The criteria for the judgment must be very strict. And it was indeed the case. How many things do humans do in their lives? Are there no malicious acts at all in all those things? Is goodness present in everything? Or have they accomplished such great deeds that even those malicious acts become meaningless, to the point of being called a hero, to the point of being praised by the world? At least so far, there have been no such souls. It's to the point where even the three gods who pass the judgment are said to need a little leniency. The truth is, there haven't been any souls that have passed the judgment, so the place beyond it hasn't been created yet. If that place, I'll temporarily call it paradise for now. Before creating paradise, I had the idea of gathering the souls that passed the judgment separately, but, is that really okay? Since there haven't been any souls that have passed the criteria, it's fine to make it in advance, but traveling the world with you has been more enjoyable than I thought. I had put it off for later. It was just temporarily postponed, and you seem like you'll be the first soul to pass that judgment. I should start preparing it soon. I have some methods in mind for creating a new world. Remove ads. This is supposed to be an ad. Thank you for your support. Me. What great deeds have I done? Haven't you performed good deeds for the world? As a hero, the great feats you've accomplished in saving the world and defeating monsters are unparalleled good deeds. If you don't pass the judgment, then who will? If you don't pass the judgment, then no one else will. At my words, the hero laughed awkwardly and said, I don't think I'm that extraordinary. Hold your head high. You will be known as the first true hero in this world. The elderly hero straightened his posture a bit stiffly, then coughed. I held the hero's hand and used my life-giving power to make his body a little more comfortable. Really? Do you not need it? No, it's already enough. The hero lay back down deeply into the bed. My wife has been gone for a long time. Most of the people I knew are gone now, and my daughter has become a wrinkled old woman, and her children have started their own families. Isn't there no reason left for me to continue this life? Yes, that's true. The hero's age was already over 100 years old. The hero's daughter had become a grandmother in her 60s, and her grandchildren had already married, had children, and established their own families. The hero's descendants had now grown to the point of forming a small village. There is no longer even a founding king of Arcadia. There are no longer any people I can truly call friends. But didn't that fellow return to his hometown before he died? Read ad-free, click here. Donate now. The curse on Arcadia's land had disappeared. That land had now become a place where life was reborn. The last prince of Arcadia is said to have returned to his hometown before his death, and fell into a peaceful sleep among the remnants of the city, never to wake up again. It was his wish to return to his hometown. In the end, he was able to rest in peace in his hometown. He must have longed for his hometown so much, to the point of wanting to be buried there. With such a great achievement of founding a large country, he couldn't even pass the judgment of the afterlife. It's too strict. In his case, the judgment has been suspended. His soul was entangled with both good and evil deeds, as well as his great achievements, making it difficult to reach a verdict. Since he was praised as the founding king among humans, it seems he will eventually pass, even if it takes some time. The place he will go to after passing the judgment. You said it hasn't been created yet, right? Yes. If there is an existence that can pass the afterlife's judgment and receive the approval of the three gods, a suitable place is needed, but I'm still pondering what would be best. Heaven, Paradise, Elysium, it will be called by various names, but while I have planned the method of creating it, I'm still unsure of the exact form. A place that is not physical, where only souls exist, a place where only happiness resides, a place where one can be eternally happy. That may be what paradise is, but I'm not sure. Is eternal happiness paradise? If one remains unchanging and happy until the world disappears, wouldn't that be similar to preservation? A space where one is forced to remain happy forever, like preservation. I don't know. I don't know what is right. Even though I have the power, I don't know anything properly. You seem to have a lot of worries. Yes, the worries never end. It would have been easier to just leave everything alone and observe the world from afar, but I had delved too deeply into it. Remove ads. This is supposed to be an ad. Thank you for your support. Try to think of it comfortably. Comfortably. How can I think of it comfortably? It's a place where souls worthy of respect will come, so I can't create it carelessly. Couldn't you create a place according to what the souls desire? Desire? Yes, in my case, it would be a landscape like this village. I quite enjoyed the simple life here. If I do that, it might be problematic. If the number of people destined for that paradise increases, I don't know how vast a place would be needed. And if those who enter there wish to live together with their loved ones, it would become even more complicated. It's not easy. There's nothing easy about it. Well, I don't really want to go there. What? What do you mean you don't want to go there? If you don't go, then who will? You said only those who pass the judgment can enter, right? Yes, that's right. Only the select few who pass the judgment will be allowed to enter. Then my wife won't be there, will she? I couldn't say anything in response to the hero's words. I didn't know you cherished your wife so dearly. Well, after living together, I've grown quite attached. Now I just want to see her face again. The hero let out a small laugh. But if her soul is cleansed through the afterlife's judgment, her memories of you will also be completely erased. Even so, do you still consider her your wife? Well, what does memory matter? Her memory was already lost once before, but we still lived happily together. I couldn't say anything more. If the soul that passes the afterlife's judgment enters the place that my sister creates, will I not be able to meet that person again? The possibility of that is high. Even if your wife passes the afterlife's judgment in her next life, the soul at that time will have accumulated different memories. In that case, I also wish to be reincarnated. Are you saying you want to meet her again in your next life? The hero nodded his head slightly. Oh dear, this foolish man. The soul that does not pass the afterlife's judgment will have its memories completely erased and live a new life. Even though it would be difficult to call her your wife, are you saying you will be reborn to meet that person? Yes, it is a foolish choice, isn't it? I couldn't say anything more. Could there be an even more foolish choice than this? But, all right, I will respect your choice. Really, however, you must go to the paradise that I will create. What? Didn't you say you would respect my choice? Yes, I will respect it, but the fact that you will be the first resident of the paradise remains unchanged. Isn't it your desire to live a new life? Yes, but if I go to the paradise you speak of, isn't that impossible? Why do you think it's impossible? At my words, the hero fell silent and became lost in thought. Well, it was just a simple thought. Just because one enters the paradise, it doesn't mean they can't be reincarnated. The reason this is possible is that the soul and essence, the two components that make up the soul, can be easily separated, and all that is needed for reincarnation is the soul alone. I drew a diagram in the air with magic, a black and white yin-yang symbol. This depicted the structure of the soul, the intertwining of the soul and essence. This is a simple representation of the structure of the soul. The white and black are intertwined. Yes, the white is the soul, the black is the essence. Together they form the spirit, or what is called the soul. In this form, the soul is the innate, and the essence is the acquired. I separated the black and white from the yin-yang. The soul that passes the afterlife's judgment is purified, with the essence disappearing and only the pure soul remaining. That soul is then reborn by the god of birth into a new life. I vaguely remember hearing about that before. Before embarking on the adventure, I had taught the hero these things at the Temple of Life, and he surprisingly remembered. The key point here is that only the soul is needed for reincarnation. The essence is the part of the soul that is imprinted with memories from one's life. Those memories must not remain during the process of reincarnation into a new life. Though every now and then there are those whose essence is not completely cleansed. Well, it's only a small part of their memories, so at most they may have a faint recollection of their past life or speak of their afterlife experience. This is all due to the afterlife being so busy that there's hardly any time. So, that means the talk of reincarnating in the paradise. Yes, by separating the soul into soul and essence, we can reincarnate the soul while leaving the essence in the paradise. Since memories play a significant role in shaping a person's personality, if we can preserve those memories in the paradise, then it's fine to reincarnate just the soul. If you reincarnate, end your new life, and come back to the afterlife, you'll be able to. You feel like you're going back into paradise unless you've done something really bad. What if I did commit misdeeds? The soul that committed misdeeds must be cleansed. After being purified, it would reunite with the essence that was left in the paradise, restoring the soul to its original state. That's the general idea I have in mind. Splitting the soul, keeping half in storage and reincarnating the other half, and later retrieving it. That way reincarnation can also occur in the paradise. In other words, they would be able to take a brief excursion to the lower world while residing in the paradise, and then return to the heavens. Of course, I'll only provide this service to those who desire it. It's not an essential thing. Since it's just a rough concept that I haven't fully developed yet, I'm worried about how it will turn out once completed. But if I can control it properly, then keeping the essence in the paradise might not just be preserving it like a specimen. I'm not sure, but it seems like a difficult task. Well, handling souls is something I'm familiar with. I'm sure it'll work out somehow. Remove ads. This is supposed to be an ad. Thank you for your support. And I have helpers, the three gods of the afterlife, to assist me. Though they are swamped with the constant influx of work in the afterlife, they can lend a hand in exchange for assistance. Well, since it's something you're doing, I'm sure it'll work out. It's not like I always succeed, you know. But still, you'll find a way, won't you? It's hard to imagine you failing at something you set your mind to. It's true that I don't always succeed. I've had my fair share of spectacular failures, like the war between the dragons or the escape of Erebus. Best not to dwell too deeply on those. It'll only make me angry again. I peeled and cut the apple into appropriate sizes, then placed it on the table next to the bed where the hero was lying. If you feel like eating it later, then eat it. The apple came from the apple tree that I had grown with my magic, so eating it would restore vitality. Even just a little would make his body feel better. I don't have an appetite, so I can't eat it. But you have to eat at least a little. If you keep starving, your stomach will get upset. The hero's body, which had been tempered and honed like steel through rigorous training and adventures, could not withstand the passage of time and had shriveled up. The once firm muscles had lost their elasticity and become slack. His physical condition was clearly telling that the hero could not endure much longer. However, thanks to the abundant magic he had accumulated through constant training, his body was still holding on, even without proper nourishment. But now it was reaching its limit. It would be better to start preparing myself mentally. Read ad-free, click here. Donate now, then it's about time for the children to come. What story should I tell them today? How about the story of you catching the giant five-headed snake from the east? For some reason, snakes often become powerful monsters. Is there something special about snakes? Lizards and snakes, creatures with scales, tend to become stronger in strange ways. The subject matter is sufficient, but the development of the event is rather lackluster. Feeding him a lot of alcohol made from fermented rice, and then slitting his throat while he's asleep. It seems a bit too underhanded for the hero to do. But it made it convenient, didn't it? That snake had been regularly coming down to the village and devouring the people, so there were only a few children left in that village. Well, that's already a story from the past. Or how about the story of you catching the giant bird in the southeast desert? That was essentially Sister's achievement. I just held on to the tail feathers and got tossed around before finishing it off. But isn't that still one of your heroic deeds, hero? The memories of the adventures I had shared with the hero were gradually accumulating, becoming cherished recollections. All the things we had done together, the people we had saved, the time spent not just observing the world from the perspective of a god, but mingling among the living, experiencing their lives. All of these were being stored within me, becoming my own memories. Well, I should be going now. I'll see you again later. Remove ads. This is supposed to be an ad. Thank you for your support. Yes, take care. And so, the hero and I bid each other farewell. In the past, the hero had made a pouch using the wing membrane of a wyvern he had captured. It was a so-called infinite pouch that could hold much more than a normal pouch by being connected to a pocket dimension. Well, it wasn't truly infinite, but close enough. It was an item I didn't particularly need, but when I gave it to the hero, he found it quite useful. In fact, that pouch was created for a different purpose, to experiment with creating another world. The goal was to make a tiny world and use it as I pleased. At first, creating a world was not as easy as it seemed. Even making a world the size of a small pouch was quite challenging. But after gradually improving and increasing the size, I've now succeeded in creating a world of considerable size. Well, there's nothing in it, a void space without even a speck of light. I was planning to use this empty space to create a paradise. I had considered making it in this world as well, but there was a case where someone stubbornly burrowed their way in, trying to revive the dead, after I had hidden the entrance to the afterlife deep in the far north, where normally no one could come. So, I decided to create the paradise in a different world instead. Honestly, I just can't understand how that child had the gall to find the afterlife, and how they managed to do it. a lunatic trying to revive their parents by entering the afterlife. As a result, they got caught by the afterlife and are now a caretaker of the hierarchy, a gatekeeper. But let's move on from that story. In the void world, I will be writing down laws completely different from the existing world, a world where physical matter naturally decomposes and the spiritual world exists, a world where the size expands in proportion to the number of souls that enter the paradise, a world where anything desired can be created, a world where you can reunite with anyone you wish to meet in the paradise. If they are not in the paradise, well, I've thought about it a bit. A world where you can meet beings created through your memories. It's not the actual person, but I can only do it this way. However, just because someone in the paradise wishes for it, I cannot let the souls who have not entered the paradise come in. There's no helping it. This is how it has to be. In any case, a world where all desires can be fulfilled. A world without conflict, war, or fighting. What if the people who enter want war and fighting? How did they even pass the afterlife's judgment? But just in case, referring to Norse mythology, I'll prepare a space where those people can gather and fight to their heart's content. The heroes who have entered the paradise might start fighting each other out of a sense of rivalry after all. Of course, only if they themselves desire it. Those who don't want to fight shouldn't be forced to. A space where milk and honey flow, and there is no pain or suffering for eternity. A land where the warriors can fight, die, and be reborn to satisfy their hunger forever. Whatever one desires, whatever one wishes for, everything will be fulfilled in this world. And those who wish to leave can depart at any time. Such a world shall be made. And so the hero's life came to an end. By chance, he had drawn the hero's sword and ventured into the world, vanquishing the monsters that threatened humanity. He was hailed as a hero by others, and his exploits became the stuff of legends, spreading far and wide. But in the face of death, even a hero is no different, so this is what death is like. The hero looked down at his feet. There he lay on the bed, his physical body, and surrounding that body were the weeping children. Watching the scene of them mourning his death was a rather peculiar sight. He couldn't even remember the moment of his death. Likely, he had died in his sleep. And in that scene, the beloved sister's figure was nowhere to be found. The hero's sword, Claw of Sale, which he had hung on the wall like a decoration since he could no longer wield it, had somehow disappeared. His sister had said she would stay with him until the end, so she must have taken the sword with her when he died. I see, that's why she said she would see me again later. Indeed, his sister was the goddess of life, and she knew everything about life. She must have easily recognized the length of a person's lifespan. But in any case, what now? As his sister had said, when a person dies, the Reaper comes to guide their soul to the afterlife. The Reaper, the god of death, a rather ominous name. But the ominous-sounding being was nowhere to be seen in the hero's eyes. Is it taking a long time for them to arrive? Is that you, hero? Suddenly, a voice that was not human reached his ears from behind him. A voice that echoed like speaking in a cave, but somehow it sounded small and cute. The hero's soul turned to look in the direction the voice had come from. I am the Reaper assigned to guide you to the afterlife. Pleased to meet you. A small figure wearing a black hooded robe was addressing him. It was a diminutive Reaper, struggling to carry a large scythe on its back, with a rather cute-looking skull covering its face. Reaper? Yes, that's right, I'm the Reaper. You look quite different from what I had imagined. That's a common reaction. This appearance was designed by the goddess of life. Ah, it must have been the sister's taste. Even though she pretended not to, she did have a fondness for cute things. This shape did seem to be something the sister would like. Ever since taking on this form, the goddess of life has grown quite fond of it. We're quite satisfied as well. The Reaper puffed out its body with pride. The hero let out a small chuckle at the sight. When you said you were the Reaper, I thought you'd be much more ominous looking. In the past, that was the case. I was bigger and my head was a real skull, but the goddess of life disliked how gloomy my appearance and duties were, so she had me changed. My sister really is quite willful, isn't she? Sister, remove ads. This is supposed to be an ad. Thank you for your support. The goddess of life, I mean. At the hero's words, the Reaper paused for a moment, then spoke softly. Please don't refer to the goddess of life as your sister. There are many who revere her, and just knowing that someone called her sister would anger them. The hero nodded slightly at the Reapers. To him, she had always been a familiar, close sister, but to others she was the goddess of life, the most venerable goddess in the world. I'll keep what I've heard a secret. for the goddess of life has also told me." "I see." The hero nodded again. "Well then, do you have any final words you'd like to leave for your family? If not, I can guide you to the afterlife now. I've already said everything I needed to say to my family. They're not children anymore, and I think they'll handle the rest well. It's fine." "That's good to hear. Others often spend the whole night talking to their families. It's simple, which is nice. In that case, please wrap this around your waist." "This?" "It's a shadow rope that binds the soul. Sometimes souls try to escape and not go to the afterlife, so we use this to forcibly drag them along." The rope, made of pitch-black shadows, was a strange object that the soul could touch. "I won't try to run away, but it's the rule, and this will help us get there faster." At the Reaper's words, the hero tied the shadow rope around his waist. "There, I've tied it. All right, then let's depart." As soon as the Reaper finished speaking, shadows spread out from the rope tied around the hero's waist, enveloping his soul. Read ad-free, click here. Donate now, and what appeared before the hero, whose vision had gone dark, was, "We've arrived. This is the gate to the afterlife, located at the end of the world. A massive gate attached to a black rocky mountain. This is something I've never seen before. Normally, the living don't have a reason to come here. While traveling with his sister, he had explored many parts of the world, but he had never known of a place like this. The sea filled with pure white ice, and the bridge covered in snow and ice. This must be the northernmost end of the world." "The northernmost end, huh? I never knew there was a place like this at the very north." The farthest north the hero had gone during his adventures was when he came to kill the poisonous snakes that threatened the giant's village. But even then, he hadn't gone all the way to the end. Normally, it would take months of riding a horse to get here, but we arrived in an instant. As the Reaper who travels all over the world to collect the souls of the dead, returning here is instantaneous for me. To here, can't we go to other places? No, I could, but to collect the souls of the dead, I need to search all over the world. If I teleport and miss a dead soul, it would be a big problem. The hero nodded at the Reaper's words. "All right, then let's go down. Please follow me. Since I'm tied to the rope, I don't have a choice but to follow you even if I don't want to. There are some who try to untie themselves, you know. Anyway, let's go down. Remove ads. This is supposed to be an ad. Thank you for your support." And so, the hero stood before the gate of the afterlife, alongside the Reaper. That's when the hero noticed the inscription written above the gate. What does that inscription say? It's a message left by the goddess of life. It says, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter." A warning for those passing through the gate of the afterlife. A warning that once a soul enters, it can never escape again. And a warning to prevent the living from crossing this threshold. Perhaps because of this warning, the gate itself exuded a sense of dread that seemed to gnaw at one's mind. Don't stare at it too much. It might damage your soul. The Reaper calmly pushed the gate open and pulled the rope tied around the hero's waist, leading him inside. A passageway made of black rock, stairs that couldn't be seen even an inch ahead. "If I lose my footing, I'll be in trouble. Since you're a soul, it's fine. If you had a physical body, it would be a problem." Alongside the calm Reaper, the hero descended the stairs leading to the afterlife for a considerable time. It was fortunate that, as a disembodied soul, he didn't feel tired. Emerging from the tunnel, a vast plaza spread out before the hero's eyes, and at the end of the plaza stood a black statue. What's that? The first guardian of the afterlife, the obsidian colossus, Talos. The hero gazed at the colossus, whose red eyes surveyed the plaza. Its immense size and the powerful aura it exuded without even moving a muscle. The hero had a glimpse of the formidable nature of the afterlife, with such a mighty being guarding the entrance. He's strong. Yes. Well, he is one of the guardians of the afterlife. Compared to the monsters the hero had fought, no, it was incomparable to the level of power possessed by the Colossus. He was the first guardian created by the goddess of life when she made the afterlife. His power is unmatched even among the ones who manage the different layers of the afterlife. Though he was already breached once by a cunning strategy, the Reaper added in a small voice, "All right, let's go down. We have a long way to go." The hero looked up at Talos as he passed by. If it were him, if it were his prime self, could he win in a fight against that Colossus? If he had a sword other than his own, he would be doomed. With his own sword, it would be a 50-50 chance. No, more like 3-7, he would be at a disadvantage. Of course, his adventure was with the dragon's priestess, so it was essentially a fight together. If they fought together, they would never lose. Well, if I'm with my sister, I wouldn't have to fight that statue in the first place. That's what the hero was thinking. Enough with the strange thoughts, let's hurry and go down. Ah, sorry. I got curious about that statue. And so the hero began descending into the afterlife, guided by the Reaper. Is this the hero's village? Yes, this is the village where the first hero passed away. The young hero looked out at the scenery of the village from the entrance. The first hero whose name was not recorded. The village where his last breath remains. In the small mountain village, buy hero bread, freshly baked and piping hot. If you've come to the hero's village, you should buy a souvenir. Here, a statue of the hero. We also have hero sword decorations. This is the hero memorial. We've perfectly recreated the house where the first hero lived. Just 10 silver. The scene was one of people running businesses using the hero as the subject. What is this? By the way, there are no direct descendants of the hero living in this village. The silver-haired girl said coldly. After the first hero died, his bloodline gradually left this village. Some of the direct descendants lived here for the first few generations, but they soon departed. Then, what are the people living in this village? In response to the hero's question, silver-haired girl shook her head slightly and said, "Who knows? Probably people who gathered here to make money by using the legend of the hero as their subject. So it's all about money after all." As if his expectations had been completely shattered, the young hero collapsed to the ground in despair. But at least this place is close to the headquarters of the Temple of Life, so they might think it's safe from the Demon King's threat. I guess that's true, but what is hero bread? It's a bread shaped like a shabby sword made by putting dough into a mold and baking it. It has red bean paste inside and tastes good. Want to try some? No, that's okay. The hero was dejected once again. When he had heard the name Hero's Village, the hero had imagined a small village where the hero's descendants live. A village to test any new heroes that appear. By overcoming that trial, one would gain the recognition of the first hero and obtain the treasures he used. But the reality was just a tourist spot. The hero's descendants are still people. After the first hero died, they all scattered. The silver-haired girl had already taken a paper bag containing the sword-shaped breads and was chewing on one of them. Are you really not going to eat any? Am I going to have to eat them all by myself? I won't eat them. But they're so delicious. The silver-haired girl continued to munch on the shabby sword-shaped bread, unaware of the young hero's feelings. From the adventure records of a certain hero party, the hero descended into the underworld with the Reaper. Along the riverbank separating the living world and the afterlife, they saw children longing for their parents. Do those children come to the underworld as well? Death is fair to all, young and old. But those innocent children can move on to the next life without facing the underworld's judgment. The hero and the Reaper passed the children and arrived at the ferry dock where an old man with his mouth sewn shut with black thread stood, unable to speak. There should be a pouch in your robe. Take out the ferry fare. In my robe. The hero searched the plain white robe and pulled out a surprisingly heavy pouch. Remove ads. This is supposed to be an ad. Thank you for your support. It's smaller than I expected. I thought a renowned hero like you would have a huge bundle that would be difficult to lift. This is the pouch my sister gave me. It was a pouch made from wyvern hide, large enough to easily carry a small house. And I've never carried anything this heavy before. Carefully holding the pouch, the hero opened it on the riverbank, on solid ground, and an enormous amount of silver coins poured out of the pouch, forming a small hill. No wonder it was so heavy. The hero let out a small chuckle as he looked at the hill of silver coins. This should be more than enough for the ferry fare, right? Ah, yes. The Reaper and the ferryman could only nod weakly as they stared at the massive amount of silver. The hero continued to advance with the Reaper. They passed through a beautiful flower garden that was healing just by looking at it, and proceeded down a path of black pebbles with nothing appearing. They crossed over the hell that burned souls with flames, the hell filled with those pierced by icicles, and the hell with countless thorns growing. And in front of the hero, who had walked through the darkness of hell where not even a step ahead could be seen, appeared a massive door. I'll stop here. The 3 administrators of the afterlife are inside. Will I be judged there? Yes. After examining a person's life, they weigh the gravity of people's sins and pass judgment. I'll be on my way then. Wait, my sister is not here. Ah, gone. The Reaper who had brought the hero was already gone, having vanished. Read ad-free, click here, donate now. I have no choice but to go in. Gazing at the massive door before him, the hero steeled his resolve. Whatever, I'm already dead, so what's the problem? I won't die again. But this door, how do I open it? The hero began to examine the massive door, a pitch-black door with various carvings. It looked similar to the entrance to the afterlife, but the size difference was enormous. Creak. The door began to open by itself. Ooh, the door opened by itself. The hero peeked inside. A dark passageway with countless crimson-decorated pillars. At the end of that passageway were the gods of the afterlife. The hero took a deep breath and stepped through the open door. You finally arrived. The scenery had completely changed. The building was filled with antique decorations. 3 pairs of eyes were looking down at the hero from the front and sides. 7 levels, 7 days each, 49 days. The hero's judgment has finally begun. To the left was an entity composed of a black shadow, similar to the Reaper but overwhelmingly more imposing. A massive Reaper shrouded in the aura of death. I am Thanatos, the king of the Reapers, the king of the Reapers. Perhaps that's why the hero felt a similarity between the Reaper who had brought him and this Thanatos. Next, the entity sitting in the center, wearing Eastern clothing with a veil-draped crown covering the face, holding a mirror in one hand and a scroll in the other. Remove ads. This is supposed to be an ad. Thank you for your support. I am Yama, or Moros. I am the investigator who examines your life. A considerably more gentle presence compared to the other two. Lastly, the entity sitting on the right. An entity in the form of a woman, half alive and half dead, holding a scale in one hand and a massive greatsword upright in the other. Ugh, how troublesome. Can't you just let him through? Hearing about his exploits in life, I think he should get a free pass. Kiers, introduce yourself. How troublesome. I'm Kiers. I'm the judge who weighs the gravity of sins and passes judgment. Despite her casual tone, she had a more ominous gaze than the other two. Then let us begin. Yama, reflecting the hero in the mirror held in his hand, began to examine the scroll that unfolded by itself. Hero Yohanan, you lost your parents at a young age and became an orphan, wandering until you accidentally drew the sword of the Temple of Life and became a hero. The hero had a name. Wow, I've never heard of that before. Kiers, be quiet. As Thanatos spoke softly, Kiers pouted her lips slightly, seeming a bit sulky. After traveling the world with the Dragon's Priestess, he defeated numerous monsters and saved many humans. Dragon's Priestess, huh? I wonder why she bothered to do such a troublesome thing. Kiers, yes, I'll shut up. Ignoring Kiers, Yama continued to read from the scroll. After the journey ended, he got married and had 1 daughter and lived quietly without any particular incident until his death at the age of 103. Is there any mistake? I was 103 years old. Honestly, I didn't even know my own age. That's understandable if you were an orphan. Anyway, let's move on quickly. There's a lot of work piling up. It's scary when 3 of us are assigned to one soul's trial. Kiri SS. Yes, I'll be quiet. Contrary to the hero's expectations, the atmosphere was lighter than he had imagined for the gods of the afterlife. Let's see. No record of murder, fraud, or theft. A few instances of violence, but only against monsters and to protect humans or save other lives. Quite clean. Well, of course, there was someone by his side, you know. The 3 afterlife gods nodded as they reviewed the hero's life. Looking at this, there seems to be no problem with his life. Yes, this will be the first soul to pass the trial in the afterlife. Then all that's left is to weigh it on the scale, right? Kiers lightly pointed the tip of her greatsword at the hero, and a faint something flowed out from within the hero and gathered on the blade's edge. This is just like dusting off a speck of dirt. Almost no sins. I can already tell the result. Kiers, the procedure must be followed. I know. How stubborn of you, old generation. Kiers placed the something gathered on the blade onto the scale, but the scale showed no change. Then let us add the final sin. Yama, who had been silently reciting the hero's life, spoke softly. The sin is a mere mortal monopolizing a goddess. Remove ads. This is supposed to be an ad. Thank you for your support. T/N. We finally got the hero's name, huh? The sin of monopolizing a goddess. At Yama's words, Kiers, who was standing next to him, spoke with a dissatisfied expression. No, it's annoying that he monopolized the goddess for decades. But will you really count that as a sin? If the goddess finds out, she will surely be greatly offended. That person needs to be more aware of the position she is in. Yama spoke softly. His expression was not revealed as his face was covered with veils. She is in a position to rule over the entire world, in the position of the ruler of the world. For her to remain by his side for a human lifetime, how much damage it has done to this world, don't you know? Yama looked down at the hero with an endlessly cold gaze. The time the goddess spent as the dragon's priestess by the hero's side, thinking about how much she had to do during those decades. I don't need to say how great a sin it is to have wasted her time. Of course, she did handle things remotely, but the difference in the amount of work handled directly is heaven and earth. No, but rather than blaming the hero for that, wouldn't it be faster to talk directly to the goddess? Huh. If she finds out that you framed this sinless soul with a sin, she will truly be furious. And to the soul of the human she cherishes, to the innocent soul, this is false accusation. False accusation. Kiers did not agree with Yama's words. Therefore, I object. I don't want to overlay sins on the hero who has worked so hard for the world. Objection. Absolute objection. Kiers shouted loudly and clearly. It will be discovered by the goddess later. I don't even want to imagine the backlash then. If you want to be buried, bury yourself. Don't drag other gods into it. I'm for it. Kiers objects. Then what about Thanatos? Yama turned the arrow to the silent Thanatos who was watching the situation. Thanatos looked at the hero. What thoughts were hidden in that black shadow? Thanatos' taciturn mouth opened. I agree with the point that the goddess of life should be more aware of her position. What? Even Thanatos, the two old men are persecuting me. However, I object to framing that as a sin and imposing it on the hero. Thanatos' words contain both agreement and disagreement. So which side are you on? The problem should be addressed directly to the goddess. Don't impose it on an innocent human. However, I don't think the goddess will easily listen to our words. Still, not this one. We can't make an innocent guilty. Thanatos spoke softly. Then it's 1 in favor, 2 against, right? Kier spoke in a slightly excited voice and Yama nodded slightly and said, it seems that way. However, if it weren't for this drastic measure, I don't think the goddess would understand. But still, this is not right. No matter how important to get the message across, you can't do that to the human the goddess cherishes. Absolute objection. Yama sighed at the pouting Kiers. I understand. I will also give up on my intention. I guess that's why the goddess made the afterlife a triad to prevent this from happening. Maybe she just liked the number 3. The hero simply watched the conversation of the 3 gods in a daze. In a short time. Did I go back and forth to hell? Yes. You understand. Yama is usually gentle, but when it comes to the goddess of life, he becomes more radical. Honestly, I don't think there's a god who doesn't admire the goddess of life. Especially in the case of the old generation dragon-born gods, many of them have regained their physical bodies and become gods through her grace. Kiers grumbled and skewered the faint form on the scale with the tip of her greatsword, returning it to the hero. All right, then let's deliver the judgment. Hero Yohanan, not guilty. Go to paradise. Yama slammed the end of the bamboo scroll he was holding onto the table with a loud thud. Then a light poured down from above the hero's head and the soul began to slowly rise. Go in peace, hero. Please tell the goddess. While she was by the hero's side, she didn't fulfill her duties properly, and the hero almost ended up being found guilty. Oh no, don't say that. If you say that, she will surely come to overturn it. The light that had been pouring down covered the ground beneath his feet, and the hero's eyes were covered in light. All right, where were we? We rely on your support. N0V3LPL3X0RG donate now, page 54. It's the part about the gods of the afterlife. Thank you, class representative. The teacher, adjusting his glasses, confirmed the page and then picked up the chalk and began to write on the blackboard. You probably know that the gods of the afterlife are not just 1 or 2, but let's talk about the 3 gods with the greatest authority. Thanatos, Moros, and Kiers. The names of the 3 divine figures known as the afterlife triumvirate are written on the blackboard. The reason the afterlife triumvirate exists is probably for various reasons, but the biggest reason would be to deliver the right judgment. A line is drawn between Thanatos, Moros, and Kiers, and a triangle is formed with their names at the vertices. They are divine figures whose importance is immeasurable in dealing with the souls of the dead. If these divine figures were to run amok, the damage would be incalculable. The one who created the afterlife is said to have considered this point and constituted the triumvirate. A slight hook is attached to the ends of the lines pointing towards each other, and the lines become two-way arrows. They check each other to prevent wrong judgments. Whoever created the afterlife must have been a very wise being. Isn't it known who created it? At the student's question, the teacher nodded. Many theologians and historians have looked and investigated, but they couldn't find out. Even in the oldest book that describes the afterlife, A Brief Reflection on the Afterlife, there is no record of who created the afterlife. Wasn't it created by the three gods of the afterlife? There is such a claim, but it has not gained much persuasiveness. Rather, the goddess of life, who is considered the superior of the gods of the afterlife, is more likely. Again, that goddess, she must have created the whole world. A separate book has been published summarizing and interpreting the deeds of that goddess in the theology textbook. Our heads are going to burst from memorizing her deeds. At the student's grumbling, the teacher also nodded in agreement. Honestly, it's a bit excessive. Thanks to this, some in the academic community have secretly suggested that the many divine figures that existed at the time were conquered and assimilated under the name of the goddess of life. The pilgrims of the Temple of Life have been famous since ancient times, and they also had sufficient military power. And her deeds were so numerous that they cannot be explained otherwise. Is it okay to make such a claim? Won't the Temple of Life say anything? Of course it's not okay, so keep what I said here a secret. I don't want to be dragged before the inquisitor of the sect of life either. The sleepy-looking girl who had witnessed the scene of the class simply yawned softly. After the dazzling light disappeared, this is. The hero saw a familiar landscape. The small mountain village where he had lived until just before his death. The village where he had lived in peace after marrying his wife. That landscape was spread out before his eyes. And you have come. The silver-haired girl with a mischievous smile on her. The dragon's priestess was standing there. It's a good thing you weren't late or we wouldn't have this reunion. No, the revered older sister was right in front of him. It's a pleasure to see you again, sister. Welcome to paradise, hero. Am I still a hero even though I'm dead? When will you start calling me Johannan? Once a hero, always a hero. She let out a chuckle. Ahem. Since you are the first soul to reach paradise, I have prepared a gift for you. Huh, a gift? What kind of gift all of a sudden? First, close your eyes. I can't give you the gift if you keep your eyes open. At his sister's words, the hero tilted his head, not quite understanding, but closed his eyes. And after a moment, all right, it's all done. Open your eyes and take a look. The hero slowly opened his eyes, and there, dear, in front of the hero's eyes, his wife was standing. It's not late, is it? What, wasn't I reincarnated? The hero was very puzzled to see his deceased wife standing in front of him, and I chuckled softly at the sight of the hero. Well, it's natural, isn't it? The person he thought had already died and been reincarnated is now standing in front of him. If he didn't get puzzled, he wouldn't be human. I tapped Hero on the shoulder and said, to be precise, your wife has already been reincarnated. What? But the one in front of me is. It's a doppelganger that has pieced together the remnants of her soul that remained in the afterlife, using the memory of her that you have. Of course, since it doesn't have a soul and was recreated based on your memories, it can't function properly without you. During the process of creating paradise and connecting it to the afterlife, I happened to discover the fragments of her soul that she had left behind after reincarnation. Normally, such remnants would disappear in a few days, but the fact that a portion of her soul, which had reincarnated years ago, remained is truly a miracle. Well, even for me, it wasn't an easy task to reassemble the fragmented soul. It took about half of the 49 days since your death to put her soul back together. Creating the paradise itself wasn't as difficult as I had imagined. Since it's an immaterial space, I didn't need to create everything from scratch, and I only had a bit of trouble applying the changes that respond to the souls. If I had just made it a space to store souls, I could have finished it in about 3 days. After completing the basic structure, the remaining time was spent on functions like the souls transforming into the desired form, separating the souls, and allowing only the souls to reincarnate. It's much easier to create a world from scratch than to modify an existing one. It's truly strange. Moreover, the world created in this way is much easier to tweak and adjust than the pre-existing worlds. It's as if I should have created it this way from the beginning. Impressive. I don't fully understand, but the hero began to examine his wife from various angles. Outwardly, she doesn't seem much different from when she was alive. However, due to the lack of a soul, there are some issues, such as occasional moments of blankness and a slight lack of emotion. But I can't do anything about that, as it's a problem caused by the absence of a soul. Honestly, I'm not sure about the lack of a soul, but anyway, dear, it's nice to see your youthful appearance. The hero seemed to have noticed that his physical body had been restored to its prime. Even the sword he's carrying on his back is the same. Of course, it's not the real one. The real hero's sword is in my possession. In this place, your body is restored to its prime. The sword on your back may not be the real one, but it will have the same performance as the original. The hero held the sword in his hand. The sight of the hero in his youthful adventuring days, when he fearlessly defeated monsters alongside me, is a pleasant one to see again. So what am I supposed to do here? I didn't really have any specific expectations for you to do something here. Huh? The hero's slightly surprised expression made me chuckle softly. You just need to live here as you please. Spend your time doing what you want, and occasionally share your knowledge of this place with the newcomers. Of course, I'm not forcing you to do anything. I simply hope that those who deserve to be happy can find happiness here. As a senior, you don't need to feel burdened by that. Just explaining things is enough. After all, there's not much to explain in the first place. At my words, the hero nodded. I understand. I've never tried explaining things before, but I'll give it a try. All right then, just live comfortably here. I have some business to attend to for a moment. Huh, business? Yes, just a quick errand. Leaving the hero behind, I exited the paradise, and the gods of the afterlife received 3 skulls. No, I didn't ask you to do so much. I just told you to quickly finish the judgment of that child's soul and send him on his way, but you went and charged him with a crime, and an absurd one at that. No, that's not it. The crime of a mere mortal monopolizing the goddess. Monopolizing the goddess. That child. It was originally my request, but he was the one who made the decision. You should have told me first. You stupid thing. And what's more infuriating is that you tried to pin a non-existent crime, an innocent crime, on that child. My punches shattered the crown Yama was wearing, leaving a large hole in the top of his head. We rely on your support. N0V3LPL3X0RG donate now. Well, even if I beat him up like this, he won't die. Ugh, at least you survived thanks to the others. If you had truly pinned that crime on him, my fury would have shattered the afterlife. If the afterlife created to properly judge the dead cannot function, then you have no reason to exist. I'm sorry. Crawling on the ground, Yama and the 2 standing silently on either side of him. Seeing Yama being smashed to pieces, the other 2 trembled slightly. They must be thinking that if they had agreed, they would have been smashed along with Yama. But the fact that the time of the goddess was wasted because of that one human is shut your mouth. With a powerful uppercut, Yama's body was sent flying into the air, tracing a beautiful parabola as it fell. From now on, don't ever pull a stunt like this again. Understand? Why, yes, I understand. Leaving the thoroughly beaten Yama behind, I looked at Thanatos and Kiers and said, you 2 as well, be careful of making wrong judgments. Yes, we will remember that. Yes, I told him so many times that it wouldn't work. You brought this upon yourself, Yama. Well, I can understand Yama's thoughts, but the crime he committed was too outrageous. But I've beaten him enough. From now on, they won't pin any innocent crimes or do anything like that again. Paradise, heaven, utopia, Elysium. It goes by many names. A world filled with nothing but satisfaction, free from suffering. A world where one can escape the hardships and anguish of the mortal realm and immerse themselves in eternal happiness. It is said that only the select few who have passed the rigorous judgment of the afterlife can enter this blissful world. The proper way to reach this world is to pass the judgment of the afterlife, but that is no easy feat. Therefore, some mages, particularly necromancers who summon the souls of the dead as assistants, have devised an unconventional method. They summon the souls of heroes who have clearly entered paradise, return them to the mortal realm, and then trace the path they take back to paradise, creating a gateway to that realm. However, this is no easy task. The souls of heroes are inherently noble beings, beyond the control of ordinary mortals. To use them to create a path to paradise requires an immense amount of magic. This led to the gathering of many powerful mages. The assembled mages combined their power to create a ritual. They utilized the vast magic flowing through the ley line to supply the ritual with the necessary energy. They used magic to create false physical bodies to temporarily contain the heroes' souls. And to ensure the heroes would comply with their control, they forged powerful contracts. Finally, they also created a massive soul vessel to temporarily bind the souls of the heroes who would attempt to return to paradise after losing their false bodies. It is said that in this way, 7 heroes who had entered paradise were summoned and given physical forms. However, there was a problem. To open the gateway to paradise, the souls of 6 out of the 7 commanded heroes were needed. Moreover, it became known that the gateway to paradise that would open could only allow one person to pass through. Thus, a war broke out. The mages fought to claim the gateway to paradise for themselves, while the heroes who had obtained physical forms sought to enjoy life once more. That's the story. What do you think? Whoa! The sleepy-eyed girl glanced at the book her friend was holding, a slightly awakened expression on her face. Any mage's heart would race at the idea of summoned heroes from the past becoming their fighting partners. This story is so exciting. Well, yes, that may be true, but I wonder if it will be okay. The sleepy-eyed girl had mixed feelings about it all. Oh, by the way, this is based on a true story. Apparently it's based on a serial killer case involving mages that happened in the old days. Based on a true story, huh? T/N. Since it seems like there are some individuals who may not be able to afford unlocking all chapters due to financial constraints, I have decided to make all chapters in this novel available for only 0.5 cookies per chapter for a limited time of 1 hour. Come and enjoy this masterpiece. Phew, haha. That's like 50% discount and 75% for some chapters. I think even after the hero went to paradise, the world changed rapidly. There were various changes, but the first thing to mention is public safety. The world that had become chaotic due to the appearance of monsters was calmed down by the hero's exploits. Humans, who had been helplessly beaten by monsters, began to recognize monsters as creatures that could be hunted after seeing the hero beat them up. I didn't think it would turn out that way and just sent the hero on adventures to drive out somewhat powerful monsters. Well, if the result is good, anything is fine, isn't it? So humans began to hunt monsters, and for monsters with power that individuals could not hunt, they began to form armies and move to hunt considerably powerful monsters. Soldiers professionally trained for combat were needed, not an army of conscripted farmers, and this led to the fostering of professional soldiers. The fostered soldiers not only strengthened the nation's military power, but were also mobilized to maintain public order during times when there was no war or monster hunting. It was the creation of security guards who received professional training, not temporary makeshift security. Well, there were security guards before, but there was a huge difference between the former security guards, who only managed entrances and exits without professional military training, and the security guards aimed at maintaining public order. In any case, with the increase in the number of such security guards, not only were monsters invading human territories repelled, but the number of security guards patrolling the main roads also increased. This improved the safety of the roads used by humans. Previously, pilgrims of the Temple of Life had secured the safety of the roads while on their pilgrimages. But frankly, the world was vast, and the number of Temple of Life pilgrims was limited. Moreover, not all pilgrims were dragons, so human pilgrims often faced danger. Well, even those human pilgrims had enough strength to defeat ordinary monsters. In any case, by utilizing military forces for public order maintenance and road security, when not in combat situations or monster extermination, the traffic situation for humans and various subraces began to improve. In the past, most traveling merchants had to carry large loads on their backs or pull handcarts, but thanks to improved road security and the development of the livestock industry, merchants began to appear pulling carts drawn by oxen or horses. As a result, the flow of logistics began to become smooth, and with the influx of traveling merchants, items that could not be delivered before began to be delivered. The ones who benefited the most from the widely distributed goods were the lizard men who made papyrus, the mages of Procyon who made scrolls, and the dwarves who sold iron goods. It was mainly regional specialties with limited production that spread widely, riding the flow of logistics. Elves. They didn't really, although they did leather crafting with hides obtained from hunting. That's something all hunters do, so it was difficult to call it a specialty product, which is why they couldn't make much money. Ahem, let's skip the story about elves for now. Let's start with papyrus first. Before papyrus was supplied, people either carved letters on clay tablets and baked them, wrote with charcoal on wooden boards, or wrote on expensive parchment. But the appearance of papyrus changed everything. Papyrus was easier to write on than clay tablets, lighter than wooden boards, and cheaper than parchment. Of course, it was more expensive than clay tablets or wooden boards, but those two were too inconvenient. Moreover, thanks to the considerable production capacity of the lizardmen, households with some leeway could afford to have one or two papyrus scrolls. The content mainly written on the widely supplied papyrus was stories. Stories carved on clay tablets, stories created by people's imagination, stories from other places brought by pilgrims. In addition, the number of copies made by receiving and transcribing scrolls written by others also increased. In this way, papyrus scrolls became primitive books. However, papyrus also had its drawbacks. Due to the limited production region, it could not be widely distributed. However, after the hero's exploits, the flow of logistics became smoother, and the supply range of papyrus expanded explosively. As a result, people began to write down the stories they knew on papyrus. Stories of actual events, stories based on the hero's exploits, stories created by human imagination, and stories created out of longing for transcendent beings. In this way, new mythologies began to be created, other than the existing ones. Well, among those stories, the most numerous were about the goddess of life. The next most numerous were stories about the hero. We rely on your support, Novelplex. Org donate now. Perhaps it was because the pilgrims of the Temple of Life traveled around the world and helped people, so the faith in me was expressed through those stories. As the stories about me increased and the faith in me grew, I was able to discover a new fact, that humans could artificially create beings through public opinion manipulation. As a side effect of this, the perception of many humans was overlaid on the existing divine beings, and the main target was me. For example, a belief like this became widespread. The goddess of life watches over countless lives with her benevolent heart. As such a belief spread, it would slightly affect me, changing my nature to make me want to care for the lives of the world. For some reason, I used to have only a little interest in things like life, but now I feel a considerable sense of responsibility for life. Well, there's no rule that says you can't act on existing gods to create non-existent gods. Cloud Whale also gained intelligence and became a deity through that method. However, I couldn't keep receiving that faith indefinitely. Not that it's bad, but it's a bit troublesome for me to keep changing myself. I want to remain as myself. If I wear a mask like the goddess of life and can't take it off, it would be problematic. A mask. That's right, a persona. I exist as myself, but I can wear various masks depending on the situation. With that in mind, perhaps I can hold multiple divine identities at the same time. By utilizing that, I can receive faith while minimizing the changes that affect me. I'll continue that thought later. The distribution of papyrus led to the widespread dissemination of faith and folklore. Next, let's talk about scrolls. About the scrolls made by the mages of Procyon. Manipulating magic to cause phenomena was essentially the exclusive domain of mages. Mages who instinctively moved magic, using it without understanding the principles of the phenomena. That was the feeling with which mages used magic. To overcome this reality, mages who were researching to elucidate the phenomenon of magic succeeded in transcribing their magic onto parchment or papyrus, and this was the birth of magic scrolls. As a result, even those who did not know magic could now wield it, and the city of Babel, which was later known as Procyon, the city of mages, amassed great wealth. After that, there were various incidents and the Tower of Babel collapsed, but let's move on from that. Even though Babel became Procyon, it did not affect the sales of magic scrolls. In fact, thanks to the development of logistics, the mages were able to sell even more magic scrolls, using that wealth to increase the production of magic scrolls, bring in young mages by buying them, and continuously pursue research into magic. Eventually, they began to elucidate the method of using magic without scrolls. Mages had instinctively used magic, but they were able to prove it through various theories and turn it into knowledge. As a result, the basic magic gradually revealed its form. Of course, since it was only basic magic, it did not have a great effect. While instinctive magic could create a huge ball of fire, basic magic could only ignite a small flame. Weak telekinesis to lift objects, creating small orbs of light, producing a glass of water, or creating a breeze, these were the weak magic spells. However, this was a great first step. Mages had elucidated the instinctive magic they wielded and established it as theoretical knowledge. There was the problem of consuming one's own magic to use it, but since all living beings had a certain amount of magic, it was not a major issue. However, this does not mean that ordinary people who did not know magic could use it. This was only in the context of mages. Mages who could only create a ball of fire through instinctive magic were now able to create a glass of water through basic magic. They had elucidated the unexplained phenomena and established them as theoretical knowledge. This can be considered the beginning of the magic used by humans.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.